to carry is too heavy. I keep running, nothing's helping. I keep chasing things that are meant to be. I just wish you'd say it to me.
And sometimes it's amazing when the weight breaks through the casing. When you tell our stories, do you taste me? What if I told you it's not there? What if I told you I'm not here? I know that I've chosen to erase it, and it's my sin. I wait up, I hold on for so long, so low. Nothing's helping me. Feeling weak every week. I just fuck around with these beats. Love's so sweet, it's so sweet. When I'm loving her, the city lights kiss my tears while I'm hugging her. And I
love is with the hurt I'm feeling. You're the pain. Someone said there will be on the other side of this. We will find our way. We will find our way. If you feel it, won't give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it. Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it. Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it. Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
It's time to put up or shut up. Time is running out and 4 teams are fighting to make to the final leg of this competition. Hello everyone and welcome to day 10 of Masters Toronto, coming at you live from the Enercare Center for today's elimination matches. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here, the bald guy currently yelling at everyone in this arena. You got Kukuka, you also got Mimi, and we're gonna yap about some video games today. How you feeling, Toronto? You feeling good? Bueno, I love to hear it, love to hear it. All right, so yesterday we were in the upper bracket and started the day off with the Wolves doing the freaking impossible, people. They managed to not just defeat Gen G, but they did it, Mimi, in a 2-0 fashion. What the hell?
Yeah, both of these games were comebacks as well. They were down big time on split, win a pistol, built some crazy momentum, and absolutely pop off. I mean, the energy coming from these players on stage, the kills they were getting in the second half of both maps, it's incredible. And now Wolves is a top 3 team.
And we close out the day with the Paper X versus Sentinels, and Paper X also took the win in a 2-0 fashion. And that last round that we were seeing, that sneaky defuse that did not send us to overtime in Sunset. And this is how the bracket is loosened. All of Americas, all of what's left of Americas, is facing elimination today.
Oh yeah, it's a tough challenge
Also,
for sure.
all of EMEA.
Hey,
the one team.
let me have this, okay? Maybe let me have this one thing, this one line for me.
I was hoping, I was waiting to see if someone was going to say something. I didn't want to, you know, but it's okay, it's okay. Now here's the thing though, folks, right? These are some big games as we know, right? You got G2 going up against Gen G. Good luck saying that 5 times fast. And you also have Fnatic up against Sentinels. That's going to be our last match today, which is, oh boy, that, I mean, like that I actually, funny thing, Leo Fari actually came into the green room earlier, right? And he was like, whoa, this is like a top 4 in any other Masters tournament, but these guys are playing for top 4, Kukuka.
If you have your tickets from like a month ago and you were like, oh, I'm just gonna go to this one day, you have been blessed because the matches that we're going to see today could have been any sort of final, upper final, and it ends up in just a super exciting day.
Yeah, just buy a lotto ticket.
It's crazy that 2 of these teams are going home today. Already, it would be a top 6 finish. I think that's honestly kind of a disappointment for any of these teams down in the lowers. All 4 had such lofty expectations coming into this event.
Yeah, I mean, you got G2 looking to get their first championship win. You got Gen G continuing to try and hold down the fort. They look like world beaters throughout the Swiss stages. Sentinels as well. Fnatic, it really is just so many stories coming into this one.
Every team here has won a global trophy before, except G2, who's made a final and nearly won it last time.
Good call on that one there, Mimi. Now, of course, that brings us to today's MasterCard fan poll. We want to know which team has the best shot at survival today. Scan that QR code to cast your vote, and we'll, of course, have those results in just a little bit. And while you're at it, why don't you go ahead and use the hashtags on all the social medias, Valorant Masters and VCT, so we can feature your stuff on the show. And if you're here in the venue, head on over to our sign station. You can see it on screen. Make some signs. Get creative. Have fun. It's not like we're not going to feature some fan art, right? Right. Good news is we are, because we have a fun segment we brought all the way from Americas. It's Fan or Fraud. Now, here's how this works, okay? We're going to see 2 signs. One was made by someone in our lovely audience, and the other was made by one of our incredible crew members. And you all at home, you in the venue, and most importantly, Mimi and Kukuka, not me, have to guess which one is the fan,
technically,
which one
you're
is
the
the fraud.
tiebreaker. if we disagree.
Yeah, in that instance, I'll go ahead and do my veto vote. Yeah, for
Okay.
sure. And you guys get to play along with us. So let's go ahead and do this, all right, everyone? And I want to hear you guys say which one's the fan, which one's the fraud. All right, here's your first one. I just hope both teams have fun. And the other one says, let's go FNC, with some handwriting there that says, I love Boaster, and a nice little smiley face.
Absolutely love the drawing on the left. So I am going to say that I just hope both teams have fun comes from the fans, because every single game has been so enjoyable. You just have to cheer for good Valorant.
The Van Silly signature is really selling it for me because I just hope both teams have fun. It's like his whole thing.
Yeah.
But I almost wonder if that's too meta for it to have been our production crew. I'm going to go with the one on the left being the fraud.
The Van Silly signature.
Van Silly is the fraud.
Van Silly's the fraud. Van Silly's the fraud. Boaster, the one I love Boaster's the fan. All right, let's see. Survey says which one is right. I'm actually kind of curious here.
Oh,
Whoa!
okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that. Okay, Mimi, you're a fraud. All right, now, next up, let's see our other one. By the way, shout out to whoever drew that cat. Goodness gracious. Oh, this is a good one. You got the wolf there in the background. Can we get some wolves in the house? Oh, woo! Come on.
You got a couple.
Yeah, I got like 3.
They weren't ready.
I
They
got
weren't
3.
ready. They weren't ready.
I came at them a little too quickly on that one there. You know what I mean? All right, next one we got. Let's go G2. Huh. I gotta say, I'm gonna go.
I like yeah.
Fans on the right, frauds on the left.
I think Fan
I
is
love
on the
the-
left because I think whenever we've done this segment before, our producers have gotten like way too into drawing the signs and like
Are you
actually done
metagaming?
very good drawings.
Are you metagaming
Maybe a little.
silly game in our
A silly
pre-show?
game? Yes, I am.
Unbelievable.
I'm gonna say that the fan is on the left.
Fan
I
is
love
on
that
the
drawing.
left. So, all right, fans on the left for our 2 analysts here. Let's see.
Aww.
No, you're
I
both
was
frauds.
right. No, that's what I said.
Oh,
Fraud
you
on
are?
the left.
I like to
Yeah.
live in a reality where you're a fraud, maybe.
Okay.
All right,
Well,
now,
you do, but not for this reason.
let's have one more. Here we go.
Damn.
Oh my gosh.
The quality in
Wait,
both of this.
That Valorant
we made one of these?
Nah.
Not the last,
Is
obviously.
insane.
Both of these are fans. They got
Yo, that Valorant looks better than the real one.
This might be the trick question, both fans, because these are, like, these look like they took a hell of a lot of time to draw.
Yeah.
yeah. I
Oh,
can't
I like that. Both fans?
Yeah, that's my guess.
I'm gonna metagame a little bit here because our
The
producers work incredibly hard, and I don't know if they would have actually taken the time to do this much detail. But also, they're very talented. So let's see.
I'm going to say if there's one fan, I'll go, for the right one.
All right.
That, whoever on staff drew that, you are so talented.
Yeah,
with that
for real.
Valorant drawing.
For real. That was crazy. That was awesome stuff. There you have it. Fan or fraud. We have another game later on in the day here. You just have to stick around to find out which one it is. But let's go ahead and keep the love for the fans going. Send it over to Van Silly, who is at another great meet and greet for our fan activation zone. Vans, what you got?
Van Silly in the fan activation zone, where we have an opportunity to meet the legendary Pampock duo. Hi, Pock. Welcome to Toronto. Why is it so funny? How's it going?
I mean, it's good to be here. We're just happy to be here, man. So I don't know what. Nothing's funny.
Exactly. How's Toronto been for you so far?
So far, so good. I found a bagel spot, so I'm happy. That's usually for me the first priority food.
I need to go eat with you. Pansy, how's the energy been for this game that you guys casted yesterday? This battle between Gen G and Wolves. It had to be electric in here.
As we all say, the atmosphere was electric. No, it actually was sick. Like, I loved it for Wolves. It was so exciting to see them have their time in the sun. The crowd was behind them, up on their feet. It was genuinely sick. Genuinely so good.
And hi, Puck, what's it like? Is it more fun to cast in a live environment, in an English broadcast, in the arena, or is it more fun to cast a tech pause?
I mean, tech pause takes it. No, it's an honor to always do English in house. It feels really good to. I mean, it's always nice to have a crowd, but to have a crowd kind of feeding off what's going on, and that's something really special.
Awesome. Well, unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to do a meet and greet in Masters Toronto. So, do you mind if I third wheel you guys and have a seat here? Are we cool with a new trio, a casting trio called Silly Panpock?
Van Pockely.
Van Pockely kind of goes hard. Wait.
That sounds like a spell. Van Pockely, meet and greet time.
Shout out to Van Pakali.
Pan-Pakali.
Okay.
Sounds like
We're
a
missing out. I
disease.
want to be on that table too.
Yeah, we
That
got
sounds so fun.
If you have Pampakali, you should get that checked out. In any case, so let's get into our first elimination match of the day. You got G2 versus Gen G. Now this one, a rematch from Masters Shanghai's upper bracket final. Kukuka, Gen G sent G2 to the lowers, and we all know history there. They ended up picking up the dub overall in the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. The first tournament that Pacific ever won, and it was in a 2-0 fashion. A Gen G that was dominating the entirety of the event, which, funny enough, is something that we would have been saying about them if it wasn't for the loss that we saw yesterday. Both of the squads being almost the same. Some changes here and there, but the strength and the name and the expectations behind them are still the same as they were in Shanghai.
Yeah, for G2 as well, just making one change since then, bringing Jaw into the roster and trying to make another deep run here and get their revenge against Gen G. They lost early on in this bracket to Paper X in that really close 2-0, but already look to rebound. That first series was so dominant down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, G2 looked really fantastic in that XLG game. Really went back to the basics for them there, right? Showing that they have that the work that they put forward. But the thing is, you go up against a Gen G team like this, Kukuka.
Yep.
The basics are going to be the fundies are going to be important. But sometimes, man, these guys could just pull off miracles in the server.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that G2 having that first match that didn't go their way, we were speaking about the first seeds being completely cursed. Now they're coming off of a win, and a very dominant one. We see some changes here and there that only speaks great things for the G2 in the rest of the tournament.
All right, well, earlier on, Yinsu got an opportunity to catch up with Texture and Leaf about this rematch.
Well, the last time this gentleman faced this gentleman, it went to the side of Gen G. They ended up winning the whole tournament. So, Leaf, how do you stop history from repeating itself?
They don't have Meteor anymore, and that guy seems to be the bane of our existence. So I think it'll be a lot easier, but they're still a tough opponent. Always deserve their respect. So it'll be fun.
And Texture, Texture, how do you run it back today? How do you beat G2 again?
Texture get ace. Haha.
I agree. Oh, I agree. Texture gets the ace.
I just hope that if Gen G wins, he just does the same pose and just looks at Leaf. Even if he doesn't
honestly,
get the ace, you know?
He should just do it regardless. If someone stood up on the other side of the stage doing that to me, I'd be livid.
Do you think it's his turn to stand up if he gets the ace?
I think he should.
I think it's in order, right?
I think he should. I don't think he will, but I think he should, you know?
He's gonna get in it. It's just 4Ks all day
It's
for
just
Texture.
Mr. 4K.
That's why he was holding up the two peace signs.
Exactly.
For every 4K
It's
he's
like
gonna get, yeah.
For the kills he gets, he only gets 4 of them. Of course, though, G2 may have dropped their first match to Paper X, but as we had mentioned before, things really did turn around, Mimi, when they went up against XLG, and the big thing that we had noted there was just, it was like a real statement maker. They came out there, played a clean game, and shut down their opponent in the best way possible.
I think this is exactly the game that G2 needed. They had a really rough loss to Paper X. They made some mistakes that I think definitely stuck with them, having to now rally through the lower bracket. But this was a quick game. They really inspired confidence. The players that needed to had amazing individual performances. That's the game to start the momentum of a lower bracket run.
It has to be. It needs to be. Because so far in the tournament, Americas has only won against the Chinese teams. And you can say that, you know, a 2-0 clean fashion. But XLG was not showing what we saw back in China because of the change and whatnot. So the strength was not there. Now G2 faces up against a very, very strong opponent. If things had already been hard, they're only going to get harder from here on.
And I will say, to that regard, you're totally right, Kuku. If anything, the 2-0 just reaffirmed to me that, oh, the G2 team isn't going to be stumbling here because that needed to be clean. Otherwise, we'd be asking a lot of questions about what's the viability of this lineup. But the good thing is that they have so many weapons on this team, and one guy, well, one Leaf, as a matter of fact, he dominates the server whenever he's in there. An absolute beast, can play practically any single role that you ask him to play, Kukuka, and he performs every time.
He's just this good. I mean, it's what I expected from here, especially here on this Haven. It made no sense. He won 4 clutches, 1 1v1, and 3 1v2s. Every single time that he was alive at the end of the round. If you're watching from home, if you're watching from the venue, you know there's still a big big chance of G2 winning the round if this man is alive.
He was having an impact on Icebox as well, the classic outlaw merchant on that map, buying that gun constantly on their defender half. Leaf does so much in the fragging department. He's also a super vocal player who's helping to add ideas to this team to keep them in the matches during these tough series. So a super critical player for G2, and no surprises that he pops off there.
Oh yeah, he's such a playmaker for this team, right? He always seems to be in the right place and the right position to do so. Speaking of though, Mimi, I know you had something you wanted to break down regarding what we've been seeing from G2.
Yeah, so I think in the Paper X game, G2 struggled in some of their like late round team fighting stuff when they were going into retakes, things like that. So I wanted to look at a round against XLG that showed the G2 I know, who has really quick reactions, who always has the right idea of what to do into their opponent. You look at this, they're starting with a pretty default defensive side setup. They love splitting their Sentinel util. There's Thorns there, and a wall on B. And there's also going to be a Yoru TP that off rip is sending all the way over towards A to be able to fast rotate. As we play this one out, XLG is going to start this round with a really telegraphed hit. Stun, ult, and I want to go back for just a second here, because watch, as Coconut goes into heaven, Valen teleports from site. Look at, he's right here, starting on the site, and then Omen TP's up top, cancels out that ultimate because he's in the face of the Omen, and now XLG, when they go for this execute, they're going to pop the Rolling Thunder, they're going to have a TP ready to go on this Yoru right into this corner, but watch what's happened on the map already. A player is rotated in, so there's 3 total over on A. This Yoru TP is about to get popped for Jaw, and the B anchor of Leaf is going to be here in just a second as well. And they know exactly where that Yoru TP is. Watch the perspective of Trent. He throws a haunt right there, perfect scan on Tararga, gets the kill, and now they back up for just a second. As that happens, the Thorns that I talked about earlier are currently stalling out towards A. There's a Paranoia going in with all of that utility, and watch as G2 doesn't slow down. They rip the ult. They're fighting into long. They're grabbing this Yoru ultimate. And then, again, they take a small pause and reset into this team fight as Valen TPs across and all 4 members face towards long. Spike goes down, and at this point, the round is cooked. There's a lot of little decisions in that round. Valen TPing into heaven, Trent taking the timing with the haunt to get that kill, ripping the ults to fight into long. Every one of those plays was a conscious decision that G2 had to make in a split second, but they were on the same page in all of them. And that kind of perfect coordination in chaotic rounds is what has brought G2 their great success that they've had for the last 2 years, and that's what was missing against Paper X.
And it could very well be the thing that leads to success here today, but there's also another layer to this as well, Kukuka, because a lot of teams have been struggling, not necessarily struggling, maybe not the best word to use here, but trying to figure out what these compositions are. What should we use? What should we bust out here? Try this new thing. And G2 actually has been trying new stuff. We saw Jogamo on this stage on Icebox, and we were seeing some pretty sick plays from him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that deciding to go back on the drawing board and go back to a non-duelist composition here on Icebox is something that we've seen a lot in the past, and it's so good that after the Teiko is gone, so many teams have not only gone back to what they were playing before, but actually looking at new alternatives on how to play the map. Number 1 priority, of course, getting the spike down. To me, it was all about the retakes and all the potential that the composition was for that Icebox. But when we look at this head-to-head, at the duelists coming in for today, Jogamo and Texture. Jogamo already playing the Neon, playing the Sage, going out of his comfort. We've been seeing him so much on the Yoru, little bit of race, little bit of Waylay as well, that I would love to see personally. But today, Mimi, against Texture, is a different beast.
And this, to me, is one of the biggest representatives of the difference between these two teams, that Jaw is playing Sage on a no-duelist comp. He's playing a lot of the Yoru still, despite Teo going out of meta, whereas Texture has been playing Neon in the vast majority of his games. They have both had a profound impact, but when you look at the kills they're getting, the stats they're pulling off, Texture has been way flashier because he's playing this super fast-paced Neon. He's getting tons of priority in the utility from his teammates, whereas Jaw is still flexing more into a position where he's kind of a supportive player. He's the one diving in, and it's Trent and it's Leaf who are getting the most impact on G2.
I think that there's also a big difference in what you're saying between G2 and and Gen G, because whenever we have seen Gen G facing off a problem on any map, imagine on the attack, you're on the attack on split and they're pushing you all the time. The one piece that Gen G will move will be texture, because they know that that is the #1 thing the other team is going to consider a big problem. So in many of these occasions, we're going to see Gen G maybe calling a timeout, or maybe the players just saying, okay, texture, we need you to be here. We need you to be the one dealing with this.
Yeah, no, makes sense. Texture is such an impact player for this team that you see it every single time he's out there. He's always putting up numbers, but more importantly, he's getting those multi-kills. He's doing everything that you would ask him to do, and it still wasn't really enough in that game against Wolves, despite the great efforts that we were seeing there, Mimi, from Texture.
In the 2 first halves, though, Texture was excellent. Their macro on defensive split, I was very impressed by the way they called around Texture's off on the Neon and how mobile he is on that agent. That all looked great, and it made me think they were just going to run away with this game because they were out-calling Wolves in every way. But then, Bea, Wolves locked in this second half. The defensive anchoring popped off, and they came all the way back to win the series.
You could see it also in the stage, right? Like, we were seeing a Wolves that was not celebrating, that was pretty frustrated. But as you're saying, the defense half, it was the key for both of the teams. And even though Gen G had all of that momentum, ended up in a 9-3 half on the first map with all the confidence and all the good rounds that they had, a Texture that was shutting down the opponent duelist time and time again, they lose that. And that is something that cannot happen today.
Something I want to see G2 learn from Gen G's loss in their previous series is using smokes a ton as anchors on sites. Not just the default ones, think like you're always going to see an anchor smoke on A, on Haven. But Wolves was throwing down 1, sometimes even 2 anchor smokes on these sites. And with how Gen G enters sites, a lot of the time, it's just Texture with util behind him. So if you have a smoke to get in and out of, it can be a lot easier to isolate him, kill him, and then buy time for your teammates to flood in. That's how Wolves was destroying Gen G on that defensive side in both maps.
Yeah, we're seeing some really unique setups, some great reads and ways to be able to shut down these players. And we mentioned before about what we've been getting out of some of these compositions. One agent that actually has been the talk of the town this event has been Deadlock, because Deadlock has been pretty much, well, locked 56% of the time here. But when we see her in play, Kukuka, we're seeing all that utility play such a big role in these fights.
And it gives a lot of layers to Gen G, because as we were saying, like, dealing with Texture has to be a #1 priority, and I think that the initiators for the side of G2 know that that is a priority. But the second one is, especially in these maps, in the sunsets, in the split, you have to keep a very good eye on how the setup is moving, the tells that they have to know where the utility is being placed, and how Foxy9 is going to be playing around it.
Yeah. Gravnet is refreshable util now, and in my opinion, Gen G is the team who has realized that and used that the best out of anyone in this tournament. They've been playing more single initiator comps, but they're making up for it by playing this Deadlock. A lot of their early rounds on defense will be a Gravnet into the operator of Texture, posting on that line. So they're making sacrifices in their comp in getting rid of some initiators, but they're making up for it with the Gravnet that the Deadlock brings on top of the rest of your already very strong kit. And I think that's a really good read for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, talk about being ahead of it too, right? I mean, because that's something that, you know, you were looking to be like, oh, okay, it's refreshable, that's okay, maybe we can explore with it. Gen G seem to have baked this into their strategy, and it has been working for them. Granted, it didn't work necessarily against the Wolves. They found ways to counter that. They found ways to shut it down. Can G2 do the same thing? Let's go ahead and hear from Jonah P and how he's feeling about G2's chances in this one in our Omen player moment.
Yeah, a lot of surprises from XLG. I mean, going into the game, we know that they've publicly said that they have communication issues, but you know, actually playing against them honestly didn't feel like that. A lot of us had to make a lot of hero plays and clutches, and fortunately that went in our favor. But other than that, to me, it felt like a full drill team, even when they had a sub. And you know, luckily we had, you know, a buffer life, you can say, against Paper X. So you know, we got punished a bit, and now with those takeaways, we're gonna be, I want to say unstoppable, but we feel more confident than we've ever felt.
He left to do it now. Jump spot out into the open, stray shots and damage and spamming all. Oh my, no coverage inside! Not like this!
I don't know if it's cliche or not, but when we're down 11-6 third map, potentially being eliminated, I'm not really thinking about Toronto at the time. I'm thinking about losing to 100 Thieves and having them get the satisfaction of the win over us. And we were not letting that happen. It could have been any team. But yeah, I don't like when we're the team to beat, and people get that satisfaction. So we know how to lock in, and unfortunately, sometimes we have to lock in too late, but it's what we're known for. Never can count us out.
We're heading into our 10th day here in Toronto, so it's time to see how the desk is feeling. And also you lovely people here in Toronto as well. We're going to play another game. It's Agree to Disagree. Now, we have our snazzy thumbs here. We got to the agree, strongly agree, it doesn't matter, and disagree, all right? And also for you guys in the audience, make sure you guys play as well. If you agree, just yell out agree. If you disagree, just yell disagree. Who cares? All right, let's do this, guys. First one, we have Wolves is on the most impressive debuting run we've ever seen at a global event. Ever seen at a global event.
I mean, technically, Sentinels winning Reykjavik was a debut run. Because no one had played a global event before. But I don't think that's
nobody
the
could
spirit
play
of the
the game
question.
either.
Yeah.
It might be. I'm trying to think of...
I'm going to go recency bias, and I'm going to say I strongly agree, because every single time we're thinking that, you know, they will make it, and every single time I feel like yesterday it was a clear statement. Everybody is loving their personalities as well. So I'm going with I strongly agree.
Yeah, all of the great runs I can think of in Valorant came from teams who had at least been to a global before. You think like Team One, they'd been there, but they hadn't been great.
For a debut? Yeah?
Yeah, I think I have to agree.
It's one of my favorite albums as well. So
I do agree. What do you guys? You guys agree or disagree? Hearing a couple of agrees. Hearing a couple of agrees.
I'm hearing agree. I'm getting agree.
I heard another guy tell me shut up, but that's okay. That's beside the point. All right, next one. Pacific has been the strongest region so far in Masters Toronto. Do we agree or disagree, Toronto?
That's an easy lock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll let them talk.
Come on, you stop talking over people,
My
Mimi.
bad. It's really rude, actually.
I mean, this is factual, no?
Yeah. It's pretty factual. I can't disagree with that one there.
All of the teams made it to playoffs.
Yep.
You know, like,
yeah. All teams in playoff, 2 teams left out of 6. That's the best of any region.
Yep.
Not bad. All right. Here's one more.
Okay.
One of the teams playing today will win Masters Toronto. Do we agree or disagree? Chat, Toronto, how are we feeling? Oh,
Okay, let's remind people, right? Wolves and PaperX are currently taking a break, and we'll see them on the other side. But of course, they are not playing today, so it's either between those 2 and the 4 that are playing today.
I'm gonna just give you guys a hot take. Just gonna go with disagree.
Disagree. Who do you think's winning then?
PaperX.
PaperX?
Yeah.
All right.
Finally.
I still believe in curses. I'm
going to go with Alex. I'm supporting GV here.
PaperX to win a tournament.
I mean, look, yeah, you know what, you're right. Thank you so much for doing that, actually. Balances things out so that this way we don't get caught in the future. But yeah, I just can't argue it. Can't argue with it. They look so good right now. All right, well, there you have it, folks. Now it's time for the results of today's MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which team has the best shot at survival today. The results are in, and not shocked. Gen G sits at 40%. This team has looked absolutely stellar, Kakuka, throughout this entire event, outside of that loss that they suffered to Wolves.
Yep.
So this does not shock me.
Absolutely not. I think that from groups, fan favorite, a crowd favorite, they have to be, and especially anyone that plays the game and watches Gen G, they understand their strengths. For the other ones, I guess that you can make some cases, right? As I was saying, America's only winning against China so far. G2 maybe not showing on their first and opening match what they could do. And Fnatic, you know, EMEA has been suffering, so I understand.
I do think G2 being nearly last place there is some devious work from the voters here.
I think that the PaperX train is going to. You can jump on that train because they already sent. I'm speaking. They already sent. Okay. They already sent G2 and Sentinels onto the lower. And the good thing is that we're in Toronto, so you can catch that train back to NA.
Oh my! You just did that. I'm speaking. I'm dead.
I'm done, man. It's all you, buddy.
Where's the comeback?
Yeah, I know, right?
You got one.
What else do we have?
I
mean, we just.
You actually just portrayed me as sitting in the corner, just quivering.
All right, team. Let's take a look at our predictions. What did our broadcast squad think about the matchups today? And Rob Moore is still there. Okay. So here we go. not bad. Kukuka, you kind of beefed it yesterday, by the way. You were going for the anti-Achilleos, going for 0 and God knows what, and you kind of screwed it up. So now you just look like you don't know how to predict.
Yeah, so I've given up. But for today, as I just said, and I made in my statement, I think that Gen.G are going to bounce back from what happened yesterday. And for the side of Fnatic, honestly, I think that this is very, very 50-50 because I think that the map pool favors Sentinels more. But man, it's me. What you want me to do?
I know we all talk about Achilleos, but again, gotta give love to the GOAT, Jen Lee, continuously getting it right. Just one behind Achilleos. Eat your heart out, Seth, you bum. But of course, this is it, folks. It's coming down to the wire. I'm so excited for today, guys. These matches. Toronto, are you excited for today's matches? I think we could try that again. I said, Toronto, are you excited for today's matches? There you go. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear, because you couldn't have asked me for 4 better teams in this situation competing for top 4. This is a stacked lower bracket.
Any other tournament, this could have been the top 4. This could have been the final 4. But 2 of them have to go home. 3 of these teams have won global trophies before. For any of them, going out in 6th would be a big disappointment. The pressure's really on today.
Oh yeah, it definitely is, folks. All right, well, you see the countdown starting to wind down there. Everyone's getting ready to go. And today, we will get our final 4 because elimination is on the line for all of our teams. And one thing is for certain, you do not want to miss a single round of action because this is VALORANT Masters Toronto. Day 10 of Masters Toronto starts right now.
There's no stopping this train! Sentinels, they are sent tumbling it down.
I'm super confident in this team, honestly. I think if we play to our standards, we'll be able to win any event. Honestly, we're that good in my eyes. Obviously, there's higher stakes now since we're in the lower bracket, and all we're doing is just worrying about what's up next. In this case, it's Fnatic.
Fortune favoring the bold, Fnatic bringing out a brand new look.
Sentinels are a really good team, but I think it's a really good matchup for us also because they play our map pool, and I think Boaster is gonna leave John QT completely, and John QT will have no chance against him.
I have experience against Alfier and Boaster. Obviously, I was playing against Crashes a decent amount. I think playing against Fnatic, they're going to be a lot more of like a slow pace. A lot of America's teams are also like that. That's nothing new to us.
All I'm gonna say before facing Sentinels is that they should be scared because they don't know what is coming next.
Fnatic, may the best team win.
It's honestly a privilege to have a tournament in Canada where my family and where I'm from originally. After map 1, I saw my brothers. I knew they were behind me, literally. Kelly, Justin, Dad, Jordan, Vic, I love you guys so much. I feel your presence every single day. Having you guys support me is the greatest thing ever, and in return, I'm gonna bring this trophy for you guys.
승자조 결승에서 G2를 만났었는데 그때 당시에도 G2에 대한 평가가 되게 우승 후보다 얘네가 우승할 거다 살짝 이런 평가였는데 근데 좀 그때 당시에도 제 기억으로는 생각 외로 좀 쉽게 이겼어요 비교적
13-10, 2-0, Gen.G, they get themselves into back-to-back grand finals.
그래서 이번에도 뭐 크게 신경 쓰지 않고 저는 저대로 계속 나아갈 예정입니다.
Take down Gen.G!
An international titan.
Gen.G, they're coming off of a fresh loss versus Wolves, which I think is a big surprise to everybody.
It's G2 who move on.
G2 came in today angry, determined, very focused.
For us coming off a win against XLG, we're going to use our momentum and their downfall against them.
안 좋은 상황에서 서로 이번에 만났는데 또 안 좋은 상황인 만큼 저는 최선을 다해서 어떻게든 이기려고 할 테니까 G2도 최선을 다해서 저희를 이기려고 했으면 좋겠습니다. 그래야 최고의 경기가 나올 수 있다라고 생각하고 있기 때문에 Gen.G 파이팅!
And here we go, Toronto. It doesn't get any better than this. This time it's not an upper bracket final. Elimination is on the line. Who is going to stand tall at the end of this one? It's G2 versus Gen G. Mimi, it's going to be good.
The last Canadian player left in this tournament against a squad that has lifted trophies at a Masters before just a year ago. Both trying to stay alive in this lower bracket.
Yeah, and thinking of Gen G and the run, it doesn't matter what has happened so far. It doesn't matter how good they've been. They could go home in just 2 days. And as we take a look at the Omen map select, Lotus is going to be the first map that we see. G2 also picked it against PaperX. We all know how that ended up being. And it was, even though it was a very close affair, there were so many moments where individuals were needed to carry it in.
And a little fun fact about that, this is exactly how their series started in Shanghai.
Yeah.
It was Lotus, and it was G2's pick, and G2 lost that 13-8.
Gen G has not played Lotus since Pacific Grand Finals. And they weren't a Teo team on that map, but I do wonder if they're thinking about switching onto the Neon here as well. They've been so committed to that agent across their map pool. I think it would be a really interesting idea, but they've also been very strong with that default Raze comp, the old Fnatic comp, just subbing in the Vise instead.
I mean, if you're in a situation here where, you know, a lot's on the line, obviously elimination is what's going to meet you on the other side of this, no matter how the chips fall, Kukuka. Do you go for the adjustment in your composition, or do you stick to the thing that you know can very well get you that win because it did it last time?
I think that for them, it might be a chance for comfort. I think that G2 wanted to go for a map that they probably have not played on stage, as Mimi was just saying, and maybe not be as warmed up as the rest of them. Because if you go for something that they've shown a lot and you think you have a read on, they probably also have put some work and some hours onto that. Changes I would stick to what they know. Probably that is the card that G2 wanted to play. Are you expecting us to pick this Lotus?
G2 lost both pistols to PaperX. They got bonus by PaperX. The last time they played Lotus, it was still a 13-11 game. They made mistakes in that series. They're in the lower bracket for a reason, but I don't want to overreact to that map because I still think G2's macro, especially on the defensive side of this map, is world class.
Yeah, the retakes I guess you're mentioning. Again, number one thing to take account of is the man that you're seeing in the screen right now is Texture. How are they going to deal with it? Is Jogimo going to be up for the task? Are the rest of the team going to be able to shut that man down?
Oh man, you can feel the energy here at the Endercare Center as everyone's getting ready to go. And once this game starts, I know people are going to be on their feet, unsure of what's to come, because both Gen G and G2 are squads that could very well have been in the grand finals here in Toronto, but they find themselves scrapping for top 4.
I think it's extra pressure for G2 after being so close to winning in Bangkok.
Yes.
To go back to the same kind of demons that haunted them last year. They lost to Gen G in Shanghai. They went out immediately after that, and that was Gen G who lifted the trophy.
All right, let's see what we get for our agent select here. See what we get locked in.
There's surprises on the side of Gen G. They have already locked up all their agents. Again, this is what they were playing at Pacific from G2.
Whoa.
Okay, that is a locked. Locking the Tejo.
That is the lock Tejo. We have it confirmed. Did not expect that one from G2. Holy moly, Mimi.
So Tejo still has some of the strong synergies with the Yoru, with the missiles. Drone it can still be a great tool on re-clear on this map, but you don't have the refreshable util there, so we just got to see what Trent's up to.
Yeah, and also putting Jogimo back on that Yoru, he was not feeling it on the Neon.
All right, well, we've got 2 of the game's best ready to slug it out, so let's get ready and send it over to 2 of the best casters. Here's Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to get into this one here. Now, me and you, Josh, we're deeply intimate with these 2 teams. We've been watching G2 goes from height and strength to strength. Gen G comes so close in the past and even lifting a trophy as well. I mean, you look different. Have you got a haircut?
No, I'm the same old Sideshow. These are 2 teams that we never would have expected to be in the lower round.
It's 2 Sideshows.
I need to have a word with security. This guy doesn't even look anything like me. He doesn't look anything like me. How has he managed to sneak in there? No. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The world can only handle one. What an opening that we've potentially got here, though. Like you're talking about, so much history with these teams, but I wasn't expecting to see these compositions being pulled out here.
Yeah. an interesting one for sure. And as the desk has been already mentioning as well, this is elimination on the line. A scenario that both of these teams were probably not expecting in the slightest as well. We're talking about two juggernauts of prior years. If you look at them in a vacuum as well, for each of these teams, equally, they've had moments where they've been potentially the best in the team, or the best team in the world. We would say that for G2, for Gen G, moments in this tournament where they've had those heights. So let's take a look at the pistol round. It's slow going for now. Gen G set up, grouped up, ready to pounce, aren't they? Primed with that paranoia, but there's no contact, no signs of life from G2.
I'm so interested to see how Trent is utilizing his utility. Now that it's all changed up, Jorg takes contact, and he's out. Trent still with both salvos and a stun to work with.
Trying to take these fights as well, straight up here. Flashes into your face. Jonah P is able to just at least hold that crossfire setup. No pressure coming out. Salvos lay it down onto the floor. Gen G now looking to contact their way through this scenario. And the refight called for. G2, they want to try and take the fight straight to them anyway, before they can even escape.
A beautiful pistol round there from G2. Never allowing Gen G to cut noise and force them to go for some kind of information, re-clear. They just force the fight instantly as soon as they hear that door open. I like that. Proactive, decisive.
One enemy remaining.
Last time we saw these two teams face, the only time, in fact, that we've seen these two organizations clash, it was a Masters Shanghai, a 2-0 victory for Gen G, where G2 also picked Lotus, and Gen G got out to a 7-0 lead. So immediately history not repeating itself.
This could be dangerous though for Jorgamo. He's out into the open here and he needs some help! Or does he?
Spike down A.
Target-rich environment,
One enemy remaining.
and he flourishes with the rest of his team by his side.
That's very clean. Gen G are a difficult team to put away even when you have that massive weaponry advantage. They've been winning a ton of those rounds on ecos after the pistol.
Yeah, one of the highest win rated teams at this event when it comes to pistol rounds. But not just that, like you mentioned, when they lose the pistol rounds, it's rare enough. They end up winning almost like 60% of them. Following up, so
and
G2...
they're not even forcing like G2
no,
are.
they are. They're just taking them straight up as ecos most of the time. It's a lower sample size, of course, but it is outrageous what Gen G has been getting up to. G2 getting a win nice and early here onto Lotus. Going to be setting them up cleanly, but okay, that's a nice little seize nade, and Jorgamo is no more obliterated.
Absolutely destroyed, and look how fast Karen is into a deep position here.
This is so pacey, up through heaven. Leaf, just a head popping up, and they've spotted each other. Almost ships in the night, but still, it's going to be a smoke into your face now, and the A side is opened up relatively. They still need to clear some section of it. Gen G going to make a move on now, and Plan's going to be committed.
Trent used one of his salvos out towards back rubble at the very start of the round, so he still has one to play with along with the stun.
Here's the paranoia. It's going to sweep through, dividing up most of the side here. Double drop down into pit. They're going to try and combine their might and their util, looking for the kills, but the crossfires immaculate from Gen G. Coverage on every possible position.
Beautiful response from Gen G, instantly getting the most out of their composition. That sees nade. Take a look at what it looked like from Jorgamo's point of view. He never got a chance to play the round. Through a flash, he's blinded up and gets hit by the seas of the nade just perfectly onto his position. The rest of Gen G with better weaponry close things out. Ash is only 2 away from getting Nightfall online.
There it is again. Yeah. This time G2 learning their lesson. I mean, Jorgamo could take the contact if he wanted to. That is aggressive, Karen.
That's what Karen tried to do in the previous round. There was nobody in the smoke that time.
Trying to take it very fast. Immediate adjustments being made by G2.
Yeah, it's a nice adjustment. I think the Pacific teams in general tend to be the best at these rubble fights, but G2 get the better end of it this time. And a drone immediately coming out from Trent with 1:10 on the clock, just in case they've gone into a fast timing towards B. Texture being left over here towards rubble, just looking to try to take a fight. As the rest of Gen G move towards Mound, Valen defending C with a paranoia in hand.
He's alone doing so.
He can get help from Leaf though, on the other side of this door.
Prowler not connecting onto much. Lurk timing for Texture, seeking to take it, but 3 players, watch for lives of G2, and Valorant even getting one, and the exit. That is monumental. Gen G going to be left scrambling here. Just Ash and Munchkin left alive, and risks to be taken. They want to stand a chance of winning this round. Munchkin going for a pick-off out towards spawn, but it's all watched for. Safe hands from G2, that discipline. Always going to rear through. Flawless.
Necessary risk had to be taken there with such a player disadvantage. But by and large, these rounds, the last couple, have been decided based on the picks that were found at the very beginning, at the rubble fight. I don't think Karen can go for this play again. It's a cheeky idea. You know, at Bangkok, we saw Mako, I believe it was, doing some crazy teleports all over the map here on Lotus. Pacific teams are down to cook.
Yeah, they really are. I'm honestly subverting my expectations for this game. When I think of these two teams, I think of methodical, disciplined, a bit slow at times, willing to work the map ever so slightly, but there is pace in this game. Gen G have been throwing themselves at this A rubble fight over and over again.
I think it's really valuable to condition your opponents. If they can kind of force G2 to not fight over rubble,
I'll find you.
Then suddenly you're gaining yourself a big advantage.
Top of the top. Unbroken in time. Big reveal onto the two of them. Gives G2 a lot of information.
Foxy9's actually utilized his wall very early on to stop a potential B push. So that means it's not available for a post plan, where the Vice can be at its most deadly.
Doors opened up though. This is going to be putting Jorgamo under scrutiny. Can he deliver? Was it ever in doubt? It's 2 ripped away at a moment's notice. Sight's still going to be gained though. He's got no sound cues to work with. Still going to be TPing back and evacuating. Now with the dimensional drifting, even catching that late lurk. Foxy9, there will be no backup policy. Gen G are the ones who are left scrambling, picking up the pieces of the round and just dying. Straight away, it's all set up from Jorgamo, isn't it? Valen being the closer.
It looks immaculate out here for Gen G.
This is a team that is determined to get redemption.
Sorry, the G's are confusing me. Immaculate for G2. These rounds, I mean, Jorg should have been under a decent amount of pressure, but he's 7-1, and he deals with that hit, killing people who are barely looking at him. I mean, when Texture goes into the side there, he's having to split his focus so much on Blue Room as well.
Dimensional drift getting value as well. Just stands exactly where the player planting is, so Valen knows exactly where to spam. Huge round from Jorgamo.
When I've watched Gen G play in this map previously, and this, I believe, is the first time that we've seen them here at Toronto playing it, they've gotten a huge amount of value from either rubble fighting or getting really good lurk timings into places. I think that's something that Karen's excellent at, but Munchkin in particular, with the Viper, can provide you huge value if you default the rounds towards Mount at the beginning, because then Munchkin's able to get in on A and work his magic. And he really is a superb lurk player. But Gen G haven't really been going for that. They've been trying to insert players into deep positions on A early on, and G2, they are so happy to be re-clearing, fighting, taking timings to be active. And with this double initiator, and both of them with information tools, both of the initiators, you know, you've got the Prowlers, you've got the drone, you actually have more re-clearing tools than even with the breach in the composition, you could argue.
Sure.
So these players in advanced spots are getting rooted out, and then Gen G forced into site execs where they don't look great so far.
Gen G have got to turn this around. Timeout taken, most likely for the next round. Weaker weaponry, Munchkin, he's blind it up, just looking for the horn position. Don't be not starting from B, so
no,
wasn't the same horn position at all. But didn't even use it.
One of the anti-strats that people have used in the past against G2 is trying to punish Leaf. You know that he's going to be jiggle peeking or jump spotting this deep C angle. And Texture, he's got a Guardian in this round, so I think that's the kind of fight he was looking for.
This push out though, I mean, listen, Jorgamo is taking liberties. The deep drone from Trent Pryor. Here comes the hit coming through. Not shying away from investing the ult, so the knife falls in. And here it is, bodies collapsing onto the floor. Gen G, it's a bloodbath! G2 just taking them over, and again, the weaponry wasn't ideal for Gen G. Got to keep that in mind, of course.
But if the weaponry isn't ideal and Texture's the only one with a Guardian, why is Gen G sending him into sight alone there instead of... Yeah, why are we not looking for picks? Seeing if we can bait out individual fights and rely on Texture's aim. a strange way of playing the map so far from Gen G. Feels a bit rushed, a bit forced.
And we might be seeing glimpses, I think, of what caused their downfall. We haven't really mentioned it too much, but against Wolves, Gen G, they threw away 2 leads in the second half of the maps. It's what landed them here into this lower bracket.
But this is the round they took the timeout for, Brent.
And it needs to come up with a good here and now, trying to face it, doubling up as that wall drops down. And there it is, Munchkin and Caron happy to collect.
This time, establishing slightly more passive positions, baiting G2 into fighting over towards Rubble, and then ripping them away when G2 overextends slightly. A 4v2, you've got to convert on this one. Has to be a second round for Gen G. And you know that Valen and Leaf are going to be looking to try to take risks.
Yeah, business is booming. Their money almost capped out. If you look at the kills, a lot of noise made. Valen's already got the one. Anticipating that
Munchkin knows the plan.
Be about.
You have to win
He's
that.
taken out. It's a 2v2 in the blink of an eye. Thorns deaded. Anything to slow down the approach, the onslaught. The G2 are delivering. Rapid run around. G2 looking to group up. Hit the switch. Moving around. There's a smoke into your face now, and you're going to have to call this timing well. It's disjointed from G2, and Karen's got his eye on it. Watch for one at that. Not to be outdone. Playing further back positions here. Gen G do not want to throw disadvantage whatsoever. We've been in and out trying to ping pong here, but the time is ticking, and now it's ran out. Valen, no more chances. You can at least bring Karen down to the grave with you.
That's actually really important too.
Yeah.
They've done insane economic damage there. Yes, it's a must-win round for Gen G, and yes, they do get it over the line, but at what cost? The economical damage has been ridiculous there, inflicted by Valen and Leaf. What was that hop-up to delete Munchkin? He's waiting for the flank, but he's just not expecting that movement. And now, Gen G is still behind by 3, and they're coming into this one with double Guardians, light armor. They're excited about it because it gets them on the board and starting to roll forwards. But it doesn't get any easier.
And the money's looking pretty damn dire.
Texture seized.
Quick takeover towards it. Might be seized. There's no follow-up though because Jorgamo's opted into the operator. The big boom stick. Now he reveals his hand. Had to shoot the Prowler, had to evacuate and exit out.
And Jonah P happy to use a lot of utility. There's only one Prowler to try to get kind of passive information. And they've had Jorgamo push back here too. So I think in terms of the macro game, Gen G kind of winning this round. Jorg's going to have to go for some kind of info peak. Nobody set up to punish though.
Gen G inserting a bit of a pause, I think, expecting that G2 were going to go for some form of reclear.
But that's actually allowed Jorgamo to get back on the line. Leaf in a tucked position.
If this ends A, wall up, wall down. There's a timing here that Gen G is looking to utilize, and there's a Prowler connection. Still Leaf gets one. It's traded, showstopper not expected, but there it is. Collapses onto the floor, Jorgamo from the high ground. It's the operator looking to get value, looking to get a few more. Running it down to the side, the extremities getting cleared up, but Jorgamo accounted for, taken out as a 2v2. G2 versus Gen G Valen. Trying to clear, trying to be diligent. Blinding. Paranoia sweeps, no connection onto Caron. He's still going to see this one open. Sighted. Ash is seeing it, takes the connection. Knows that he's off of it for now, but the C's did not connect. Smoke's going to be blossoming, blooming, covering the intent of G2, and they cannot be denied.
They're looking incredible in these kind of scrappy moments. Gen G need a huge player advantage to be able to close rounds out, because otherwise, G2 are everywhere. Even in this spot, Leaf should never be getting one. But they find themselves in a 4v3. Even clean up Jorg. But coming back through, Trent applies so much pressure onto that defuse. And you got to give credit to Valen. He's having an incredible game. He's 12-1.
Locked in.
You don't expect him to be out here smoke diffing Caron.
G2 under that pressure to perform a perfect lower bracket run. Seems to be creating diamonds. And the money, bottom of the barrel purchases for Gen G once more. Slow as you go. Just trying to dodge and weave past these bullets. Working the map a little bit for Gen G there, hoping for a pickoff or two, and Rubble fight, hold up. Munchkin spotted out. Down to the side here, stun, maybe avoided. Jorgenmo's watching the one angle. Salvo onto the other. Got to deroot this guy, but Munchkin could potentially get some kills for his trouble. Spot him for the info, and everybody just calls it quits.
That's going to make Munchkin panic a little bit though, isn't it? This is one of the only rounds where we've seen Gen.G put that default over towards C, let Munchkin lurk, and a slower pace round. But it is on the eco. So how much can one guy really get done? He's calling the rest of the team back over to him. Yes. Trent's fully out of utility. No opportunity for those salvos to regenerate.
35 seconds left. Slowly going for this one again. Don't really have the weapons to be taking this fight.
30 seconds
All contact plays for now, but looking to explode potentially into blue room. And there it is, it's a Visalt.
They're tucking in close with classics and
Yeah,
shorties.
here it is. It's the pistols that have to do the work here. Jorgenmo, he's running hot on your heels. Shorty in hand from that kind of range. He's done the damage, but not quite the kill. Jonah P looking to redeem, and he has indeed shut down the kill. What a shot to find, leaves it down to Ash, and he's on double digits. There's no chance in hell he can make it out of that spot. 7-2 in his scoreline now for G2.
Rough moment there from Munchkin towards the end. Kind of panicked, jumped up. Maybe a bit of a mouse problem. G2 are storming away with the lead. Again, look back towards the historic matchup that these two teams have played previously. Lower bracket final, Masters Shanghai. Tournament that Gen.G ended up coming away with the victory, and
one enemy left.
they came out to a blistering lead in that match on Lotus. Now G2 fully in control.
Where are
And Gen.G generally have been in control of their games. They normally go up early in the first half. And then it's about whether they can close out. Here they're struggling to stay even close.
Just a float. Upshot rattling past just to put a bit of fear into Gen.G. They've been conceded, rubble control. There wasn't really much of a fight put up by G2.
I do like the slower pace though from Gen.G. I think it's more likely to find success.
Footsteps already crossed past, but unanticipated that Jorgenmo would be there. To Nightfall now. Scatters across. Sound cues are cut away. Moving forwards and back. There was that game crash, but here we go. Roll out the red carpet, roll out the salvos. There's nowhere to stand. Very few pockets indeed for Gen.G to be safe, but with a minute on the mark, they can bide their time. Let's play this one together.
And a player advantage retake for G2. They still have Paranoia, a flash from Jorgenmo, a stun from Trent. There's still plenty of utility here to make this work. And of course the player advantage.
Flash overhead. Out of Paranoia. Go button's going to be called for here by G2. They want to try and make a go of it. It's good for the positioning still. Ash is doing tremendous damage and tremendous work. Jorgenmo let's try and clear up that upper area, but the site is kind of flipped over. Gen.G, holy! Jorgenmo just locking on. One to stand. Karon! 3 bullets left. And the swarm just in time.
G2 again. Just boxed Gen.G into the site and it hit them with so much util. The operator from Jorg is also just getting astounding value. He's, despite getting pushed off his early lines, he's always finding a pick as they enter the site. And then also still somehow being able to find value. Nice! From the up and the shorty on the retake. Gen.G at some point in this tournament, after they've beaten Fnatic, I think,
time to
were most people's favorites to be the top team here.
There.
They need to wake up here in this game.
Looking out of it. Completely out of it with no real chance here. This is unbelievable.
Oh, Jorg is looking great with the op.
This kind of form. He's just unleashed here in the LAN environment on the big stage.
And he's dominating Texture. Texture's 2 and 10. This is one of the favorites for MVP here, if you were just looking at individual performances. I think it was Paperthin who said, there's no doubt who the best player in this tournament is. Well, he's just getting shut down, shut out.
Walking around the map here, Gen.G are looking for anything. Bit of presence by Foxy9, maybe feeling that the impetus is on him. Someone needs to step up and maybe get the ball rolling to get any sort of round they can as a timing. It's caught. Foxy9 can't get more for his troubles, but maybe one is enough. Still, Munchkin also going walkabouts. Paranoia connects. All up, it's going to be saved by him. Nightfall committed. G2 are just looking for info.
Yeah, that's just for information. Now, they've only caught 2, but the sound
30
cues,
seconds left.
Around.
a little bit
Spike
oblivious of the
down
spike
A.
dropped in no man's land. This is all going to be on Karen.
Caron even being spotted out. Beautiful correction. Leaf was just out into the open there, but watching onto every other avenue, G2 are not letting anything else slip.
He has the ult for the spike. It is
15 seconds
possible
left.
here.
Pick up the spike here. It's going to be a risky plan, though. They're already on
10
him.
seconds left.
Straight onto the site. Going to start to play this one all together now. Wide swing, wide space. Valen is feeling himself.
Why wouldn't he be? The team leader, the IGL for G2. He's not required usually to put up unbelievable numbers, but he's 15 and 2 right now. That's a shot and a half, though, from George. Rifles back in the hand of Gen G, though, as they try to close this one out with a 9-3. It's the best they can possibly hope for. Double operators, because the wealth is that large.
Last round of this first half, too, for Gen G to put up anything. At least they've got the rifles.
G2 are just so active. They're already putting pressure on the B-Lurk player, finding out that Munchkin is over here.
They're all over the place. Making good usage of the fade. Hello, okay. One of the first kills going away for Gen G now. Valen gone. We'll see how the rest of G2 end up playing this one. That's a tag through the wall.
That's crazy.
Jorg is not missing. He's everywhere at once. The TP took him out into the open, almost died for it. But did he anticipate Trent? He's tucked close and tight. Needs a few more, bit of spam. Raw bullets coming his way. There's a lot of teams coming for him, yet still he perseveres and reigns supreme. Munchkin scrambling left and right. Dimensional drift spotted, he can see it on the HUD, and Leaf just plucks him out of the picture. It's a 10-2 half.
Absolute domination here for G2. Gen G never had a hope in this half. There were early signs that maybe they could have done something with those rubble fights, but as soon as G2 got going, they were firmly in control. It would take something miraculous for Gen G to come back in the second half.
For an elimination game between two titans right now, Gen G are not standing up to the test the G2 are putting out. This is a squad that we wanted to see a resurgence from. You can see it reflected in the numbers, the Coinbase Econ report. It's all G2. There has been so far this entire first half. For Gen G, though, Josh, listen, on the back of that Wolves game, we needed to see a resurgence. They lost that one. They crumbled under the pressure of the second half of each map. They really throw away their advantages. Here, they don't have an advantage to work with.
Absolutely. I mean, they could just be bombing out right here. This is elimination, and you can't go quietly. Texture in particular, I mean, you're seeing it here reflected somewhat, But once he gets onto the defense half, you need to be getting an operator into this guy's hands, I think. You saw what Jorg was able to do with it, and Texture's been immaculate with the operator and so good on defense. If there's any chance here for Gen G, you need this guy to activate, but you also need the economy to even put the op in his hands in the first place.
And so Gen G need to get back into the business of winning these pistol rounds. And one of our best teams at this event, over 73% win rate with pistol rounds. That's how you get the economy booming.
Yeah, and then also they're going to have to fend off a G2 force buy with Stingers.
Exactly.
Even if they do win the pistol. So pistol rounds, weirdly enough, in this particular matchup, don't matter as much as they usually do because both teams are so good at winning even after they lose the pistol. Having said that though, it's a 10-2 half. So Gen G need anything they can get. Paranoia used instantly with a haunt to fake like Gen G are fighting super hard over Rumble.
Doubled up, it's a bit whiffy, it's tenuous at best. Flag taken, bullets rattled off. Ash weakened all the way down here. Bit of a drive-by, opening up the door, applying that pressure now towards C-Mount, and the TP back. It's fakes on fakes.
And it looks like Valiant's got the read that this Rubble pressure was a fake all along. It's only Karen.
Jump spot.
He's already used the Paranoia as well. Yeah.
Smoke's barely available to him. He's just got to try and scurry towards the back, but again, Salvador at your feet. Thorns in front. Needs to step up and try and take this. Fight straight to them. Blind as anything, still manages to grab one. But look at G2 already just getting into all the cracks in the defense. Any sort of gap whatsoever. But listen, that's a double fight that Jogamo was taking, and he didn't have a teammate to help him.
So a chance here for Gen G. 2 players controlling spawn and 2 players on the flank. Leaf could easily get caught out.
Player advantage for Gen G. As you mentioned, Leaf could definitely get caught out, but he's positioned himself well indeed. It's the first one, still fights happening on multiple avenues, multiple fronts. G2 filling up the feed and getting the better of it for now, but it's still that 2v2 and the damage done. There's no way! They're so damn low. There's still a chance for Texture. It's not planted for these G2 players. They're going to have to get a bit of a run on. First one's a good connection, brings it into the 1v1. Texture delivers.
He had to turn up. He had to deliver. And he needs the kills. He needs the economy to get this up online. Red Bull clutch in the end. There was barely any health on the board. It was, to some degree, ridiculous that Texture was even left in a 1v2. Munchkin, I think, should have been able to deal with it. He did hit a headshot onto Leaf, actually, but he was just a bit too focused on hunting down that kill. But nice composure from Texture in the clutch. And G2 are not going to go for a force here. So this is one of the few scenarios where G2 actually get the plant, get a lot of kills, and decide not to opt in. And I think this is actually the right idea, because if they force and lose, Gen G are starting to build up some momentum. If you ignore the force, you're doing all right.
Yeah. Trying to play the long con with the money, and okay, pistols in hand, actually still getting some value from it, even dinking Ash, bring them straight down, Jogamo over there with a follow-up.
They haven't even forced and they're in a 3v3.
This is dire for Gen G. Scattered with the players, Leaf is just going walkabout, seeing if he can bait out a bit of this one, and he's not even just baiting them all, he's full committing.
Yeah, he's just sent that, hasn't he? Taking the risk on the eco round.
Munchkin, though, is he going to be able to hear this one? Potentially. Might just be in the Venn diagram where he can get some information and call out for his team, but the rotations are coming late now from Gen G, so I think he might have just missed it.
A plant, but not a great one. Having said that, you're not going to be playing long-range off-site post-plants anyway. Jorg takes a full flash to the face.
I think Jorg might have just missed that timing. Onto Munchkin on the flank. Munchkin's still working with the Judge, not the best weapon, but...
A terrible weapon, in fact, for this flank.
He's hoping the rest of his team, I think, can try and push him into him potentially here. Orbs are going to be propped up here, and his timing's okay. Foxy9, and a watchful eye onto that one there. Good connection with the flash, and a bit of damage with the chip. Trent has got to try and do it now with a classic. And the weaponry finally gets the advantage that Gen G were looking for.
And not too bad overall, actually. Munchkin and Foxy can still keep their full armor. And so, while it looked like a very dangerous situation in the 3v3, Gen G have managed to come through relatively unscathed. Now, they didn't go for anybody saving money here. They put a lot of respect on G2. They knew that the force was possible, so that means nobody's gone for a pistol round in round 14 to save up for an operator, something like that. So they're still working with mediocre weaponry coming into this bonus. But if they can convert here, maybe there's a chance to apply the pressure back to G2. And they're putting a lot of their eggs into this rubble fight.
Yeah, bit of a preview of what's to come here. There's not much pushback. It's only Leaf. He's not going to be opted into all that. Combination of the util. It's going to set Karen up nice and pretty. He's got deep A main control now. It's going to make the guessing game off the map that much easier here for Gen G.
Worth paying attention as well while we're on this attack half to how Trent's going to be using his salvos. Is he going to be looking to use them for site execs, map control,
That's not
post-plan?
intended. Viper Orb ended up landing on the tusk of something. Caron feeling the pressure now with that util coming forward. Snake bite and a Prowler. Sends out that paranoia. Just a clone and Texture's watching.
You need this guy to activate.
I think they may have seen a lot of players' presence though, so now they're going to be making a move over towards C. Foxy9 gets info. Horn's going to be deaded. He's trying to slow this one down, buy some time for the rest of his team.
No wall though.
Horn's in through. Foxy9 just playing this one for the full retake.
Watch Texture's off. Watch Texture's ult here. They're going to try to push into him. A lot of pressure.
Salvos, this is actually disconnected. Ah, she still gets two. It's wonderful. It's beautiful. He was pushed into a really difficult spot, yet still Trent is getting that value. Round towards the pillar. Texture has to be the difference maker and is. Gains some side control, leaves it into just Jonah P. And he's not much for them. G walk all over the site.
Story here though, at the beginning of this second half, is that Texture is now online.
Yes.
He's been getting multi-kills. He's been really impactful. Winning them the clutch, getting 3 in this round. Impact kills as well. He's rocketed back up towards the top of the scoreboard for his squad. G2 forced into a stinger buy. Not that they're bad with these at all, but they're starting to get ults online too.
You're feeling it now. I think a bit of confidence back for Gen G. You convert the bonus like that. Spirits are going to be high. You know at this point, it's more than winnable. You just have to drag it over the line 1 round at a time.
The ult rounds are going to be the trickiest, and it actually could be right here.
It's all in.
Nightfall gained. Jorg, if he gets a kill, has the Yoru ult.
Full util up, Foxy9 squares up. Being challenged, that's the util. The TP forwards, the wall's going to be deaded on top of it. There's 2 players all the way in, but they're looking left, right, all over the place still. Up and over towards the wall. Leaf was able to pluck Foxy9 out. Ash is in. Trying to flood defend this one side by side with him and Texture. There's a disconnect here. G2 have called for a bit of a pause. Util's flying back and forth. Cutting them up now with the smokes, including the site. It's divided. Both teams looking for a pick.
Doesn't really look like there's a safe opportunity to plant here.
Drone out wide looking for info. G2 with their backs against the wall. Gen G have got them cornered.
Karen's actually staying all the way over towards Rubble in case G2 extract themselves, but Valen and Trent are really committed.
Hard stuck. Gen G cemented themselves, rooted. High-low setup.
How do you work a play here?
I don't even
if
know.
you're G2.
They're waiting for the smoke time is for 1. Propped up, now trying to take the fight. Ash! It's monstrous. Huge performance, timing taken, and the Prowler just misses it, but Texture on the high ground, watches for it. Gen G, this is what we were expecting from them, a bit of a bounce back.
G2, though, chose not to invest any of their ultimates. They did have a couple that they had one, the Nightfall, that they could have gone for in that round. But this is what they're saving. This is why they didn't force in round 14. This is why they haven't invested any ultimates yet. It's because when you have such a big lead, when it's a 10-2 half, you know that you should be able to close out with ult rounds. And this is one that we're about to watch here. Jorg with the Dimensional Drift. Jonah P can turn off everybody's audio, allow Jorg to make a play. How are they comboing these, if indeed they are? I'll handle this.
Sending it now, though. Dimensional Drift forwards. Salvo's in, breaking blue room, gives him access towards it. He's going to go for the B-split. Cheeky idea, Nightfall now, cutting away the sound user. Yeah, no anticipation. As you mentioned, they cooked it up, they combined it up. The ults getting tremendous value.
And the Tejo getting tremendous value to knock through that door and allow a safe path for Jorg.
Very cool opening idea by G2. They need another layer to this one. Gotta watch for it. On top of the box, that's an angle that is hard to get onto. Texture is punished for it. Trying to peek past it. 2 plays up towards heaven. Gen G to make a go for it. It's a 3-2-1 in the swing, but right through the smokes. It's a hard fight to win. 11 rounds now. Finally, G2 Get a round on the board on this half.
It's a tough one for Gen G to deal with. It's just straight out of the strat book. Beautiful idea from G2. Gets them one step closer to the finish line. As long as you can convert those kind of rounds, you're not too worried about Gen G winning the more neutral ones. It's a beautiful idea. And it also got Trent's ult online if they needed it. Didn't have to use it though, so maybe there's another idea here that Josh RT can cook up for them.
The round's already begun. Seeing emphasis placed over towards C. Now, Texture, finally.
Down, C.
Business booming operator in his hands, and now he can't really let loose.
And this is where the danger might start to mount for G2, because when Texture has an op, he can be a nightmare to deal with. If they were thinking about setting up some kind of play with the Taeho ult as well, that's no longer available. Entire game plan might have to shift here for Valorant.
Creeping and crawling, though, up through B main.
This is a spot that Leaf himself loves to play in.
Yeah, with the wall. Munchkin get a quick punish off. They try and jump spot this one. They're going to hear it walking, and Munchkin! It's beautiful work. Astounding stuff from the IGL.
One enemy remaining.
And G2 are just dropping like flies.
Fantastically clean round there from Gen G. Once the economy started booming, as you said, they got the op, they got the Odin, players into standard defensive positions, and Texture and Munchkin looking lights out. G2 forced onto another eco round. And they're going to take a tactical timeout here. I think a lot of this is going to come down to, do they have another good ult round in the bank?
Yeah.
Can they try to concoct something with the Armageddon, with the Viper's Pit? And Gen G, this is another opportunity for their coaches to try to add input and preempt those kind of game plans.
Gen G
Very
good
defense-sided map, though, so far.
It is. Yeah, game of two halves, really. Gen G coaches are very good at preempting certain ideas, trying to predict, feed information. Munchkin has definitely highlighted that in press interviews, talking about how good the coaches are, I think, actually setting him up to be a really fantastic IGL, always anticipating your enemy's moves. And they are dragging us forwards one round at a time. Dragging maybe the wrong word for it at this point, because Gen G are in full control of this half. With G2, they do only have to get 2, yes, but sometimes those last few rounds can be the hardest to get.
And you might think that G2's composition should be great in the post plant, but it's difficult to get to that spot. You know, Trent usually is not going to be able to save his salvos to just play some kind of cringe post plant setup. G2, they like to play for retake a lot, but Gen G are only playing about half the time to let their opponents plant. So most of the time they're playing up front, denying you at the choke points, and Trent's going to get his util forced out early.
Rounds up and over. Flash into his face, still pre-aims that haunt. It's a good play by Kara. Leading out a ton of util from these G2 players. Does he have a backup policy?
I mean, he could
Has
escape.
he exit his Foxy 9! That's the bloody policy! Looking for even more up and over. Still they're cleaned up. And this, against the G2 with not too many guns, upgrades are going to be acquired off of that.
Yeah, Karen didn't want to teleport away because he would have abandoned Foxy 9, and in the end they go 2 for 2. Munchkin gets in to reinforce, but he takes a fight.
He's gone.
Cover going out. And this is the opening, this is the window, this is the kind of mistake you cannot make.
Dire straights here for Gen G. Pit now swarming out wide. It's a poison that's going to be spreading. Ash trying to go for a bit of random spam, seeing if he can collect these kills, but there we go, sees and a nade, and Valen is no more, still the pit remains. Defensive wall is propped up here, and these G2 players are going to try and make the most of it. Ring around the rosies, operator in your hand, on top of it! And Ash, left reeling, left wondering, he has played it well, trying to pick up some sort of rifle. Leaf in front of him, it is a game of those timings. Leaf dominates it!
That's incredible precision there from Leaf at the end. Needed to hit that one, because Ash had the read exactly on where he was. That is mad that Texture goes in and swaps away from the shorty to the off. I can't believe he went for that. But overall, a fumble coming out of the tack timeout that Gen G cannot afford. Gets G2 up to map point.
Shot it, let's go, Damien.
And that's it, one more round is all it takes, and this is it. A brawl called for. Sees connects Dojo. Gamo attacks out with the operator, and that is not expected. That's an ult gone now. Texture no longer to be the playmaker in this pivotal round for Gen G. Map point for G2.
The tension in the air. Foxy9 and Munchkin both holding aggressive angles, looking to maybe be the playmaker.
Trying to make something happen for the rest of the team. More for the exit. Salvos towards the back. Foxy9!
Crazy.
Just trying to play and overstay.
Completely flushed out by one salvo there.
This is methodical. It's G2 dissecting the map up now. Armageddon rolls it out. TP into the back from Valen as well. Full access. Munchkin, he's already rolled away forward, trying to take that timing. Trying to take it well. God damn, man! If they needed him, he showed up and put up here, and it's a pivot for B. G2 call for the pause, but 30 seconds remaining, and heads are being popped straight through the wall. Damage being done. It's G2 tepid, trying to bait his fight down. It's a triple face in the end, and one player left to do it all. Charon, TP, throwing mind games into the mix, expecting potentially the pivot over towards A, but the plan is stuck now. G2 get into this one. Jonah P and Leaf to lock up this map, and one kill is all it takes. Lotus goes G2's way.
Seemed like an inevitability after a 10-2 half. Utterly dominant at the beginning there, G2. But Gen G started waking up and getting back into things. Unfortunately, a couple of fumbles towards the end, and they couldn't quite manage it. But next up is going to be Gen G's map pick. A haven, where hopefully the team looks a little bit more in it.
Yeah, some territory where they can get their heads back into the game and potentially hold a candle against this G2 squad that are determined not to exit out of this tournament early.
Today's game, I want us to just be high energy, okay, and always optimistic and focus forward, right? And once we win today, the whole tournament is gonna look at us and say, oh shit, it's G2 now. We have to play G2. Make this a proving point for yourself and for the team and for everyone around you, okay? We're gonna change the narrative of the tournament today, all right? I want energy today, guys. If you guys wanna get hyped, if you guys wanna yell at them, whatever you want, do it. Play like underdogs. They're the ones who said we're gonna take us out easy. They said that. They said that it's gonna be like just like last time at Shanghai, 2-0, a quick victory. If you guys wanna shit talk them back, go ahead and do it. This is your playground today. There's no pressure on us, okay? All the pressure's on them.
Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Hey.
Let me show you how to fuck stuff.
Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Red Bull gives you wings.
To the rhythm, you don't stop. They go.
are playing like they're in their golden era. I'm now joined by their coach, Josh RT. Now, against Paper Rex, you moved away from the Tejo. So what made the Tejo fade as well more viable in today's scenario?
I think mainly I was looking at informational control. I noticed that Gen.G has a certain style that I feel like we can read ahead and get ahead of the play. So why not just use two info agents in a sense? Not to mention like the util combos that we had. We can just carry that over from our previous meta. But we mainly just took this risk because we felt like we had to. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time. That was a masterclass. Good luck on map 2.
Hey, and that is exactly what we were saying up here on the desk as well. They needed to throw something at the wall, and well, they ended up throwing the thing that they've always thrown at the wall throughout the course of stage 1, which was Tejo, and that, as well as the sum of all of its parts, worked together to get G2 that victory. Let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, and you know you got to give it to the dog. It's Jogamo, who's got just all the plays, Kakuka. This guy was on fire with the op.
And speaking of the changes, of course, the initiators are important, but it also lays down on the comfort that Jogamo was finding back in the Euro. I think that for him, he feels more comfortable with this. He feels like he has the freedom. He reads better and fits better within all of the plans. And I think that just like Josh RT was saying, they knew what they were trying to achieve with this composition. That is why this round's 10-2 on the first half on the defense worked so well, because they had a response to everything that Gen.G was putting on the table, and it was actually very similar in most of the rounds. And this is the comparison on the first time that he played that Neon, and then today with the Euro. Maybe the numbers are not that crazy out, but I think you can tell from round to round, especially on that defense,
and the results.
How well, yeah, of course. Yeah. How well Jogamo was feeling in that first half.
The biggest thing for the strength of their defense that I think makes the Euro pick so good is those fast rotates with the TP, and once Jog gets the op in his head. Because if he's starting over towards C, has an A fight going on, he's instantly TPing. He's really aggressive at reposting on those lines. I think it makes their macro on defense way better when he does play on that Euro. But I wanted to talk a little bit about that macro overall, because I think that G2 had a great read on how to play around a lobby. Gen.G is a team that loves sending the fights there round after round. And G2, they conditioned those early fights. Obviously, they have a Teo double initiator comp. It's going to be good for that. But later in these rounds, they showed a lot of different, more passive looks where they're playing deeper on site. They're refighting it. Look at the pistol rounds here where they go for these active re-clear play. Later on in the half, it's the operator going for those reposts in the mid round. And it was a really nice read into how Gen.G plays that.
Yeah, you really did get the idea that whenever those plays were starting to manifest themselves, Gen.G were kind of like lost and not sure how to react in those moments because G2 were hitting them fast.
They kind of decided this, right? Like G2 were being very heavy on A. They were fighting for that rubble control. They could have at some point been like, okay, listen, we're gonna lose it for the first half of the round, and then we're going to really re-clear it. But I feel like Gen.G thought that they could be like one step ahead, and they simply weren't.
Yeah, they were not indeed. G2 as well. It's funny, watching this game, if you took away all of the name tags, told me that the defenders were G2, I would think this was the XLG game again. Like, I don't think G2 was phased at all that the opponent was Gen.G. The same fast reaction,
yes.
The same confidence from all of these players, the being on the perfectly same page in all those ways. It's the exact same stuff that won them the XLG game, and that's so good to see against an opponent that on paper should be way stronger, should be way scarier than XLG was in Toronto.
Yeah, no, that's a very good note there. But now we're left wondering, what does Gen.G do to bounce back into it? Thankfully, we have just the person to get on the case. It's Yinsu standing by with the coach of Gen.G.
I'm now joined by Coach Solo from Gen.G and Jen to do some translations ahead of map 2. Now, Haven is going to be very important for you, especially having a nice start. So what is the most important thing on that attack side?
감독님, 아무래도 헤이븐 시작부터 좋은 흐름을 만들어가는 게 중요할 것 같은데 공격 때 어떤 점이 가장 중요할까요?
일단 G2 선수들이 팀워크 부분이 뭐 전략 부분이 이런 거에 좋다 보니까 그 부분을 이길 수 있도록 공격적으로 저희가 맞받아치겠습니다.
I think we have to bring a lot of aggression into our first half since G2 they have great teamwork and great strats.
Thank you very much, Jen, and thank you, Coach Solo. Good luck.
All right, well, they're going to need to be coming out with a lot of aggression here. Haven is going to be the battleground for map 2 in Kukuka.
Yep.
We've seen both teams have success on this map, have some struggles on this map. What are you looking for here?
I'm looking for that Vice that we saw from that I think changes a little bit of the shape of the map this time coming around for the side of G2. Gen.G, even though this has been a good map for them in the past, they were able to beat Fnatic, also changing a little bit of the composition here and there. I think that they have to be very ready and sure that they can read onto all the layers that G2 are having on this Haven.
Texture had a really rough first half, as did the entire team on map 1, but he bounced back, had some big moments to win that bonus, make the map look at least a little bit more competitive. And you must look to him going into Haven. They've beaten MIBR and Fnatic on this map at this tournament already, and in both those games, Texture's Neon was one of the biggest reasons. I would argue that this might be his best map with that Neon. On the attack side, his dives are on point. On defense, when he has the AWP, it helps them out in the way they call so much. He's a beast here.
How do you stop him then if he's going to run roughshod all over you with that Neon?
I honestly think G2, again, just on their attack side, slow things down a little bit. This is a map where they have a lot of good initiator utility to play into those reclears with that Fade and with that Yoru to work in conjunction. You just cannot go in too quickly to anywhere he might be because he's so willing to disrespect you and walk down on the extremities.
I think that a good job that G2 have been making and measuring the distances that they're given and how much they're investing, not only in utility-wise, but also the bodies that they're putting onto side. We saw it yesterday. I think it works very, very well. And again, to me, is the layers that are going to be stopping Texture on the other side. That Vice, Leaf, playing there with the performance that he had yesterday, he's going to have an easy time, at least in my opinion, replicating that.
Here we go. What's up?
Hoping to see more from the rookies here for Gen.G.
Yeah.
Obviously,
without a doubt.
Texture started on a rough map, but both Ash and Foxy9, not really a rookie in his book, but still, I think has to prove himself globally. Those two guys were paramount in Gen.G, making it this far already. They need to be themselves on this map.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary here for either team. You see those double smokes coming in for G2 Esports, so they're going to probably lock in that Omen, but you know Valorant's barking at the troops, letting them know what's really good before they start this matchup here. But yeah, I mean, my eyes immediately Kukuka get drawn to Texture and that Neon. And also, I'm curious to see, as we had mentioned previously, how those rookies are going to set up, because this is it. You lose this, your tournament is done, you're out of here.
Yeah, exactly. So in this case, I would be more looking at Munchkin and Valing. We heard a very good speech coming in from Valing. The pressure is on Gen.G. There's the ones that have been performing, and everything could be done in a matter of 2 days for them. Right now, with all the momentum that G2 had over that Lotus, where, let's be honest, they dominated Gen.G, they have all the ingredients to put this in 2-0 fashion. And also looking at them, again, starting from the defense, I expect to see more of the same that we saw in the first map. Jog them all, if they start snowballing, just getting in that operator early and having a lot of impact on the team.
Well, Gen.G is in a spot that we did not think possible. They're facing elimination. They have to force a map 3 Toronto. Let's get some energy as we send it over to your casters, Brent and Sideshow.
Exactly right, it's all on the line. Gen.G, they have their home territory of Haven, their own map pick, but are up against a G2 squad that are raring to go. Valin in rare form himself as well, getting morale up for the troops. They want to take this one, they want to take this one cleanly.
I love the fact that Valin said we want to change the narrative here today, because I do think the narrative has shifted massively. Coming into this tournament, G2 were the de facto #1 seed. If you asked anybody who the most sensible pick to win the tournament would be, it'd be G2. And yet, some of that confidence seems to have dissipated. Gen.G going for a fast play, paranoia onto Valin, taking a bit of damage there.
Yeah, just near-sighted for a little bit, stepping back into the Nano Swarm here. Front A control. A short, a long, Gen.G have it. Waiting for their time to strike.
Munchkin walking up, clearing Trent's position.
Oh my goodness!
Going for the right click.
Yeah.
That's devious.
And heads up as well, just to really be diligent clearing that angle.
That looks like anti to me, because Trent was holding that position a ton.
A lot.
Now, Jorg is containing them in spawn. So G2 can still keep 3 players on A and be very confident about this.
We'll see if it's Gen.G to get put into the blender through the smoke. In through short, double up with the crossfire. There's a lot that needs to be dealt with. Util flying forwards, and so are the bullets. Gen.G are not going to be denied this chance. Grabbing access to the A site, grabbing a plan indeed, and Jorgamo, despite the incredible form he's been in, this would have to be an absolute world-class miracle. He's brought it into 1v3, but they know his location. And Texture is even wrapping behind. Ashen Caron looking to double up here. A lot to clear if your Jorg flash overhead. It's going to signal that things are to come, and Jorgamo is going to be dropped. Pistol round win for Gen G is a fantastic beginning. They needed this.
Yeah, I think it's a particularly good beginning because it showcases an awareness of how G2 have been playing this map, despite the fact that we've barely seen G2 play with this composition. This is a brand new comp that they've only brought out here for Toronto, and yet Gen G already is super aware that they want to be fighting tight crossfires. They're not putting a lot of focus on kind of backside behind default positions. They knew that Trent was going to tuck up close, and then I think it was Jonah P did exactly the same, and both times Gen G were aware. Already anticipating an eco round play, where G2 might be facing that mid-window. Slide across.
Yeah, triple face it early with Guardians and the rifle.
Yeah, and Gen G actually doing a bit of disrespect here too. Munchkin and Foxy9 only bringing pistols into this round, which, against a team that can force quite a lot.
I was about to mention it, that deep A lobby control. G2 are walking all the way up, but it was watched for.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin's just spamming into the smoke, isn't he?
Yeah. Jonah P handed the perfect line, but a double face in the end. There's too much to overcome, so Gen G now turn up the pace a little bit. Started to get a bit of a move on. Leaf looking for a timing of his own. Rooted into the back of the site, trying to take a time and pass his util. He's just spotted the bodies out. Foxy9 will be the savior. This should just be closed shut case for Gen G.
See who wants to build up their ultimate. I mean, prioritizing Foxy9 potentially here would be a good idea. He's already got the pistol in hand as well, so he could go and chase this, see if he can grab another one. Gen G with a very clean start to this map, and that's exactly what they needed. They just went down so early, almost without a fight at the start of Lotus. But we saw them start to get back into the game, and they do feel like they are at least shooting back, sharp.
Shadows traveling.
Not willing to go out of the tournament in easy fashion. Nobody chasing as well, looking for this kill onto Valen. So an ult orb denied. But Gen G, they keep the 3 rifles that they bought into this round, and they're going to be able to buy up 2 more, so, or at least 1 more. So this is going to be pretty dangerous bonus round here that you've got to imagine the Gen G coaches have got a specific game plan for.
Hefty purchase for them.
Gen G love doing kind of fake pressure. Take Garage early on and allow Munchkin to be the playmaker. His lurks through A are diabolically good.
Going to be another face in mid. Jorgon is going to be at least meeting them, 2 of them facing, and are they going to be expecting this? I didn't see it in the last round. Here it is, glide to the side, taking that fight out. Why? Jorgamo, only the 1.
He does well to get 1.
Which is crazy enough when you're facing that many players.
And here's that A lurk.
Munchkin disrespecting, taking liberties. It's a core part of the way that Gen G play, is making sure that Munchkin can get those lurks off.
He's found this timing, hasn't he? Trent is jiggle peeking the angle, thinking that he's got information. If anybody was to cross short, he doesn't realize that Munchkin's already here.
Yeah, now the IGL calling for the team to get into position. The Prowler's good. Connection there. Trent with the jump spot gets the info he was looking for. Now there's 3 players of G2 here. They could put up a stand, but instead grouping up for the re-clearance.
G2 with a nice read. Recognizing the Munchkin's over here, and it's been quiet on the rest of the map, but they're playing B and C for full retake.
Prowler didn't connect. Leaf has been inserted, though. Deeper position indeed. That's a critical one. You've cleared up A short now. A lot of the bite out of this A hit is going to be removed, and Snakebite just forcing the issue. Texture could have gone backwards, but instead chose to take the fight.
Just felt forced. His hand there. Gen G got to be starting to realize that G2 have been stacking A really heavily and very quickly in these rounds.
30 seconds left.
Despite the fact that Gen G came away with the win on the pistol, everybody from G2 was there.
28 seconds, roughly. It's ticking down now at this point, 20 to work with.
Revealing area.
B's the side that they're going to be looking towards. Still, it's a 2v4. That means risky business here for Gen G. They're going to have to put the guns and bodies on the line, I think, to try and stand a chance for this one. The Horde's barely broken. Ash is going to be connected, rooted, down into the spot, but no one's watching! Oh my! 2 dropped in the blink of an eye, but still all managed in the end by G2.
got dangerous there for a moment though, didn't it? An opportunity for Gen G to win. G2 maintaining composure and dealing with that final player. Only 2 rifles survived that though. It's a cool idea that we're seeing. But I do think Munchkin's a smart enough player to realize that G2 are putting massive focus on this A stack and A defense.
Yeah.
They're not playing A for retake in any of these rounds.
And a heavy premium on re-clearing A short.
Yeah, so I would imagine you do a little bit of A pressure, and Munchkin's going to be smart enough to realize that's opening up B and C massively. This time, though, looking like they want to pressure Garage early on.
A new beginning. Viper Wall is just one more element to really try and get past here. Deep Haunt alongside the Flash.
We've seen G2 go for this play before. Put up the Viper Wall, Flash Haunt through it. See if you can catch people as they're about to enter Garage. But Gen G had a passive start to this round.
Yeah, patient.
Very cautious.
Perhaps anticipating it, actually. If they've done their research and their homework.
Yeah, super possible. And Ash still has this drone, which is a great tool for setting up texture for this opening kill.
Valen. They'll look to try and put a stop to this one. A lot of pressure into Garage. Wall still up and Jorgamo walkabouts once more. So many players waiting on the other side! And the timing just not, Core Force opposed, just not ready for it. Jonapi was in control of the wall in that spot, and that means the go button called for. Gen G are forwards, Trent not accounted for. Still, onto the high ground, Caron sets himself up and sets his team up nicely, but the snakebite is going to be putting a pause to the plans. Gen G have got to get a few more bodies in here because G2 have them surrounded. Still at high ground angle, Caron getting amazing value, but here's G2. From all sides of things, they come out swinging. Foxy9 in a 1v2. Damage done to Jonah P. A bullet to the chest will do him in. The spike is retrievable, but only 14 seconds to work with the time pressure. He's going to have to commit to the B plan. Jonah P isolated, but the timing gets the worst of it. Jonah P gives him a bullet to the temple.
I really like the way that G2 have changed around their compositions. We didn't talk about it too much, but on Lotus, it was a massive change of comp that I think led to that dominant first half. And here, though it's not specifically against Gen G that they've altered this composition, it has changed the way they've played a lot. I mean, they're no longer playing, they're playing a flood, just a ton more. The snakebite there to put pressure onto the plant, and then they're through, they're in, trading out. Valen swings, Jonah P comes back in behind him, grabs 2. G2 are applying a lot of pressure onto Gen G as they're trying to get the spike down.
Spam offered up on either way. Trent gets the better of it. Gen G going to be grouping up now. This is the weaker buy for them.
And after a pretty good start to this map, this is where perhaps mental fragility is going to be a talking point. G2 trying to defend Garage control. They do have Thorns, they have Flash, they have tons of different tools here for Leaf to stay in control of Garage, or at least re-clear if they lose it.
And now just the Flash. Popped off, doesn't get the acknowledgement that there's players in there. Gen G take that timing. Slipping in, Leaf has to be cautious if he wants to try and take this fight here and now. In that deep C position, Jorgamo cemented. That's going to be pivotal when this hit starts to come through. Leaf is just raring to go, man. He's just spamming through the smoke, trying to take that timing past them. And he's still not to be dissuaded. Sticks around and plays his life. Jorgamo now going to be taking the peak of his own. Fights to be taken on every single angle. Crunching Gen G in their space.
Gen G are getting dismantled here. The light weaponry isn't even the problem necessarily in this round. But Gen G just got funneled into Garage. Leaf was happy to give it up. Trent actually, after getting this kill, he re-cleared A long with a Haunt, got full info down there, and Jorgmo's got full info down C long. So they know that all 5 players are coming through Garage. I mean, maybe there could be like one B lurk, but apart from that, they know 100% where everyone is. The macro game is getting dominated right now by G2.
It's how you have to play against a team like Gen G. When they do play so lurk heavy with a Viper comp as well, Munchkin loves to take those timings. So you're seeing the game plan. G2, all the emphasis being placed on re-clearing, information gathering, deep positions that they can place players into to make the calling that much easier. Looking towards Garage. Shock dart, there were no thorns there to receive this.
If you've done your homework, and you know that Leaf has this flash here, I mean, they've literally heard it. So you know that there's a period of time now where they're not going to be able to flash to re-clear information in Garage. So if you can go and take it, G2 have got to be worried about it. So now the smoke comes up. Now G2 have got to be a little bit concerned. And this really is where Munchkin could try to activate on his A-lurk. He's just dodged a Prowler.
There's pressure on his shoulders. 3-2. It's a narrow margin in terms of the way that G2 are winning, but they're up a map. Haunt breaks it. He's going to reveal it. Inserted himself there into A long, and Munchkin's gone. Jorgamo.
They've got such great game plans for dealing with this. They know exactly how Gen.G are playing.
And they're just drawing the blood out of these Gen.G bodies. One step at a time. No fancy re-clearing protocols, just really just offering themselves up to try and take it. And now Gen.G, less than 30 seconds left.
And they look a little lost.
Yeah.
I mean, what is the game plan here? It's just probably going to end up being a save. They don't even look like they want to go for it. They are losing massively in terms of the macro game here.
10 seconds left.
They've put so much emphasis for months now, actually, with different variations of these compositions, on Munchkin being able to crack open A on his own.
God.
And G2 are hyper aware of it. They know that Munchkin has to take timings based on Trent's utility. He can't walk into a Prowler or a Haunt, so he has to be trying to take the timings between those pieces of util. And then they're so ready for it. Yeah. Jorgamo pushing up short, catching him on the backstab as he has to retreat after the Haunt is thrown. And really, Gen.G's game plan there was to go and try to put pressure Garage and force G2 to re-clear it. And then, all right, you know that there's 2-3 people from G2 re-clearing Garage. They didn't even bother. No. They were just happy to give it up because they knew exactly what was happening. They knew it was fake. Brutal how much currently Valen is inside Munchkin's head. And the Gen.G coach is forced to take this tactical timeout to redress the massive gap at the moment that's burgeoning.
It's a 2-round lead for now, but you've got to get that fire back, that passion in your bellies to know that you're capable of going a distance and going far. Even against a team like G2, you need game plans to do it for now. Getting outplayed, as we've already mentioned.
And you might think, all right, well, what about if you just do something fast? What about a fast C pop or a B pop? The problem is you might run into the Vice Wall.
Yeah.
You don't know where it is. There's 3 good spots for the Vice Wall. If it's going to be either at C main, it's going to be in the middle of Garage, or it's going to be at the front of B. And you can't afford to run into it. Because if you do, that's probably a fast round just getting melted. And then if you try to go quick over towards A, well, that's where G2 are playing usually 3 bodies. And you're running into kind of potentially a snake bite or a seize or, you know, something that's going to lock you in the choke. So it's really tough to increase the tempo.
It's going to get even harder. Jonah P. That's a pit earned up, lays this one down over towards C.
And you can see in this round that that Vice Wall is in Garage. So a flash, trying to keep Gen.G honest.
Deeper position.
Here. They are going to walk up, though, and at least be able to bait the wall out this time.
Drone is here. They finally spot it. The wall's just trying to get baited out. A bit of jump spotting for it. Thorns are deaded.
So now you could back up and go into a B exec because you know the Vice Wall isn't there. There is a little bit of freedom now for Gen.G, but C is tough with Jonah P's ult.
Still, Jonah P's now worried about his back because they've put that pressure into Garage and removed the util, and Gen.G looking in a different direction.
Recon back in 2.
Yep, grouping up now for the pop. We're going to see it happen. Texture is going to be the tip of the spear. No players anchoring on site for G2. All up and over. Stun through main.
Last time G2 flooded. They didn't play a set retake. They were ready to fight. This time, though, they don't really have players in position.
Breaking a bit of the util. There's ults to be used for G2 if they want to try and play this one. The retake, and here's the first one, Dimensional Drift. Jorgamo is going to be getting information. Spots it out into the smoke, trying to body block Texture. It's going to be cladded there, at least with the Nightfall. It's going to be scattering forwards. Caron. What the hell has he got there? Texture eliminating, trying to eviscerate a bit more, yet he's put down entirely.
Sova ult.
Leaf sticking, Sova on his get value is half onto the defuse already, and Trent is taken out. Munchkin delivering a death blow. 2 for it. Leaf has earned himself win cons potentially, but time is ticking in a 1v3. Good luck to you.
This is
Off onto the edge. Doesn't stick it. He's looking for the fight, and Munchkin will give him it.
A good round there coming out of the tactical timeout for Gen G. They were forced to call an audible after they ran into the Vice wall in Garage. I don't think that would have been the initial game plan that the coaches called, but a nice adaptation from Munchkin. And Karen here, I think he was just ulting to try to escape away from that dimensional drift. It was a Yoru ult paranoia play that G2 were trying to cook up on the retake, and he ends up kind of evacuating and catching somebody. That's a big one, an important one for Gen G. But now Jorgamo with an operator, and he was doing nasty, nasty stuff on Lotus.
Yeah, phenomenal work. Has to take the timing a bit more passive though, because Texture lays down it, but it's just a half clearance. In for a short, deals with him. Shorty in the back pocket.
And then set up by Fade Utility to re-clear and get onto an angle.
Posted back up, trying to take that swing. That's Valen going down though. This should be the C side cracked open.
Enormous impact kill from Foxy9 on the entry. And they have Munchkin's ult to be able to work with.
Viper's Pit even being committed. Dawn's to tangle them up. Leaf wants to try and take this fight forwards! When it just reduced down to the side arms. Even expecting where Karen could be, Leaf is just absolutely monstrous. Munchkin still alive. Pit will remain, but for how much longer? Not at all!
You thought that Foxy9 had created the opening for Gen G. He gets in, barrels over Valen, a pit down on the side. And yet Leaf, constant thorn in the side, rips away all of the weaponry and charges through like a bull in a china shop. They are trying to rewrite the narrative today and get back to when people were putting not just respect but fear on the G2 name.
Yeah, a team that you do not want to run into at any stage of the tournament.
Karen's come into this round with just a ghost. They're half buying even though 4 of them have weapons. That's weird.
It is weird. They have money still. It's an odd situation to be in. Could buy for the next round, potentially. But they're just struggling to deal with the setup defensively. Munchkin, though, that's a critical kill. What a shot. The drone even spotting it off into the corner. Leaf will have to get the hell out of there. Munchkin walking around. Even Trent himself just... No, Util used to clear that one. This is a game of timings that Munchkin has one out, finally.
The spike drop, though. The spike dropped in window.
What is occurring there?
Ash in a really exposed position, and that's going to slow everything down, but I don't think G2 are going to have the timing to be able to get back into A before the plant comes down. No. Problem is, Leaf's just really far back.
4v3. Just walking straight into it. That operator has exchanged hands, and this time, G2 feeling the ire of it. Texture, it's no slouch.
He almost missed the timing, but hits the quick scope.
He's in though. Past this one. A lot of angles to account for though. He needs some backup from Leaf, and they go for the 3-2-1 swing. Good movement from Karen. Almost went wrong for them. But he offset the aim of Jonah P. Leaf's just going to tuck himself in. We've seen him win a clutch from this spot before, but it very much different circumstances against Gen G situation with the spike ticking in the way that it is. Yeah, he has to give this one up finally. Gen G going to be happy with this one, and finally the IGL of Munchkin getting value on his lurks.
Yeah, mostly just set up because he hit a blinder of a shot onto Jorgamo, and to be fair, Jorg does miss, even though that's the exact fight that Jorg was looking for. So, you know, crosshair placement's not perfect. He's on a bit of an open spot here. But he misses one operator shot, and that's the only opening that Munchkin needs. Trent hoping that Munchkin wasn't taking the fastest timing in the world. And Josh RT, by the look of it, expects perfection, because despite the fact that Gen G still look like they're struggling to get into this game, G2 have taken attack time out here. Yeah. Already looking to make changes and mix things up with 3 rounds left to play in this half.
You can feel how important those last remaining rounds really are. Gen G just trailing ever so slightly, but respect on their name. They can catch up, they can put up the numbers, and they can put you all the way down to that 3rd map. That's what they're hoping for here, and that's why, as you said, Josh RT calling that timeout, hitting the button.
And I think one of the things he might be mentioning here is that Munchkin is conditioned to play quite slowly on the lurk. Now, I did just say that he took a fast timing, but that was after he'd already killed Jorg.
Yeah.
Right? At the beginning of the rounds, he's going to be playing fairly passively in A lobby because he's respecting the fact that Jorg could be there with a shorty, Trent could be throwing prowlers and stuff like that. So G2 might not have to worry so much about A at the very beginning of the rounds, and they're actually swapping Leaf over to defend that. So it will be a more passive setup on the A side. Josh calling a pretty big pivot. And there is potential for that same Flash Haunt kind of set play. Because Gen.G taking a bit of garage control early.
Yeah, just trying to force out where the util was. And we know that Leaf has set up shop in a different place.
Already, though, that Prowler is going to tell them that something's different.
Yeah.
If Trent is over on garage, where is the Vice? And also, who's defending A? These are the kind of questions that Munchkin's going to be thinking.
Karon's position holding anti-flash just in case G2 go for that fast play. The Haunt and the Flash, of course, the Haunt used prior. Sees as the drone is going to be clearing most of the way. That's a tag through the smoke. Got to respect that. Trent's got to back away. Could get wallbanged.
Yeah, that's pretty big. I'm wondering if they're going to lead with Foxy9's ultimate, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like they're going to pop.
If they're going to be, they're going to be troubled. I think Jorgamo is tucked close to the corner. Nice and tight. Great trade by Ash.
They still have
the opening in the entry.
They still have Foxy9's ult.
You should run.
Here it is. Lockdown going to be used. After the fact here, G2. Do you take this one fast or do you wait this one out?
You got to wait it out. You got to respect it.
On the clock. Yeah, Leaf's taking pot shots, hoping that he can potentially get a kill or two.
Oh, Valen using his ult to dodge it. Is he going to cancel that one? Oh, he got detained.
Detained. Maybe
that's
missed the timing on it.
Yeah, he missed the timing on that one quite badly.
Come through the back though, they knew that position was accounted for, so Karon's going to be taken out. Still a 3v3 G2. Making a move on now, time's ticking. So is the spike TP up towards our top, trying to offset this one. Great movement, Foxy9 still alive, playing his life. Dart towards the side, Ash tries to avoid capture. It's a gun that needs to be picked up, but he realizes it now, Trent. Not enough time to work with it. Gen.G, they bring it level.
Great recovery in this half from Gen.G. Looked like they were down and out at one point after they got a good start on the pistol. But a couple of these rounds, the set plays, garage control into the B exit has been working. That's been the thing that's been getting them the most of these rounds. And it allows them to play these offsite post plants that are pretty drilled. Munchkin sat all the way back. Player in Cubby. Ash deserves credit in that round as well for hitting some really important shots, including the trade onto Jorg. And G2, their economy is finally shot.
Gen.G roaring in those replays. You can see how much this meant for them. Jorgamo. Walkabouts through mid. Alarm not going to be broken. It's going to be signaling that there is that deep push going. And what's the reaction from Gen.G? They want to go fast. They're going to be contending with all that Vice util. Well, not anymore. Leaf's gone. All going to be quite useless onto the side here. Another timing to be taken by Jorgamo. He's inside the smoke, and he might be inside their heads. Going for it, trying to reset that one. It's a flood attempt, G2. Already in through the back and clearing out the site.
Spike down A.
They're just ridiculous on these eco rounds. Jorg pulled all of the pressure towards him, and Foxy9's got it all to do.
That rifle still snaps towards it, has the angles, finds the kills. Into the 1v1, Jonah P doesn't know where he is. Tap, trying to bring him out into the open. But the timing miss once more.
So snappy from Foxy9, he almost managed it. But G2 close things out in their 3v1 and win the MasterCard Thrifty. They're just... The play from Jorg is absolutely perfect, just to pull eyes. Look at that, that's a free kill for Valen as he runs back in onto Munchkin, who's spamming back into the smoke. The flood is perfectly timed off that anchor pressure from Jorg. And he's got his head in his hands, he knows he should have been able to win that one. Could have been Gen.G taking the lead back.
A lot of spam, a lot of pressure. Gen.G trying to clear. Bit of garage control. The setup has adjusted once more for G2, but it's the final round, this first half.
And broadly speaking, I mean, Gen.G have been getting their success from garage pressure into B pops. So I'm wondering whether G2 are actually ready for that. I mean, the Vice wall has changed. We now have a Vice wall over towards the front of B. And Gen.G haven't really been threatening front B and trying to bait that out, it's a tough one because you need to be smoking both sides before you bait it.
Down to the minute mark. Drone re-clearance. If they're tracking the money, they're going to know that Jorgamo has that operator available if he chooses to invest into it, which he has. He's got control of C long. Trent gets acknowledgement from the Prowler.
10 seconds until a haunt as well.
Pressure in through Garage. That's a kill onto Leaf, and that might just change the game plan entirely. They were looking to go in a different direction. Jorgamo
what a shot.
Gives them second thoughts.
30 seconds left.
Pins Munchkin to the wall with that one. They still want to go forwards, and now moving into Peters. 25 seconds left into this round.
But no Vice Wall.
Moving forwards now. The stun onto the left side. Holding your ground down, Jonah P! Wrangles controlling the rifle. And the dreams and hopes of Gen G are scattered to the wind here.
10 seconds left.
Playing with them.
Jorg finishes it off, and a beautiful opener, but the 3 kills in the middle from the hometown hero, who's at the top of the scoreboard for G2. And Valin has inspired this team to feel like they are accessing that underdog mentality again. It's a slim lead at the half for G2, but the game plans have all been working well.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Old school.
We are Gen G, the ones staring down the barrel of defeat. And all the pressure on the shoulders of Munchkin as an IGL to try and come up with the goods, a pistol round idea, a strategy to make it potentially even, to just hold on, I think, to their hopes of making a difference. The Coinbase Econ report, you can see the numbers relatively even as things go, but this is a game that is tenuous here. G2 are in the driving seat. Gen G, the ones that need to put up or shut up and go home.
They were the team that said they would win 2-0 today. I mean, some of that's bluff and bluster, obviously. I mean, they're down to talk some smack, but also that was what happened the last time these two teams faced. Despite the fact that G2, maybe you could have argued, were favored at Shanghai. Here, I think a pretty even game. And yet it's Gen G potentially on the chopping block. And the fashion in which they lost in the upper bracket, legendary. Yeah, up 9-3 on the first map, up 8-4 at the half on the second map. And I wonder if that's done something to rattle them a little bit. Because we haven't seen the same passion, maybe a bit of whimsy from Gen G.
No.
It's looked tense, it's looked difficult for them.
Yeah, not the same smiles.
And they've never really gotten into a flow. Every half, even this one, that was fairly competitive, was stop and start.
Well, it needs to be a better beginning, Gen G. They've been almost a statistical anomaly with the amount of pistol rounds they've been winning overall. They'd love to keep that one going here.
They got the first on Haven, and they're walking down mid now.
They're going to meet it. It's a clash of the players, and the bloodbath is called for here with a paranoid sweeping forwards. Trent snaps forwards and Munchkin! The bullets, the entire clip emptied out and damage done. Finally a kill claimed. It's 3 for him.
But look at Jonah P. Again, he's managed to work his way through. There's no way he's expected.
Back, and the damage done. His players are weakened. Caron snaps 180. Keeps the hopes up and keeps the dream alive of a pistol round. Win the timing. Trent out to the smoke, and it's a guessing game for where this last player could be here. Looking for it, and he's just missed it. Ash and Charon combine their might towards the end here. A pistol round win, another one added into the tally, and they want to keep this momentum forward now. They want to keep it going.
Massively important pistol here for Gen G. And the question is, do G2 force? They didn't get a spike plant. They got quite a lot of kills. These are the kind of spots where normally we are seeing G2 start to force here at Masters Toronto. That 3K from Munchkin is everything, just when we were talking about how he needs to be playing an immaculate game. Now, you guys didn't see it at home, but G2 were thinking about forcing. Some of them bought Stingers, then sold them again, and the end result is it's only Jorg with one in his hand.
A mistake or not too sure.
I don't think it is either. I think he did it very late. I think that was part of the game plan.
Wall in your face makes this a difficult angle, yet okay, you can take the pot shots. Shooting fish in a barrel. There's only a few angles they can be playing from. Charon is rewarded. The drone's going to be spotting a lot of bodies there. Moving forwards, taking that A space.
G2 themselves are going to be trying to make great use out of the Viper wall, applying pressure to the A defense. Gen G are super happy to be playing these Viper v Viper situations, so I think when Gen G are on the defense side.
Util overhead. You're going to hear this one with the TP forwards, and they're taking a peek. It's a fake and a bait, yet still Texture has that composure. Shuts down two of the players. Waiting for it. Leaf is answered. Drop dead in his sights. Charon has got a full lock now onto the side, and Ash gets the follow-up here. Flawless for them. Everybody surviving. The roar from the Gen G players. You can hear it from here.
Yeah, massive amounts of weaponry saved. Even, I think, 3 people not even having to rebuy the armor. So, an exceptionally clean round. G2, remember that one of the players, Jorgamo, did actually force into this. So they're going to be coming into the next round, an anti-bonus with 2 Stingers and 3 rifles.
It's a weird one.
It's a very strange one for G2.
Gen G starting to smile a little bit more, getting the whimsy back. Handshake with the util.
And once more, as soon as Texture's able to get an op online, the things he's been doing with Neon op is unbelievable.
It's disgusting.
His movement's spectacular.
One of the most active players we've got.
So G2 need to be putting up these rounds early before Texture gets that weapon.
Munchkin a lot of trust in his aim here. He's crouched out into the open. He could be overwhelmed at a moment's notice. He's got no backup. There's the smoke. Only gives him the timing. Layers down that snake bite. Use pound for pound. Slightest of angles, and he will need to respect that now. Bullets flying forwards, breaking a portion of it. High ground. Charon.
Good awareness from Leaf.
And he's knocked. Forwards though. More needs to be broken. Kills. Potential for it with the Bulldog though. It's not the weapon of choice. The stir up blood attempt is called for. Gen G trying to get themselves in there with bodies. And more Ash. Second guesses it. Finally catches on to it.
Trent.
Spike planted.
Latches to the corner. What a shot tap from Ash. He's brought them a win con. He's brought them a chance here. And it brought them into the 2v2. The drone just spotting it. Tight to the corner. Leaf will have to reposition. Close together now. Texture. Ash move together as a unit, as one. Ash cannot do it all.
I'll have what I owe.
Leaf collects and G2 go up, but it cost them a lot. That's a pretty successful bonus round from Gen G. Think about the fact that they brought only 2 Stingers into that round, G2. I mean, 2 Stingers and 3 rifles, of course. They're going to have a pretty similar buy again. Some wonky moments in this round. Great shock dart, though, onto Trent, who was extremely weak.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
This is the round where if Gen G can win it, they might be able to think about getting the operator back up. And of course, G2's economy would be shot.
Yeah, the money's still not corrected properly here for G2.
And this is all before you even get the ults online.
Dart's going to be avoided. Texture is still deep tucked onto A long.
And they're not really worried about short because Foxy9's popped his alarm bot down there.
Prowler missed. G2 are grouping up though. Texture. This is time in the sun there, but shut down.
There.
Jorgamo removes him. Alarm bot broken, and now with the util sailing up and overhead, it's all going to be on Foxy9. Feels like a hit, and it will be a hit. Foxy9, how the hell do you overcome all of this one here? Still TP forwards, no trade there eventually. Jonah B, it's labored in the process, but a haunt and a beak. It's picture perfect from Trent.
That's an amazing play from Trent on his own. G2 have managed to get themselves in onto the site. I don't see a way back in for Gen G.
2v4 Ash is alone doing this. Munchkin, other end of the map. Just going to make a go. Anticipating.
What a freebie.
A trade. Yeah, it is a free kill. There was no trade or swing from G2. Ash was almost ready for it, but this is just going to be...
I mean, Munchkin has no interest in even taking part in this.
He wasn't playing it at all.
No, he's just playing for the economy here. This was a really pivotal round. If Gen G had been able to win it, you're expecting that they start to get the economy really snowballing. And Texture could have got that up. Now, though, with G2 coming away with a victory, they stabilize the attacking economy. No more stingers for them. And Gen G, it's the Korean team that's going to be going towards the bargain buy.
Here.
Very back and forth.
Don't miss.
2-round lead. Steady for G2. The emphasis still placed on Gen G, I think, to come up with a response to stay alive in this tournament. It's elimination. And a loss here means a 5th-6th exit out of the tournament. Not what they were hoping for. Not what they were wishing when everybody was singing their praises earlier on in the tournament.
I mean, they looked utterly dominant early on. And part of the reason was Texture. He's only got a Sheriff now, looking to try to defend C.
Bit of posturing from G2. They don't see too many signs of life, but walking up here. God, and that's just a Sheriff diff.
God, what a shot. No, they both had rifles there.
Yeah.
That was a
rifle.
A 140
with a Phantom.
With aim punch, and Jorgamo somehow managed to land the headshot still. On a crazy off angle too. I mean,
Ridiculous adjustment.
Munchkin is really favored there. It's a weird angle.
Cover going out.
Rifle reclaimed at least.
Could be a blessing in disguise as well, yeah, because Texture actually gets the rifle on into his hands, and if anybody's going to carry them through this defense half, it's Texture who's been one of the front runners at this tournament for MVP. But crashing out in 5th to 6th didn't look like it was on the cards for Gen G. They're only 4 rounds away from that being a reality, though. Texture has got to rewrite history.
And all the pressure falling onto his shoulders here. Dodging the flash Nightfall, though. He's going to have everything cut away. Got to rely on the raw aim. Got to rely on the mechanics. It's just a 1. Foxy9 inserted, sees them, but just misses it with a crosshair placement. G2 are overwhelming. It's an onslaught that they deliver onto the site. With the money in the state that it is, Ash can't even attempt it.
Texture getting 1. I think Foxy9 should be doing slightly better from that position, but he really did only have the Sheriff. G2 going up to a comfortable lead here. And it's Gen G's economy that, again, is going to be on the rocks. And more importantly, perhaps than even that, the ultimates are going to start to snowball.
Yeah.
Jorgamo, he can play for an ult orb in the next round, and then you've got one of the best attacking ults to try to take space, take information, increase tempo. Gen G are going to find it hard-pressed to deal with that, especially if it's used over towards C, like through Garage, for example. Scout out what the Garage defense looks like, find out where the C player is, hit them with a Paranoia. These kind of combos are just so powerful.
It's heartbreaking right now for Gen G. These rounds are just, feels like they're just bleeding out slowly over time.
That's
plays like this, kills like this. I mean, it's an insane adjustment by Jorgamo.
It's a special shot, and the crouch is excellent too.
30 seconds left.
Texture is going to get his op online here, Brent.
Yeah,
enemy
is.
And he's going to look for a peek in this next round down towards short. That's exactly where all 5 players of G2 are.
Time to get active. You're losing the map and you're losing the series and you're losing your lifeline in this tournament. Gen G. Got to put up a response here, and now G2 not shy, making all the noise in the world over towards A.
How is Texture actually getting an opportunity here? He got blocked off by the Thorns from the Vice.
Blocked off. He's hard committed now onto the 1 angle. Jorgamo cleared out. Thrown there. We'll respect it.
So this might allow Texture, if he's bold, to get back up onto the A-long angle. You don't know that it's clear, so he's tentative here. but once he gets posted, it's good information for Gen G.
He's easing up. We'll have to worry about the Viper wall if it gets pushed up into his face. G2 we're going exploring now elsewhere. Through mid. Thorns into garage. Feels like many things here, but the pressure's now on Munchkin once more. Smoke, it's a weird one.
I mean, it's to smoke off the alarm bot and threaten a B-lurk, but Munchkin looks at it and he's like, well, that's a fake 100% of the time.
And back into texture.
Here.
He's been in the MVP running and he's got to show it here and now. The shot just misses. Glides straight past. Valen's very lucky.
30 seconds left.
Result of it.
They're leaving. They're going back towards garage.
Straight into it. Foxy9 now. His turn to be the playmaker, but he's going to be hearing potentially some signs of life. Calling for a TP all the way through. Valen's clearing close. Foxy9, he's missed the timing. He's trying to get close up forwards into them. He's catched it. Bounced down by the ankle. Trace it out anyway to flood in. Gen G trying to get a move on. Being shut down entirely.
Spike down.
Door slapped in their face, but there's no time left. And they're going to collect these kills. Is there time to plant? Not quite. Gen G got it.
That's absurd. Ashy wins the round, and Jonah even committed the ult.
Oh my goodness.
That's mad. I mean, we've got to see a replay of that, but I think that was literally milliseconds. I had no idea whether or not they were getting that plant down in time.
Holding my breath on that one. What was the timing on it? And like you said as well, Jonah P committing the pit.
They thought they had it. A Red Bull clutch, technically. Yeah, I mean,
yes,
a sliver.
Barely missed. Big loss here for G2, but a massive win for Gen G. Only trailing by 2. Dimensional Drift committed, along with the TP. Spotting out Munchkin here. Things happening. Trying to follow up forwards here. This is Foxy9 playing once more inside that smoke, but he's vulnerable. Nana Swarm, there's a judge in his hands, and he still gets the better of it. Picks up the gun. An evacuation called for G2.
The whole game plan there was just to try to spam off Jorgamo's information. Munchkin, he took a ton of damage, but now they're going back into
Charon, hard committed. Repositions, Paranoia with a jump spot. Not to be outdone.
Feels rushed at this point from G2, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit tilted, perhaps.
Gen G making him work for every inch of space. Charon! He's monstrous right now. Doesn't want to be removed. He's a line of defense for this team, and as much as you want to bait those shots out, you're not getting squat.
The tiniest of margins, milliseconds on the clock in that prior round. Feels like it could have changed the game here. G2 went for something a little quick. Didn't get the value out of Jorgamo's ultimate, and then a scrambling. And it does look a little bit sloppy. Like I said, maybe a little bit tilted. Josh RT's going to take a tactical timeout here. Gen G looking like they believe again.
There's that passion. And G2 forced to take a timeout on the other side of it. As we've been mentioning,
the economy's
round
not
18,
good.
Just the state of how that round ended, expending an ult. It's a tilter, you got to get your head back into the game. Now these are tenured players at this point for G2. We're used to thinking of them as like this Ascension team, quite young up there, but they have been around the block at this point. They've been to many a global show, many a global event. They have the experience to be able to weather any kind of storm, especially situations like this, but you could say the same for Gen G.
Yeah, the mental fortitude, I think, really comes through for Gen G. Josh scanning the notes. There's ult plays that they could potentially be looking towards, but it's only the Vice ult that they have. The others are a long way away from coming online. So for quite a while now, it's going to be Gen G who have the economy advantage, both in terms of weaponry and ults. It's going to require something special for G2. But Gen G do love a scrap. And if you end up getting caught by these stingers, G2 can be a very tough team. If they spot a weakness, they will swarm. And right now, eyes look set on either Garage or B. It's a bait and switch defense in Garage.
Texture lying in wait.
And Foxy9 there to bail him out.
Double scoped up. Could get overwhelmed. Swarmed. Prowler to connect. Has to really get the hell out of there. The corner was cleared here. Seeing the rotation immediately there from G2. They want to try and make moves. Munchkin is immediately there with a snake bomb. That's a smoke TP play. Valen, he's in. straight into the fray, but he's alone at the case, and he's got to use a second TV just to get the hell out.
Yeah, they didn't like the look of that one. Didn't even break the alarm bot, actually, either. And now looking to try to go back into Garage. Foxy9 is very isolated here on C.
Want to clear forwards.
He's super confident here, Foxy. He's got the turret and himself playing contact.
It's easy to get overwhelmed, especially against those stingers. A bit of spam. G2 playing it patiently. They're waiting. 37 seconds, though. It leaves you with limited options, and already the rotations are abound. Gen.G reinforcing up the C site.
But no pressure over towards A at all.
Exploring for Foxy9. Will he catch the kill? Yes, he will. It's almost done. Finished off here. G2 going to try and get a move on now. Bodies potentially falling. It's running and gunning from Valen. He's just trying to claim any sort of space. Munchkin dominating. Reign supreme onto the site. You're getting a mad dash and a scurry, but Ash is going to be waiting for you. The time's not even barely there. It's knives out for Jonah. And no chance now for G2. 10-10 for Gen.G here. They are pulling this back.
Even score line, with everything on the line for Gen.G. But I think there's a silver lining here for G2, and it's that Soveralt and Killjoy were both used in this round to stop an eco. You see here, the ult being fired out from Ash. Foxy9 also got rid of his. And so that ult economy advantage now negated.
New beginning here for round 21. Ash is too diligent there with breaking some of the util.
Tech's just getting a free walk down C because G2 are never breaking this Killjoy turret. And it sees down C long and into the garage.
Taking full advantage of it. Just a wall to hold him back here. Drone timing. Saw it, I believe. Yeah, the corner towards bricks. Jonah P was spotted out there. Gen.G not going to be budging. Pressure towards garage though. G2 look for something here, and it's a spike into the hands of these players. A lot of damage. Slam through the wall.
They still haven't broken the turret. They're still convinced that Foxy9's going to be fighting them aggressively somewhere, so they don't want to show. They used a huge amount of util just to get in.
Jonah P's aware of it. Look at him trying to jump spot, but it's an off angle by Texture.
It feels like Tech's just the playmaker here.
Yeah, he's trying to play ahead of all of this one here, and he needs to get this kill onto Jonah P. Surely hearing the util now sailing up and overhead. Jonah P, he's finished. And here it is. Stun ricocheting back and forth. Reinforcements here. They've arrived in time with the Texture even needed. Charon delivering death blow after death blow. G2. 20 seconds to work with here. They call for the pause and the hesitation here. This discipline at work, G2. They spot it, the last remaining player, Ash, is left reeling, backing away. 15 seconds, and it's time enough to get the plant.
10 seconds left.
Deep position, and forward is Leaf. There was a chance there for Ash, but now down to just Texture. Spotting out the one. Was he expected? Damage done. Trent was low enough, and it's not planted.
It's a horrible plant.
Not planted for Leaf whatsoever.
Patience.
Patience. Leaf is not budging. He calls the bluff entirely. Another tap. Texture! With the movement, he still can't claim the kill. One more for good luck, but he needs to hunt down Leaf, and Leaf sees that it's not being stuck. He finds the timing again. Texture is being toyed with. Leaf has had it for breakfast.
What an unbelievably good clutch from Leaf. All with the brain. No need for the aim. Leaf knew that Texture was hunting those kills. There are certain players who are always going to be trying to fake and force a fight. And I think Leaf there just has an immaculate read. The fact he never even went for the first one. He just tucked towards B Cubby.
It's unreal game sense.
Completely confident. He looks so stupid if he's wrong as well. And yet, at 10-10, he is willing to take that risk. G2, though, despite winning the round, are actually going to be taking an eco here to make sure that they have the economy to close this map out.
G2
that's mad.
With Stingers, it is a crazy prospect. They're looking to move over towards A. Again, Snakebite, Thorns up and over. Just to deny the chance of any sort of reinforcements. Texture's there with a stun though, layers it all down. looking to slow them down. Neutral is used. Munchkin even with a pit here. Texture, he's got the operator to work with here. G2 flooding in! Fast and loose! It's risky business. Risky business sometimes pays off, but Gen G finally getting bodies into the site. The defense intact. Jumping, peeking, trying to bait for one another. One left to stand, but Trent is toppled. 11-11, Gen G. They're not done yet.
Huge rounds flying back and forth between these two titans. But G2 deliberately managed their economy in that previous round in order to invest in this one. Was it the right play? I think, listen, that's a tough one. That's a difficult argument. But the fact of the matter is that G2 went for a soft buy, allowing Gen G, in all likelihood, to tie the game again so that they could win here. What is the game plan that Valorant cooks up?
Texture. Flash in your face and a peek. That is disgusting work.
He's so fast.
It's rapid.
Trent as well, down to 30 health. Did he get legged in the middle of that too? Or
yeah, he was on top of the box. He did.
That's mad.
Damage through. G2 going to be limping through the rest of this round here, but Gen G got to be smilers from how this has started. There's an explosion out now, out towards this B site. G2 want control of this one, but a snakebite at the feet makes it pretty hot and heavy to try and handle. Precarious at that, still sticking the plant down and now playing off site. Dangerous prospect. Munchkin is still alive and he has that wall to deny them info. The G2 are still sticking 2 players onto the side. It's up to Valin and Jorgamo. Can they deliver any sort of kills inside the wall? There's a timing with the dart. It's a great tag. Jorgamo, he's gone to the dust and to the mud with him. Valin has to be that next player in, but perfectly baited once more. And there's that wall, smoked up, facing it up. Every single player from Gen G putting up the challenge. They found that 12th round.
Map point here for Gen G. Winning 5 out of the last 6. Forcing G2's economy down, getting huge value out of the operator.
There it is.
And skewering those G2 players at the start. That is such impact from Texture early. 22 kills, by the way. I feel like he had a bit of a slow beginning as well, even on this map. As soon as you get him on the defense side, though, especially with an op in his hands, he's a monster, he's a nightmare.
And one more is all it takes for Gen G to extend this play and stand a chance of staying here in Toronto.
Their economy's just been so much better this entire half. G2 constantly messing around with Stingers, Guardians, Bulldogs, not a single player with a proper rifle. And Gen G have got the right read, 3 players defending A.
So much trust in aim for Foxy9. 80 stop. He's out in the open there, but G2 moving over towards A. It's a nightfall to set them up. Snakebite's going to be used reactively. Prowler's going to be broken, and Ash is trying to play tight, tuck to the corner. A bit of spam just catching Jorgamo into the leg. But he's able to get himself out of there. The weaponry, just a touch on even that. G2 are working with scraps here to try and bring this to OT. Gen G more than in the driving seat. Taking a fight forwards, and there's that Stinger. Can't hold a candle, not against the rifle in the hands of Kairon.
And this looks scrambled from G2. They can't exactly figure out where they want to go. They're threatening like it could be a C split and looking for the B pop. All on Munchkin, no snake bite.
All in your face inside the smoke. He wants to dominate this angle nice and early. It's going to be dropping down, faced with multitude. It's evened out and traded out, but still that player advantage is there.
He legged
Texture, legged it, damage done, but he's out to the side and he's looking all over the bloody place. He needs help and he needs a bailout. Foxy9 just can't wrangle it. Leaves it to Leaf though in a 1v2 and Gen G. This is it, the impetus, the moment, the turning point. It's theirs and well bloody earned.
The mental fortitude, the tenacity and grit from Gen G to be able to still believe and keep their hopes alive here in Toronto. That's an incredible map. Back and forth and ground out. A 13-11 victory to force us into map 3.
It's always a surprise. Well, it's always a surprise.
And you already know we had to come out here with the people because, folks, we're going to map 3! Holy moly, what a game we just witnessed. 13-11 scoreline. Gen.G picks up the dub. G2 scrambling to figure out what they're going to do as we get ready for map 3. Here, of course, Golden Boy alongside Kukuka and Mimi. We want to break it down for y'all with the people because we love you all so much. Thank you, Toronto, for your energy. Let's talk about this game here, guys. What did my eyes just witness because my heart can't take it?
Yeah, definitely. Gen.G bringing it back. We saw a G2 with very clear ideas on how to play this map, but the Viper versus Viper sometimes ends up in this spot where timings are extremely crucial, extremely important, and there were so many things working sometimes in favor of Gen.G. We had the pistol rounds, that crazy diffuse.
And I want to talk about the first half, because G2 came in with a really good read. The casters are talking about it. Munchkin's whole idea on this map is solo lurking A off of this Viper wall. You see here, he's walked all the way up long, but G2 are going to send in a re-clear play and be able to punish him there with Jojimo going through short. Gen.G, though, after losing him there a couple times, make an adaptation and instead start showing this look where they're defaulting into garage basically every round. Well, G2 is still putting most of their forces into heavy fighting for A. With that, they managed to get themselves into B post plants 2 rounds in a row, and that's what turned this game back into their control. They won a couple more rounds on attack and then had an incredible second half to win this out.
And we had very numerous rounds, very in the G2 style of one leaf clutching rounds. Gen.G with a texture that is extremely scary and needs to be avoided wherever he is in the map. Many things, again, keeping these match up close. When we look at the number, yes, texture was up there, but as Mimi, as you were saying, in the first half, Jogimo was that man for G2.
Yeah, Jaw was so good. Again, going back onto the Yoru here, but second half was a bit of a different story there. He was dying first on a lot of these entries. Gen.G had great ideas on how to punish it, and again, Bea, it's one of these maps where they're showing this Viper comp and how strong it is, especially on these flood retakes with that wall up.
Yeah, and we're speaking about things that are keeping this close. Gen.G, we know that throughout the tournament, they've been very good at pistols. Getting two in this map was crucial because the rifle rounds for G2 were looking pretty good right from the get-go. But Gen.G, with this trust that they have for every single one of the matches, they come prepared with new ideas, but still the same kind of effectiveness.
Yeah, it was just incredible to see how Gen.G were adapting on the fly, but also, I mean, this really was a heavyweight slugfest here, right? We were seeing guys take left hooks, right hooks, uppercuts all over the place.
Look at Munchkin here.
I mean, this is exactly what you want to see, and this is exactly how much it means to these two teams to be able to fight and get to that top 4, because that's what they're fighting for, Mimi. They're fighting for top 4. Not even at the grand finals, so this is a final caliber matchup.
Absolutely. The last time we had this matchup, it was for the upper finals, and in games this good, it comes down to inches, and there was one round that exemplified that. That plant not getting off for G2. Very well.
That would have been the overtime.
Yes, that would have been them going to OT, maybe winning this map. Maybe this is a 2-0, and Gen.G's on a plane to Korea.
Yeah, you really, you just hate to see it. I mean, honestly, there's no other way to shake it. I mean, everything that you could possibly want to.
But apparently you're going to see it again, Alex.
Well, yeah, it's true. We got to relive it one more time here. And just as you think they have the time, you can see Lee's face. He's wondering if he's got it.
And the heartbreak of this round is Jonah ults. He thinks they get the plant down in time. They don't have that ult for the next round as well. Then they have the Yoru ult. They think they can do another C-pop. Jaw dies out of the ult after nearly spamming Munchkin down to 0, and this game slips out of G2's grasp. I mean, what tenacity for Gen.G, winning such close rounds, showing such big clutch moments. This is why it's a trophy-winning team that has done it before back in Masters Shanghai.
Yeah, and well, guys, I mean, there's a big problem here as well for G2.
Which one?
Well, here's the issue. There's only one Canadian left in this competition.
I see a lot of Canadians
Well,
here.
in the competition, we got a lot of great Canadians in the house today, but we got one Canadian left in this one. This is Jonah P. Can he hold it down? Can he hold the fort for the North? Mimi, it's a tall task for this G2 team after Gen G comes back the way they did.
It absolutely is. Jonah's been having a great series, and Toronto, I know you want to see this guy continuing on the competition. They're walking back on the stage. If you want him to survive, make some noise.
That's right.
But the Gen G fans are here too, GB.
Oh yeah, the Gen G fans are here in full effect. If you guys want Gen G to be able to take this one, what do you think about that? Oh boy, all right.
It's pretty evened out, even though
Folks,
we're in America.
we're getting down to the wire. I know, right? Down the line, down the line. Let's take a look at the last map and where we're going to be taking a trip to next, because we're going to be going to Icebox here. And we've seen some adjustments. We've seen our players take to some new challenges on this map here. Kukuka, what should we be expecting?
Obviously, maybe G2 swapping again the compositions like they did in the first map? I don't think so. I think that the Sage looked very, very well, extremely strong on their retakes. And for the side of Gen G, yes, they got a victory, and it's a very plain, going back to a few years ago kind of compositions that we're going to be seeing, or at least expecting to see.
For sure. I was very impressed with G2's pivot into the Sage composition. It does so much to actually get that spike down easily on the attacking side. Their retakes looked on point too. And on top of that, Jaw still has a shocking amount of agency on Sage. He's still making those plays, but by all means, this is a great map for both of these teams. It should be an incredibly close way to close this one out.
You see the players loading in, getting ready to go. And this is exactly the moment that these two teams were constructed for here, to be able to push through some of the toughest competition available here on the global stage. You got Gen G on one side looking to see if they could very well move forward in this competition, hold the fort for Pacific. Meanwhile, for G2 Esports, still looking for a trophy. And let's see what we got from the agent select here, Mimi.
I'm again looking at these rookie players from Gen G. Ash coming in just this season. Karon and Foxy, they've been at Globals before, but Foxy's still trying to prove himself, trying to win a trophy himself. This is going to be a really high-pressure moment for them all, but for G2 as well.
Yeah, double controller versus double controller. I'm looking at Karon. He's had very, very good individual moments, but of course, the most important part, Valin and Munchkin. We've heard the words from Valin, making sure that they knew the pressure was on Gen G. Well, they're about to come back from a very, very good map and a very good start of the series for G2.
All right, Toronto, we're going to a map 3. Let me hear you! Come on, come on, come on! Let's send it over to your casters. Make some noise as we get ready for map 3.
The energy is sky high right now here. It's map 3, this decider of G2 versus Gen G. Elimination, of course, on the line. I'm telling you that story all day long. What we haven't been telling you, though, is G2 and their dreams being dashed away. Potentially here to look towards Icebox. Team that's been hunting for redemption, to be honest. Trying to battle back, I think. They've got their top dog spot regionally. Everybody knows this. But the one thing they haven't got is that trophy on the biggest stages of the game.
In Bangkok, denied by T1. Potential here to be denied again by another Pacific team. G2 have been in control of this match from the beginning, but now they're up against the ropes as well on Icebox. It's anybody's game.
Pressure just flips that easily. It's all it takes, and Gen G have been putting up the work and the mechanics.
You're expecting G2 to be playing a retake style here on Icebox on the pistol round because Jorgamo's wall is so powerful. Gen G, they're going to know that.
Full committal. Ash going for this one, the shock darts. Not doing much.
So it's about escorting Jorgamo in. He's the VIP. Get the wall down and apply pressure with the defuse.
Seen it. Paranoia is going to sweep forwards here, but the high ground angle's unaccounted for. And Texture trying to lock down and hold down that sightline angle of the dart the back and inside the smoke. Obfuscated enough to pick that player out of the picture. Karon is no more, but Texture next to step up, holding his ground down. Here's the jump down. There's G2 just trying to play these players in. Heavy-handed swings, Texture's making the most of it. Jorgamo with the wall. There needs to be that follow-up up and over towards the top. No accounting for it. No half-earned time ticking away. Leaf is going to get a move on. And it's all Gen G. Another pistol round. Add it to the tally, add it to the spreadsheet, call it whatever you want, but that is once more carrying forward that energy from that prior map.
And there were so many small things that had to work for Gen G to be able to win on Haven. And I think the pistol rounds are absolutely an enormous part of that, winning both pistols. And like you've been talking about the whole day, Brent, the fact that they've been doing it consistently all tournament long. Like 75% win rate on their pistols or something at this point. It's crazy, and we haven't really been seeing G2 force against it. They've been opting to play it pretty conservative today. And the most we saw was like Giacomo picking up one stinger.
Yeah.
Here, pretty much full classics for G2.
Right here.
Allowing Gen G to build up the ult cycle.
So pivotal on a map like Icebox. Paranoia, hold on, that's missed a slight gap in the window. Dashing back though to safety.
Pretty nice movement from Texture.
Definitely his team having his back. He gets out of dodge.
That's going to start Foxy9 and Munchkin moving forwards over towards A. You know, the G2, roughly speaking, are going to be fighting over one area of the map, playing a retake on the other. This time, though, on the eco, they're trying to get into flood defend before Gen G are here.
Just popping out. Shoulder sticking out of the smoke. Shock dart. Hello, Foxy9. Down and out here. Ash going to go for an attempt to stick this. Reclaiming the gun too. Texture's going to be picking that one up. At least swapping it around. We see it now, Dart lay it down, but players are starting to get themselves in. Classics in hand, and that's just it to work with, but G2 done more with less somehow. We see them now just trying to get a move on, fighting into this one, but entrenched positions into the 1v2 for Trent, and he's just left guessing where this play could be. Hold on, it's a 1v1, him versus Ash! Can't connect, can't lock onto it.
And Ash, the rookie, the newbie, coming up massive for Gen G here on Icebox. These first 2 rounds delivering the critical kills. He's 1 away from getting a Hunter's Fury as well, which could be a decisive factor in a bonus round like this. G2, they made that one expensive. So Gen G are going to be coming in with mostly stingers. But if they can get Ash's ult online, there could be a chance here.
Looking towards Leaf. He always invests into the Outlaw when he's tracking their money. He's the one with the Outlaw, no sightlines, no easy kills, instead just a battle for the extremities.
You see there, Gen G's game plan of taking some A control behind that Viper wall, and G2 were spamming it, seeing if they could land some early damage. Foxy ducks, manages to make it through. That's the orb, that's the ult. So Ash, 5-0, has a very, very early Hunter's Fury to play around with. And if they are, G2, playing retake on A, that could potentially allow for a very effective post-plant setup.
Slow going for now, but you are right. There's that danger lurking right now for G2.
Double nanoswarms, double shock darts, Sova ultimate.
Trying to play retake into this would be
tough.
Pretty tough.
Not impossible, but difficult.
There's a Paranoia. Different sections going to be dividing up towards the site. Now Hunter's Fury is going to be used just to get them in. It's 2 misses. Clearance into the corner on top of it. G just choosing to expend it. Plant down just yet, and watching for the peek up top. Munchkin's head rolls off the shoulders there.
Leaf fast on the flank. It would be only Texture capable of taking a shot.
The Stingers, Gen G, are forced to opt into the site. They have to hold this one. Close quarters is the combat. That's what's going to be suited towards them. Lidding up these players, though. Texture can't stand up against that much. Still the pressure's there with the Outlaw in hand. He's got it straight into the back of Ash. Charon, not long for the world, is he?
So very clean, and not really finding the value that they were looking for from that Hunter's Fury. I think Gen G got a bit scared there. They weren't really willing to take the risk on whether or not G2 were playing retake. And G2 threw out a little bit of utility early, some shock darts, a slow orb that made it feel like they might have been playing on site in anchoring positions. Munchkin, though, the deeper this goes through the attack half, will be one of those IGLs that's willing to call the contact plays if he figures out that Valen's playing really soft on one side of the site.
Alarm bot out.
Toxins going up.
2 Guardians, 3 Guardians actually, again for Gen G. So, bit of a wonky buy.
Slow up towards the top, breaking the drone.
Toxin screen down.
It's a wonky buy, isn't it?
The fact, though, that Munchkin broke the drone there, kind of scared off this push from G2. If it was only Foxy9 on his own, I think they might have tried to force the fight there, looking to just try to catch that solo player from Gen G, but he had backup. Gen G playing a spread default at the moment, but the Spike in a somewhat committed position on B.
Very slow game, contact, swing. Potentially, if there was a player holding close. Texture is just crossing out into the open. There's a re-swing from Keron, an attempt to punish as that spam was coming through from Jonah P.
He believed in the Viper wall.
Got to wait for the next timing on it. Got to wait for the fuel to get back up. Keron's going to be jumping the gun a little bit here.
Trent
has him through the back, Paranoia.
Trent's got his ult to try to deny plant.
Jonah P is going to be giving them that space. Gen G absorbing most of it. Hunter's Fury to try and deny the Texture. Is up towards the top there. In through the rafters and a kill found and claimed. Foxy9 takes care of his adversary. Leaf is gone. You get into that post-plant successfully. Texture a little bit worse for the wear.
Foxy9, he was on the lurk. Valen's got to be worried about that, but he's now, Foxy9, connecting with the rest of his team to play these double nanoswarms onto the plant. At G2, I don't think they have a chance of being able to get back in on this. They're not even going for it.
Backing away.
They just want to keep their economy good. And I mean, to be honest, it's only Valen who wouldn't be able to buy if they went for this. I think the damage to Gen G's economy is more important.
Well.
But G2 choosing the conservative approach. And one could argue that that was the reason that they couldn't close out Haven. They were taking eco rounds after winning in one fateful example at the end there towards Haven. Another spot where I think I would argue G2 should be fighting it. Gen G get an opportunity to upgrade. They were bringing, what did I say, 3 Guardians into that round? And now they've managed to get up to 4 rifles.
A 3-1 lead.
It's a great start. And it's one of the only times where it feels like Gen G have got out to a good start. They won the pistol on Haven, but they couldn't manage much more in that first quarter.
Bit of spam with the stray bullets, not collecting a kill, but Texture's going to be battered because of it. Leaf trying to keep an eye on all the positions here. Again, you're going to see this game of timings occurring. Texture lying in wait, hoping that someone's going to go for the reclear.
And they are, but with the drone. So this drone can go down mid and then tuck back up under tube. Good break there from Munchkin. Keeps Texture, or at least the threat of Texture.
They played him in well. Getting the info though. Texture. He's got anything to get the hell out of here. There's a lot of damage. There's those shockies.
Oh, that is so nice.
Putting in the work.
And now Gen G probably have to accelerate on A.
Contact for now though. Slow going.
Like I talked about, Munchkin is super happy calling for his team to contact in if he thinks he's got the read that the defenders are playing retake.
Q2 just hovering nearby, lying in wait here. The plant's going to be going off. Munchkin gets this one down, so into the post plant we go. There's Gen G still with that player disadvantage. They're the ones who have to make the play. Valen, Paranoia, sweeps forwards, Nano Swarms, delaying the push from coming through from G2, but did they expect this one? Valen's already in, and he might have just spotted it. I think Ping's yet. Spam up towards the top of it, in through 410, and Foxy9 is gone. Straight back to the dust here, Gengino! Answering back with a few of their own. Keron finally taken out, but backing away. Leaf earns up towards the ult, but he's got 2 players to deal with, and you do not want to expend it in this situation. He's got to try and lurk and find the positions, running side to side. He doesn't know where the last is. There's a wall, isolates the fight, but is there time?
Not a chance. Really nicely played there from Gen G towards the end. Munchkin with a wide swing from 410. Forces Leaf to take the fight. Wastes a couple of bullets. But I think it's Karen who really deserves most of the credit for the victory here. It's a beautiful reclear of Texture. And they're winning this 4v5. But Karen with 2 kills from that top 410 position. Spots Valen, Recon Dart, lights up Jorgamo, and they're coming away with the victory. Gen G look completely in control here. You know, Lotus, G2 were easily the better team. On Haven, very even, incredibly even. G2 had their chances to win 2-0. It would be gutting for G2 to be the better team out of the first 2 maps and then throw it all away towards the end. They wanted to come in here today, and you heard it from Valen's mouth himself, they wanted to change the narrative. They wanted to put on a performance that would make the other teams scared to face them. And now, a little bit of doubt might start creeping in at the edges.
That's what a timeout is for here, to call Josh RT, give them a bit of a boost, maybe morale, maybe an idea, something to get some rounds in order, because Gen.G, for now, only leading by 3, 4-1 being that total scoreline, but it can easily slip away from you. Easily. They know it. Gen.G know it.
Both teams, both rosters have been in big game scenarios, at least the cores of these rosters.
And honestly, Josh, as well, what a difference exiting out here will make. When we talk about these big events, the international ones, we talk about teams, did they make top 4? Did they make it to the finals? You're not really thinking about 5 to 6.
No, not so much. Not so much. Especially teams that have G2's level of expectation.
Yeah.
Placing swarm grenade.
There'll be a blight on the record for G2 if they go out here. They've got to turn it around. The money's not good for now. Allows you to play a bit riskier. Taking liberties, potentially getting a kill or 2. Gen.G are hyper-disciplined though.
Pulled a little bit of Foxy9's attention towards mid, and I wondered whether Leaf was going to go for the peak, but it's just a shocking fight to take with a stinger from this range.
Yeah, truly.
And a lot of the impetus here might be on Jonah P, actually. He's the lone defender over on B.
Starburst in his face, and he's going to be stepping up to the challenge. Not postured away. Maintains his ground here. Gen.G going to have something to clear this one. Might just be waiting for the dark timing to come back up.
Going up.
Wall to feign like they could be going over towards A, and there's that exploration, but Ash one step ahead. Smoke just barely blooming out towards the back there, claiming these kills, racking them up. The feed that is filled up with red.
Spike planted.
Gen.G determined to put their stamp on this final map. It's a map that they've been excellent at historically. We've seen great moments from them. And right now they are dealing with this style from G2. Munchkin's finding the right reads at the right time to be able to get in. And also, Texture is online right from the beginning.
Yeah.
And that just hasn't really been the case in the previous 2 maps, especially on Lotus, where he was 2-10 or something to begin. Haven, it took him till the second half where he really accelerated and took off like a rocket. But here, he's 6-4 to begin, and he looks good, comfortable on the entries, taking these fights, stepping up aggressively to danger. G2's retake style is going to be helped by the fact that Leaf has earned the lockdown. He's had it in the last couple of rounds, but not found an opportunity to use it. This is a must-win for G2 here. They want to right the ship.
This was the one that the timeout was about, and you're right. Course correction needed. Beautiful beginning for Valin.
Well, that's a read.
Just a bit of spam, a few bullets, and suddenly Gen.G are the ones on the back foot.
And now I think you can just stack A. There is no chance that Gen.G are going to be ending B without the Viper Wall.
Trent, high and mighty, but he's going to be watched for that beautiful instant res online. Jorgamo brings Trent back into the fray. Paranoid over the good connection. That drone is going to be clearing quite a bit. Even a tag. Jonah P not allowed to play inside that smoke. Drone for a drone. Getting the tags up. Spotting it into Nest. Trying to get the ping down and trying to get the spam down. G2 looking for a chance to try and flood in here, but it's a forward play by Gen.G. They've got another plan of action. Lockdown's going to be dropped down. Hunter's Fury going to be used to try and take this one out. The forward position's trying to be played once more. Texture and Charon. Texture dealt with Charon over the top. Dealt with easily enough. Jorgamo now.
No more.
Put this wall up, sticking this defuse. He's got it to half, and he's bought his team that win con once more. Going for the face, going for the peak, and going for the jugular.
Gen.G are hyper aware of the way that G2 want to play this one. Ash came in, got the plant, so he had the Hunter's Fury online. That neutralized Leaf's ultimate. And yet, at the end of the day, bodies ended up making the difference. a 5v4 and Jorg's 3K shutting down Karen in his top position. Karen has been the danger in these A post plants. He's playing either on top 410 or top A nest, and he's getting up and over that Sage wall. That's what G2 have to be worried about, but they managed to execute and get past him that time. Texture with knives. He's the threat here.
Pit and B main. It's a tricky one to bypass if you are Gen G. They get sight of it. They want nothing to do with it. Lombard on the other side, so Jonah P has a lot of peace of mind. No attempt to break it. Gen G aiming to take fights towards mid though.
In this match, every time G2 win rounds, their economy is never flourishing.
No.
Gen G always keep it close. And so again, they're coming in with double Guardian and a Bulldog. Valen's trying to take an aggressive fight on A, but with a pretty bad weapon.
Yeah, Trent was with him. He's hopped off of it now, potentially missed the timing onto this one. Reaching that minute mark, you've seen a drone for a drone. Just to clear out a bit through mid.
They've given Foxy9 enough space here to use lockdown. He can pop this down on pipes. Really no answer to this.
There it is. G2 forced to clear this one out. They can overstay for a tad. Jorgamo is even squaring up. It's a bit of a challenge, but you've got to respect it.
He looked like he was going to stay there.
Slow wall might be critical in that spot. Just out of dodge there from the vicinity, and here comes the flood attempt. G2 going for it. Straight in, the pit's going to be dropped down. Reactionary from Gen G, looking to try and survive him. With it all.
It's before the plant. They're running away to B.
They're running away, and Jonah B! He's pushed out. The initiative has been taken from himself, and the knives almost gone entirely. It's another kill there. Refreshal for 12 seconds. They handed the spike over, and Karen with a TP. The ult has saved them. At least the plant's down for now.
Cover going out.
The Omen finding enormous value, but it's still player disadvantage for Gen G. G2 don't exactly know where everybody is, but Trent's in a really pushed up position. This smoke, it's dangerous.
It does. Dangerous situation. A bit of spam from either side to heal. In the back pocket, G2 starting to get a run on, starting to get a move on. Clearing forwards now, knives out, Texture, they've all going to miss, but a rifle still is his backup. The movement can't save him. G2! It's clinical.
What a scramble of a round, what a pivot having to be called there towards the end from Munchkin.
Unweave our world.
A miracle really that they got the plant down thanks to Karen's ultimate. But G2 changing things up in terms of how they were defending. Thanks to that Viper's Pit over towards B, they were able to actually kind of flood defend on A. And honestly, as soon as Munchkin used his pit before the plant had gone down, that A push was chalked.
Yeah.
And they were left without too many options. G2 with 2 in a row, both retakes.
Nice, Alex!
Starting to get back into this game. The lead cut down to 2.
Looking for a few more. Bit of spam from Trent, reveals his hand with that one, but this is a heavy emphasis. Look at this, G2 placed up, and that's an off angle out into the open. Any trade inside to Paranoia, swinging, but Cloudburst at the feet, that's going to be some safety. Slow orb. Locking them all down. But critically, no trade from G2.
Jorgamo is 1 away from being able to get a res. But I don't think he's going to be able to get, you know, a kill and somehow recover Jonah P's body. It's really out there in no man's land. The Viper wall, by the way, committed super early on A, despite the fact that Gen G were defaulting heavier towards B. But they are regrouping to try to play off that wall. They don't want to just rely on Omen smokes on B.
It's tiny, tiny margins. Barely spotting it out, but sees the rotation now, and Leaf is hard committed. Hard committed indeed, needs some value, needs some kills! Just the grills, getting in the way there, the bars and the jail. Trent is next, on the chopping block, Texture. Taking control and taking over, Karen by his side. Make no mistake.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
G might have lost the past few rounds. Jorgamo, though, still trying to get active, but Ash is instantaneous.
Individual moments there, losing the grip for G2, sorry. I think Leaf tucked up at jail. Should have at least been able to get one. Kind of beefed that position slightly. It's an unusual spot for him not to get value. Normally Leaf's good for those. Jorgamo, he's going to go for a glass cannon op buy. looking to throw caution to the wind. It is a weird one again for G2's economy.
Drone not broken. P was hoping to at least feign the intent that it could be holding close. Trent's going to be using one of his own just to clear this one all the way through. That's a heavy push-up. 2 plays through main. The operator in Jorgamo's hand to just watch belt, but all eyes over towards B. That's where the players are, and that's where Gen.G looking to lay claim. Smokes on smokes, but no committal.
Pressure here onto Foxy9.
Foxy9 is going to be caught. Squeezed, in fact. Too much to watch for, and yet still manages it. Gets the one.
Really solid awareness.
Even expecting the re-peek as well. He's holding his crosshair, not running away. He's waiting for the next. He knows that there was a deeper drone, and he knows that Trent was lurking. Jorgamo, Jonah P and Leaf gonna have to put this one together themselves. Just the 3 of them versus 5. And with the operator,
I think this is where you have to save.
It might be a save.
They're looking like they want to go
for it. Yeah, there's a wall up in front of their faces. Textures already just absolutely decimating them, destroying them. His team by his side. Relentless. There's no mercy at all. Gen.G slowly accruing another one.
I mean, this is looking like a dominant half right now for Gen.G, especially considering the G2's eco once more is cracked. They've got nothing to be able to work with, and it's Foxy9 who delivers them this one.
Yeah.
He's in quite an exposed position. He's trying to play it safe and cautious, using that cover, but his awareness ends up being his strongest tool there because he turns around just to catch the timing onto Valen. Gen.G could establish a very dominant first half here, and that's not something they've been able to manage on Lotus or Haven.
There's wind in their sails right now. 4-round lead. This could easily be a one-sided affair for the first half of Icebox. And our last map here in this elimination game.
Here.
Last chances for both of these teams.
It's got to be hard for G2 to put out of their heads the way in which they lost on Haven. So many small moments that added together when they could have potentially been able to convert that 2-0. Is it lingering in the back of the mind?
They might have been dreaming of redemption, but the win here gets you further and farther away. Still a while to go to get to the finals. They want a shot at the trophy for G2. Not even going to be thinking about that, most likely just focusing on this round, one step at a time. Snake bite, round towards the bite. This is backup for Valen, trying to allow him to try and make the play. Dash over, Stinger in hand, but this is it. All collected with the kills over the shoulder. As soon as Texture goes down, you don't match for the rest of the weaponry.
And Ash has been such a pillar for Gen.G. He's been delivering them incredibly important kills, and once more is that rock that Gen.G can rely on. 12 and 5, deals with the eco threat, gets the plant down.
One down.
And though Karen is dropped, it's still a massively uphill battle for G2 if they want to try to win a thrifty.
It's nano swarms, they need kills, they need more than that. They need time. It's running out for them. Munchkin, a jar with the movement, snappy with the aim. They know exactly where Trent is now. Look at it, layers of util added on top. Gen.G are getting a vice grip on this series.
You can feel that belief emanating from the side of the stage that they're on. I mean, that is so nice there from Ash as spray control. But everything is working. Tex just picked up the off to use it on the attack side. G2's style, they just can't find their moments. They would need this final round.
Get out of my way.
And especially with how good Gen.G have been on the pistol, this game is gonna be tough.
It's our last round.
You're expecting a slower one as well here, Brent. And Tex just taking his op for a walk, looking to see if he can find an opening pick. And it's Valen with a peek. Like a rocket ship comes around the corner and deletes Texture.
It's a massive one.
That is a shot.
Even spotting the cross. He's getting acknowledgement. Drone spots too. G2 have a very good idea of what's going on this round.
Yeah, player advantage. You've taken down the tip of the spear. I mean, Trent with an ultimate that can deny the plant as well. Things are looking all right for an 8-4 half, but that would still be Gen.G massively in the lead.
Gen.G not even done yet in this round. Not by a long shot. Hunter's Fury committed. That's meant to be a bit of a punish. They hit that drone coming through, and Trent, yeah, he's got that value. Here in a rumble though, potentially there, Valen might have just seen, and yes, finally gets that acknowledgement. Foxy9 was lurking his way through onto the A site. 3v5 spot, Gen.G are in. Tight corner. G2 can make no mistake here. Footsteps rumbling and noise bait by Leaf. He's trying to bait Munchkin out of hiding, but second guesses it back towards him. Munchkin, he's perfect with it. Jonah B's been gone, done. Taken out. Dart's going to be broken out. G2 trying to make this one move and flood straight into the back. They've dealt with most of the side players, and it does now finally leave it all down to Munchkin. Even that snake bite, no chance in hell. Rebounding of all sorts of geometry. That's a full stick. And so G2, a 4-round safety net.
Switching sides.
It's not a bad attempt from G2 towards the end to make this one possible, but so much hinges on them being able to pick up a pistol. Gen.G have been winning them all. They've just been incredible in those spots.
They've been a statistical anomaly. It's looking like Gen.G are just playing lights out. They've got that passion, they've got that fire, and they believe that they can go even further, knocking out one of the tournament's favorites.
All right, Toronto, you know what time it is. It's time to get hyped up for your favorite teams. This is an elimination game, so both of the teams need your energy. So if you want G2 to win, let me hear you. Okay. And if you want G2, who's currently playing on America's soil, let me hear you. One more time, though. It doesn't seem like it's loud enough. If you want Gen.G to win, make some noise! And the G2 fans in the house, let me hear you! The house is packed and the fans are split. It's time to conclude the finale of the series.
And all the pressure lies on the other side of the stage here. Valen, as an IGL, has got to carry the burden of bringing up the spirits, helping his team, and just believe that they can do this.
And G2, they are probably the best team that we've had overall in 2025, but they haven't won anything globally. They've been in a grand finals at Bangkok, denied by a Pacific team, T1, who ended up coming away with the trophy. Now, T1 nowhere to be seen here at Toronto. Instead, the Pacific region sending Gen.G, sending Texture as their representative, and you can see in the Coinbase Econ report, Texture's having a great time of it right now. He came online very early and now gets to play the defense. But this could be an opportunity for Gen.G to deny G2 and shift the narrative, or perhaps even keep the narrative, as Gen.G being one of the scariest teams at this tournament. They had a wobbler against Wolves. It was a legendary match and a weird way for them to get knocked down to the lowers. A game to be remembered. But this one could be a game that G2 would love to forget. They came in with so much fire and it feels missing here on Icebox. They are going to need a pistol to get back into this, and Gen.G have been essentially immaculate in that department.
Think of the pressure that is layered down onto G2. How much is round 13 is going to mean? You mentioned it, Josh. Gen.G have been near immaculate with winning pistol round wins. It's going to be an uphill battle here for G2. They need a good idea, and already Gen.G, you can see them cooking up something. Triple fakes, wide swing. In case there was a player there, they would have been deleted, but the turret will do for now. And now, quick run, wrap around all the way to A.
It's so predictable, though. Gen.G are already ahead of it. They know exactly what Valen's going to call in this spot.
Everybody's in. The wall not going to be broken for now. Trent trying to go for that plant. Rebound. It's going to be catching onto Dice. No Dice for the damage, but it does enough to delay and potentially buying some time here. Trent, full sticks now with the plant. Gen.G armed and ready.
Yeah.
Primed to pounce. Already making their way in through, but again, this wall is tricky business. Paranoia, as soon as they hear the knives out, they know that they've gained access towards it, but there's nothing else. Yeah,
that is early.
Indeed, and Gen.G, one of their own. Paranoia sweeping forwards, Dart lighting them all up. Ash is finding so much value, Gen.G! God damn, man, they can't be stopped! They've lit them all up, they've lit them all up indeed, and Trent is no match!
Foxy9 with a pop-off towards the end. The confidence flourishing now, and Gen.G, they get another. Every pistol round, it feels, just going in their direction all tournament long. They've got a specialty, and it's one of the best things that you could be specialists in. Because most of the time, that's going to give you a free 2 wins to start a half. And G2, they have not been going for their classic Stinger force buy very often in this match. I think there have been 2, maybe even 3 occurrences where we thought we would see it, and we didn't. Now, though, look at what's happening. G2 are finally going to go for it, but only with 3 Stingers.
Yeah, we've seen this before. Jorgamo puts his body on the line just in case there's that outward purchase. Gen.G, again, similar game plan. Bit of exploration potentially towards mid. A smoke off onto the turret. Makes it feel like there could be lurks, but as players, bottom tube, Ash is going to be exploring, clearing up the question marks.
It's quite a nice timing, though, because Gen.G, 3 defensive players are having to get pushed towards mid.
Drone.
And that creates a bit of an opening where only Munchkin is defending B.
Lone for now, but reinforcements have arrived. Gen.G.
The read is just so good on the defense. I think Munchkin's calling a great game here.
Stacking with the bodies.
And Valin backs off. Calls for his team to regroup with Leaf on the other side. And still allows himself to be seen. So there's still that threat that G2 could be re-hitting B.
Breaks the drone too. Like you said, there's that threat. Lying in wait, there's bullets raining down, crossing up through mid. For G2, this is everything. For Gen.G, could be the killing blow. And now making signs of life and noise out towards it. Alarm bot's going to be triggered, darting through the back.
Did Valin hear these rotates? Because he's making the perfect call.
He is.
He's telling G2 to come back over towards B.
25 seconds, wall's going to go back up, and now it's a mad dash. Flurry of activity. Gen.G getting bodies back over towards B, but they're a little bit late to the party. Trent entrenched here, trying to avoid most of the fire, but Jorgamo cannot. Straight through the smoke, that's Ash, and Leaf caught out wide. 3 to do it all from G2. Gen.G, a methodical, dissecting this map, dissecting the site.
Do they clear Trent? He's about the only hope for G2.
Got to be the problem player in a spot like this, and yes they do. The awareness is all there right now for Gen.G, and where is the first push of Munchkin? Is just sticking this, drops down half, and everybody dies from G2. Gen.G keep the ball rolling. They keep going.
And that is a fantastic beginning to the half. All of the threat taken out of it. A 6-round lead, plus G2 knocked down onto an eco. Every player in every little tucked spot, every threat, every danger dealt with. Gen.G utterly in control. As dominant in the opposite direction as Lotus was for G2.
Yeah.
It opened in favor of Americas, and it looks like it's closing in favor of Pacific.
We've seen comebacks before on Icebox, but they're rare. They're not often, and it takes truly exceptional stuff. Valin's gone. Was a TP forwards trying to go for some cheeky play. Split into B, potentially to take that timing. Full group up of G2. All into B main. Clearance now through yellow, but they're going to be stunted out here. Munchkin's Viper all propped up in their face. A smoke to replace it from Caron. They are choking G2 out here. Gen.G just sucking the air out of the room.
And the play, it's pretty immaculate. They've just always got the right read on where G2 are going. Can G2 do anything to catch them off guard?
Deep fight, a snake bite already. It was primed, it was ready. Foxy9's gone, but up and over towards the top. Trent! It would have to be a masterclass, but he's only got a Sheriff and 3 bullets to do it. Does not know where the remaining players could be. Texture is lurking though, lying in wait! And perfect with the shot. 11 rounds for Gen.G, 2 more needed.
A game between two titanic teams. Gen G, probably the best team in 2024, and G2 looked like they were aiming for the same accolade in 2025. But this is an earlier exit than I think anybody would have predicted for the Americas squad. Josh RT taking a desperate tactical timeout to try to right the ship. But this game is slipping way out of their grasp. They'd have to make up 7 rounds here before Gen G even win another 2.
It's already slipped.
Yeah, I mean, after losing the pistol in the follow-up, that's devastating.
The chances are just minute.
And Gen G, man, what an incredible demonstration of grit that they've shown today.
Yeah.
Because their start was so slow. They looked like they were out of it, maybe weren't fully mentally in the game, had put a bit too much expectation on their own shoulders, perhaps even.
We were thinking, have Wolves boomed them?
Yeah.
Have they taken them out of this fight already?
And
Set
yet,
down
by the time it got to the second half at Haven, a 7-5 half that didn't go their direction, and then they win the pistol and get back into things, grind it out. And they've been electric on map 3.
There's grit here with this Gen G squad. Grit, determination. They want to go deeper.
Here.
They want a chance at earning another trophy for their cabinet. Start layered back, slow up on top of it. Gen G forced to respect it. All that just to insert Leaf into a 4 position.
And a big gamble coming out of the tactical timeout too. And Gen G are super happy to go for those. Munchkin just with an outlaw, defending B essentially on his own. Reckons that he can get out of danger if he misses the shots.
Drone's going to be clearing it though. He takes care of it.
Oh, he's so confident.
Yeah, very confident. It's full armor and a multitude of players from G2, and they're going to be facing with the first one, but Valin was not so lucky!
That's amazing!
Munchkin! Trying to slam the nails into the coffin nice and early. It is answered back with Jorgamo. A tap.
Oh, and they're so tepid here,
Yeah.
G2. They think there's more players from Gen G ready to deny. Okay, going backwards, picking up the ult orb. If they can now get a plant for free, suddenly there's a res online. And Leaf, he might have an opportunity to backstab. But Foxy9's awareness has been unbelievable so far on this map.
Watching for it. Res is available. Bring one of your players back into the fray. Pick and choose. You choose Trent. He's been monstrous in the clutch. They need it now more than ever. Gen G are slowly getting a grip onto the site. Leaf is that backup policy, but this is explosive. Dash across and forwards as an operator in his bloody hands. Matters not. The weaponry. Give Texture a spoon. He's going to make you mince meat. Going to be denying this one though. G2 getting onto the plant, wrapping around. And the situation is pressing right now for Kairon. Now the Swarm forced out into the open. Isolates the first kill. Shot dart, slay it down, and Trent saves the day.
Brought back from Death's Cold Embrace, and he's able to deliver the round for G2. What a lurk from Leaf as well. Somehow managed to evade all of the rest of the players, and they've recovered a 5v3 round. Yes, they got a res out in the middle of that, so it ended up being mostly a 4v5, but still, I mean, danger lurked around every corner, and G2 navigated it. And they are going to have to do that so many more times in a row, though. There's no real avenue for mistakes. It's got to be basically perfection from here if G2 want a run at this.
Has to be the first of many. Gen G, multiple chances for them.
And they're so good on eco rounds as well, Gen G. You know, put a sheriff in some of these guys' hands.
Texture with the knives just earned up. Munchkin though, decapitated. Texture trying to get active, trying to get into the fight and the fray. Kairon by his side. Deep dart overhead.
And so actually quite a lot of threats already dealt with there. Texture run out of knives, Munchkin dealt with, and a pretty open A site. So this round navigated pretty well for G2. But at some point, we've got to bring the discussion back to what we were talking about on Lotus. It's the ults for the team that's up massively in this spot. think about the next time the rifles are going to be online.
Yeah.
You know, Foxy9's going to have a lockdown to be able to work with. The Viper's Pit, this defense is going to be reinforced by massive ultimates in round 18. And that's if G2 can navigate danger here, because there's still a bit of spice in the round.
Not out of it. Not just yet. Doubled up towards the back of the site. There's a fight to be occurring here, and that's it. Shots fired on either side. Texture is hard committed onto it. They're trying to drop and jump all the way straight up, trying to take this fight. It's a weird and wacky one indeed. Double face, double call. Trent delivers again. This team needed it most here, but that's time earned off, and there's no hope in hell for Texture. Maybe a gun reclaimed.
Damage to the economy, though, would still be really useful, right? I mean, I don't think he's really going to get an opportunity. He's on the exact opposite side of the map. But you think about one of the big talking points we've had throughout Haven and Icebox. It's that even when G2 win, they're winning by close margins that don't allow their economy to boom. This time, though, 4 players surviving, 3 rifles kept. And the economy should be in an all right state. It's the ults instead that I'm looking at. Because Munchkin with a Phantom and a Viper's Pit. And on the other side, Foxy9's lockdown. And no Sover ult from Trent. Not even close.
How do you break it?
So, you know, this one is going to be really tough. It should be Gen G, if they execute it well, getting up to match point.
Through mid though, that's Texture with an off. He's going to be taking an early peek. Smoked off into his face. Ash burns up his own. Hunter's Fury.
Faking the double teleport play there, Valen. He teleports up and back, but he's making it feel like they've gone towards orange. Trying to pull eyes, trying to pull attention, hoping that he's freed up a little bit of B main.
Here.
The weight of the world is probably what's feeling like right now on G2. You gotta just keep it together one round at a time, but the ults are such a problem.
I mean, having said that though, Brent, Munchkin has not decided to use the Viper ult in this round. He's not even in a position, only just now, where he could use it off info, off noise on B.
The later you leave it, the more this lockdown's gonna be a problem.
And the Sover ultimate.
Smokes up. Texture. Gives it up, but he hears it now. There's gonna be util coming out. Drone, Paranoia, lying in wait. Towards Belch, a couple of jiggles, and they finally see it, they receive it. Hearing that operator, that's the acknowledgement they were looking for. Kara on TP. Gets the hell out of there. There's 35 seconds left. Where are you going, G2?
Ash, he rips the ultimate early. That could have been a death blow if he'd just been able to hold on to that and realize they were going B.
It does indeed, but Munchkin now could just be lying in wait. Back towards it. Dart not going to be dealt with. He's trying to find that timing. He does press himself forwards into a pit at least, but he's gone. Down and out. Texture trying to get instinctual as a dart. Okay, wall in his face and a dash backwards. Jonah P at least finds Foxy9. The spike is planted. Mad dash.
I mean, so far this has been the biggest fumble with the ultimates that you could possibly ask for G2. It's actually allowed them an opportunity to right the ship and avoid the snowball.
Texture creeping. Leaf has his teammates back. He'll step no further. Gen G still trying to make a go of things. But time has bled away from them here, and G2, in the midst of all of that chaos, somehow persevere.
That is a miracle round for G2. Very little time on the clock. Still with a Sover ult and a Viper's Pit to navigate around, and a lockdown as well. Somehow, Gen G kind of whiff on the execution of everything. Ash thinks they're committing to A and rips the Sover ult early, instead of saving it for a spike tap.
One enemy remaining.
Munchkin is under enormous amounts of pressure and decides to go for a risky Viper's Pit, and he gets caught.
And I think the pressure, you're starting to see signs of it crumbling, perhaps. Gen G immediately call a timeout. It's a panic button being hit. They have that ability. It's only the first timeout they've actually used because they have been in control, but that's signs that things are getting away from them.
Yeah, I think you can tell that just from the outside, even without listening to the comms, that things got rattled there for Gen G. They lost in spectacular fashion against Wolves, up at the half, in complete control of the game. Somehow, Wolves made outrageous comebacks against them on map 1 and map 2 to knock Gen G down to the lower bracket. Gen G are in control here. It should be G2 going home. It's only a short trip for some of the guys, especially for Jonah P. But if they lose control of this map, it would be devastating for the Korean squad.
Be dire.
And And now, you know, the ult snowball kind of flips the other way. Leaf one away, Trent starting to get up to it. Another res online for Jorgamo.
Here.
It feels possible now in a way that it shouldn't have been.
It's a balancing act between these two teams, and as you said, it feels possible. With those ults expended, G2. Deep slow. Attempt to punish the peak if Munchkin wanted to go for it. Leaf might be getting pressed upon here, tested, asked to deliver. And he finds himself ahead. Kairon pop like a balloon. Drone clearing a lot of the way, spam into the corner. Munchkin still slips his way through, but look at that util. Just paramount to try and push him out and away with a paranoia. Foxy9 is available as a bit of backup, and he's out into the open. What a monstrous shot! With the jumping to set them up, but still G2 have the weaponry, they have the guns. Rifles in hand. And it is cheeky plays on order. Leaf will take that timing happily. You can hear it. Scuffling of footsteps. And he knows exactly where he is.
That's really nice. Even maximizing the ultimates then. Throwing the spike over to Trent in the 4v1. Realizing that they've comfortably got the round and they can get closer to a Hunter's Fury. No disrespect to the Gen G players though, they can hit shots. That jumping shot onto Jonah P was nice.
Disgusting.
But they haven't been able to put it together all at the same time in an eco round. 4 in a row for G2, and they've cut the advantage down to just 3. Weapons back though, including this operator. But G2 are not heading towards it.
Gen G still have all the tools. Nanoswarm dealt with. Important one to break. Allows Kairon to just stay perched up.
I mean, it looks to me like Kairon wants to try to deny Leaf's ultimate. He's got this smoke here so that he can punish Leaf as he gets close.
Did he hear it? Not sure if it was a silent jump up or not, but a drone clearing forwards. Kairon, another one, and he's missed the timing onto that one, just trying to back out, evacuate, exit. He's got coverage and he's got backup, a lockdown for a lockdown.
Can Valen throw a smoke to allow Jonah P to lurk up past this turret? He doesn't have one online just yet. But I could imagine that Jonah would be calling for it right now.
Sneaking and crawling. Gen G trying to fill up that space towards A once more.
Oh, they're smoking off the alarm bot instead, making it feel like a threat underneath Tube, hoping that Jonah P can squeeze onto somebody.
Pressure onto the B players now, it's flipped. Munchkin and Texture.
But nobody B main for G2.
They've got to do it, Valen off from the side there.
Down B.
Kills exchange is traded out. Foxy9 in through mid, and again, this game of timings, it could happen to any possible player. Leaf wins his, Ash wins out. Jonah P is spotted though, out towards it, top towards Kitchen, and Ash is in a precarious spot. Where do you run? The entirety of site is gained by G2. B main control is still theirs. Peeking out wide though, Texture's not scoped up for it. They're slipping away from Gen G. They've got to try and answer back here. Trent is lucky. Doesn't go down to that one, and Gen G are the ones falling, crumbling. Ash in a 1v2. The time ticking. Entrenched positions here from the G2 players. Snake bite Ash, sticking, half. Earns himself a possibility, but against 2 players it would have to be ridiculous. Tough, not being forced out. G2 far too collected.
What a round, what composure there from G2. Original game plan of going over towards A with the lockdown stifled. But Jonah P's lurk position up Tube allowed them that mid-round possibility. Gave an option for Valen to move the chess pieces around and checkmate Gen G's defensive setup. Karen and Texture were in a tricky position down there towards yellow, but they couldn't make anything happen. Trent's kill on Texture was massive. And despite having 21 kills right now across 20 rounds, Texture has slowed down a bit with the impact. He hasn't quite been able to find those opportunities with his operator. And G2, 5 in a row. Something at this tournament is causing Gen G to not be able to close out maps cleanly. And it could kill him.
Second timeout for Gen G, the last one left here. They might be ahead for now, but they have been losing grip of the series. G2 is not a team you want to allow in. Give them an inch and they will take a mile. G2 are hunting for their own chance of redemption. chance to continue their story in this tournament, a chance to even make it to the finals, to right the wrongs of Bangkok. And they're hungry for it. You can tell the energy has flipped.
Gen.G had all the belief. 11-4 up. They felt like they were immortal. It was their destiny. And now I think you're absolutely correct, Brendan. The hope is starting to kindle in the hearts of G2. In fact, it's already there. I mean, you can see how they're playing.
Yeah.
Gen.G forced down onto another eco. One of the first times, actually, that we're seeing G2's economy properly starting to get out of control.
Jonathan's got a lot to watch here.
Yeah, there's a big pinch.
Play forward, he just hears the jump, and that just left him correcting for the wrong angle. Keron puts him down, puts him to bed. Jonah P, no longer that threat onto the lurks. Deep push out through mid. He's holding the line for now. There's a plan down with nothing to push this back. Jorgamo getting a wall involved. Double face, double swing. Leaf still wants to square up, potentially to deal with these players because it is a heavy investment. Bodies arriving.
He's got Trent as well for support.
Gen.G just trying to do the best here. Check texture, might just get chopped down to the knees. And meanwhile, this fight taking place, yes. Chopped down indeed. Cut down before he can make a stand and an attempt of this one. Ash, he's forward now, rifle in hand. And G2 make the call. No hesitation, trying to flip this one around. Paranoia still catches. They're trying to take out Foxy9 before he can get going. Trading up towards the top. Valin, lights out with the calling. With the plays, G2 are up to 10.
Some mightily impressive mid-round calling there from G2. After losing Jonah P early, you've always got the opportunity to go back and try to clear that flank, but instead, calling for the fast pivot in, realizing that Gen.G were playing retake on A. They're going to free plan and flip the map, force the fight into Foxy9. Look at the ult situation. And this is why that round, I think it was 18, was so important. Because Gen.G had their chance to go up to 12, and they squandered it. Now G2, with all of the advantages, looking to equalize.
They're moving forward. It's a slow, relentless march over towards the A side, and a kill. Collected for Valen once more. Added up. Total it overall. It's full side control now for G2. Slight gap, potentially over. But a pit now is going to be removing all of those sight lines. How do Gen.G play into this? They're backing away.
No way.
They're backing away. They're saving.
Giving up already?
They're giving up the round.
That's unbelievable.
G2.
A freebie.
It's a freebie, and on the precipice. And barely an ult committed to bring them level.
It feels similar in a mirrored way to what we saw at the end of Haven. I think the score even there was like 10-10, 11-11, something like that. Where Leaf, he won a 1v1, and then G2 decided to eco.
Gen.G need these guns. You're so right. If there's any chance for Gen.G though, listen. Right towards the side. Stray shots, peeking out. Leaf, he's found it.
Denied a weapon, and Foxy9, he only had 50 credits to his name. That's a timid call from Gen.G, but who knows, with the benefit of hindsight at the end of this map, at the end of this match, maybe it's the right one. 7 rounds in a row.
7.
After an 11-4 lead to tie the game back up.
Blessed with an absolute banger of a map and a series overall. G2 are ready to run away with it. It's up to Gen.G to stop them now.
Looking for a tag early so that Trent can lead with a Hunter's Fury here. Try to find a pick. Not given anything though for Gen.G.
Mixture was tucked tight to Gen. Repositions, moves around. Shocks forward here, the drone needs to be taken care of.
And Texture hasn't had a big round in a while.
Crouched up, off angle. Hoping to take out a belt player. Wherever else he may be aiming. This is 5 players of G2 grouped up.
The thing is though, if Tex just swings and takes a risk here and goes 1-for-1, Jorg's just going to get the res. So you kind of disincentivized to play aggressively here as the Jet on defense.
Placing swarm grenade.
And this one was intended for a turret. That's in a different spot entirely.
And it really makes it feel like G2 are making a call to go back in towards B. This is going to keep 3 players solidified, cemented on B, leaving Texture alone.
Texture is alone. One of our players in the MVP running, he's lit up like a bloody Christmas tree, and he has to try and back the hell out. Counter spam, trying to follow the tracers, but he's forced to give this one up. Down on the other side of things, not dealt with in time. Joggermon forced to just back away. There's 27 seconds left. Gen G, they got players in. Trying to play this one a bit fast and loose. The wall up through onto one of the angles. Asses drop down. Will there be kills to be collected? Will there be kills to be claimed? Valen with the movement and the Hunter's Fury. Pushes them back to the brink. Gen G are desperate now. They group up to last hurrah to try and get themselves to 12 to prevent G2 from getting to 12, but they give it up.
It's a save again! They're accepting the fact, and G2 immediately on the hunt! No remorse! Looking to try to deny the guns, deny the weaponry, Leaf, knife out, running them down. The hunt is on.
And they can feel it. Throw caution to the wind, claim the kills, claim their lives. You will take nothing further into the next. Munchkin trying to stay alive, but to no avail. G2 are up to series point.
How have we got to this position? We were talking all throughout Haven and Icebox of grit and tenacity from Gen G to get back into this game, to get up to the lead. They should have been able to close this out. It was 11-4, and it's writ all over Texture's face. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and he can't find his footing in this game anymore.
Round 24, potentially the most important round in these players' careers for this year, for this match, for this event.
A bit more aggression here from Gen G at the start of the round. They're not afraid at least to put their bodies on the line and go down, break that turret. But it is Munchkin alone, still defending B as other players rotate away from him. Entirely the wrong read.
Munchkin, he's alone doing this. He hears the use of the paranoia. It's a good connection inside the smoke though, dominating the angle. Shots are fired, wrapping around him though. He's caught that timing and it's a bullet to the back of the dome. Leaf, instant correction, traded out, and the wall is still up for the safe plan. Ults are online. Gen G, they're playing for overtime. G2 playing to close this out. Locked down to Hunter's Fury committed. An ult for an ult. Waiting patiently. Util to come back online. Smokes are blooming, blossoming. Fuel is up. Players are set in their position. A dash forwards, but Texture's gone. G2! Ever the hero, ever the miracle team. They're looking to put the fear of God into everyone at this event.
That is a miracle comeback. History, legendary match there from G2. Gen G should have had it wrapped up. A 7-round lead, 11-4 the score, and G2 win every single round from there.
That is unbelievable.
The way in which Gen G have collapsed from this tournament is remarkable. Up in all of the important moments against Wolves and against G2, but G2 would not give up, would not give in. And I think Valen's right. I think they have changed the narrative at this tournament today.
Heartbreak on the faces of these Gen G players. I said it earlier, but listen, when you think of these events, no one's thinking about 5th, 6th. It's an earlier exit than they wanted, but for now we are celebrating G2. They've earned the right to continue on one hell of a run through the lower bracket.
I can't even imagine what's going through their heads, and I feel for the Gen G guys as well. But that kind of comeback does not happen often. And my God, the grit it takes.
We're going to send it down to the floor now. Sue, take it away for the Verizon post-match interview.
There is a reason why you should never doubt G2. They proved it again. But the question on my mind is, how do they do it? I'm going to come over here and join the fans with Jogger Mode right now and find out. Jaw, how on earth did you make that comeback on Icebox?
I don't even know how we made that comeback. It is what it is. But we know we're the most disciplined team, so we're going to keep doing our thing, you know what I'm saying?
It required a lot of individual brilliance from every single one of you. What was the motivating factor for you to be so locked in?
We ain't going back home. That's it. Simple as that. We gonna be here for the whole thing.
Oh, well, the fans want that. Now, you've already completed a lower bracket run back in Americas. How does this compare to that experience?
I mean, it's the international now, so we're on the big stage, but if we complete this, our storyline's gonna be insane.
Oh, it is that comfort zone. Follow me, follow me. Valen was going crazy on the stage. I need to get some energy from this man, my captain, my IGL. Tell me what is going through your mind right now. You got your revenge.
I didn't even hear the question, but I heard revenge, and yes, we did. Oh my God, bro, I'm shaking right now. But, you know, I really didn't want to leave today because this crowd has been phenomenal. And let me tell you what, we're gonna win this shit for NA. Let's go!
Oh, yes, you will now. Valen, you know, look, you were the favorites coming into this tournament after losing in the upper bracket. As you know, people always like to doubt you. They pray for your downfall. So tell the crowd, tell the fans why you are the favorites, why they should be with you all the way.
Because we have the best resilience out of any team. This brotherhood, the way we hype each other up, I was like, guys, should I peek pipes again? They're like, yeah, Jay, go, peek them. And man, the trust, the brotherhood, the resilience in this team is why we're gonna win this tournament.
I fully believe in you. Toronto, let them hear why you still believe in G2.
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is your time to wake up. I look so good, no makeup. You and your mans need to break up. They suck, that's tough, need to pay up. This is your time to wake up. This is your time to wake up. This is your time to wake up. They suck, that's tough, need to pay up.
Hello everyone, this is John Curie, IG of Sentinels, and this is Meet the Team. Second, our superstar duelist, best in the world, Zelsis, the vet, Vibe Merchant, as you guys all know him. Narrates, the EMEA Slayer, came back to America to lift a trophy. Bank, the best anchor, best Phantom player in the league. And then me, just cinema, I guess. Yeah, in difficult situations, people tend sometimes to be a bit like stressed, like they're speaking fast and it's really hard to hear each other. So as the captain, I just make sure to tell everyone, freeze, calm down, like relax, just focus on my voice, let me call, and just, you know, lead them.
Nice, good job, boys.
We're so in there.
Hey,
baby.
same
We're
thing
so
as yesterday, baby.
in there,
We're just warming up. Let's go.
Just need a warm up.
If I had to choose a good duo in our team, it has to be me and Zelsis, the best of friendos, obviously. The two unks of the team.
We got very young as a team. Last year we were probably a lot older, to be honest. We picked up Bang and Narrate. They've been honestly amazing. I can't complain. Obviously it's taken us a while to get used to each other, but we've got there. They're both playing very well. They've really integrated themselves into the team and they're showing their skills on stage. So I'm happy to call them my teammates.
Shoot through. Nice. One more. Pit him. I'm poking.
We're so in there, baby.
Good retake. Let's go.
I've heard of this guy. It's very important to get along well with your teammates. Like, your synergy outside the game is going to translate inside the game. We just enjoy each other's company, so it doesn't really matter for us what we do. Like, it could be watching an NBA game or whatever. Like, doesn't matter. It's always fun.
Coming through. Flash for you. Yeah, flash, you know? I'm facing Marsh.
Two after.
Race fade.
Hand. Two hand.
Hand. Main. One hand. Main.
Nice shot. Let's go. Go, Sean.
Go.
I think my biggest advice to people trying to balance life or Valorant and the gym, for example, do it tired, do it whatever, you know, just make sure it gets done. And I think that's the biggest thing. I think all humans forget that they want everything to be perfect, so they don't do things that they should be doing because they're scared of not being perfect at it. I think you just have to do it. Listen, as a player, you guys barely see my legs, so you don't need to do leg day. You just need to do all upper body. That's what wins you Masters.
Sun City, here to play, here to stay.
Thank you guys for watching. I hope this was as entertaining to watch as it was for me to film.
Thanks for watching.
I'll see you guys next time.
G2, after that dramatic win, managed to stave off elimination, bringing us down to 5 teams. And soon, we're going to be left with 4. Welcome back, everyone, to day 10 of Masters Toronto and our second elimination match of the day. It's Fnatic versus the Sentinels. Golden Boy here alongside Kukuka as well as Mimi as we look to break everything down. And well, look, like our first matchup, this one also has some history, and this history actually leans quite nicely for the Sentinels because an organizational record, it is 3-1 in favor of Sentinels. But Mimi, we all know those are different rosters, different journeys those teams took, but it's so interesting to see the history there.
Yeah, now it's only poster left from the players who were on the stage in Reykjavik 4 years ago, but there is more recent history between these teams. They played in Champions Seoul just last year, and so trying to get that rematch now for two rosters that, well, if both had changes, have the same core, Kaya.
Yeah, exactly. And we're also speaking about the same circumstance. The second round of this lower, Sentinels ended up sending Fnatic home and ending their run. But I still think that as a global, as we're looking at it, in the history, there's been various iterations of each of the teams, and they've changed so much that I feel like when Sentinels has been successful, Fnatic hasn't. They cannot be at the top together.
Interesting.
And they have a very similar kind of change since that game they played in Seoul. Both of these rosters lost storied players. Tens and Sassy for Sentinels no longer on the roster. Some of the most experienced players there. Durka not on Fnatic anymore. The player who was with them since the very beginning. But both these squads have found new players that have filled those shoes well. And now they're in a position to yet again face in an elimination match and try and make top 3.
Oh yeah, it's a this is exactly what you live for. If you just love this game, you love watching this game, you're going to see two of the most prolific teams clash against one another. But let's go ahead and hear from a guy who knows a thing or two about these high pressure matches, and let's check in with Crashies.
I'm now joined by Crashies from Fnatic. Now, Crashies, you've been such a mainstay of America's Valorant, and now you're in the EMEA region. But today you have a chance to kind of complete a little bit of that redemption, eliminate an America's team that you used to be a rival against. So how much does that motivate you, and do you think you've learned enough from EMEA to be able to take them down?
Definitely motivates me. I mean, obviously, like you said, I'm used to playing Sentinels. I played them a lot in my career. I kind of know how they play, and now I kind of have like the EMEA play style as well, so I feel like I have a little trick up my sleeve, so yeah, it'll be fun.
All right, thank you very much. I can't wait to see it.
The last time he played Sentinels, though, was in Stage 2 of Americas last year. NRG lost that match. That went on to be the same stage where I think a lot of the fans here will remember it was that joke against Cloud9 that eliminated that roster. He was no longer on the team after that, and he couldn't get any opportunities in America's Bea. He had to go all the way to Europe to get on another Tier 1 team.
Hey, we'll take him. We'll love him. We'll give him the love. We've brought it back to a global stage. On the other side, funny enough, you're speaking about Crashies going now to EMEA. On the other side, we have Narrate, who you didn't believe in. We believed in him. Put him in Tier 1. Funny enough, the last match that Narrate played on EMEA was against Fnatic, and they also lost. So it is also the redemption from both of the sides.
Oh,
Nobody likes each other.
Yeah,
but
clearly. But you know what Fnatic does like? Bringing new ideas to the table, because they were here. We saw some interesting stuff here. We saw
at least one new comp.
Come on, you know.
That's news. That's big news.
Also, give me the ability to segue into that content, okay, Bea? Goodness gracious. No, I'm kidding, of course. But here's the thing, though. We did see some new ideas from this Fnatic team, which, to your point, Bea, is a thing that you don't see a lot from this Fnatic roster. But I think it goes to show how much they have grown over the course of time with this new team.
Exactly, and especially if we think about the fact that it was in Ascent, something that maybe we did not expect, and many teams, definitely RRQ, may have not predicted, because in Lotus, this composition we've seen from them for a very, very long time. Staple, same as for Haven. Those compositions they've shown for a very, very long time. They created the meta around it. Many people followed after. But then the one on Ascent, bringing in the Chamber and the Vice, is something that we did not expect, but could be something to identify them from.
It ended up being really fruitful, though. Alpha, starting on the attacking side of this map, had such great work. I love the way that not only was he finding value on the lurks, but in a lot of rounds he was entering with the team, setting up his TP gate in main, and then walking into these sites and basically just being a turret in the post plants, continuing to fight forward. That continued into the second half of this match as well. It was a great map for Alpha, a player who struggled earlier in this tournament, but stepped up big time when elimination was on the line.
And in many occasions, as you're saying, he has not been showing up. On Haven, for example, when we saw him with the ISO, he has us used to a performance that is off the charts. And it was not until Ascent where we saw him back in the chamber that I feel he was comfortable enough. The aggression that he was able to show, covering an A and putting all that pressure in the map, is if Alpha is having that kind of day, you better pray it doesn't happen until map 3.
Yesterday for Fnatic, when they played, that was for me showing that the veterans can step up to the guys who have been around for a while. Alpha, Chronicle, they both had really good matches. And it was for the most part, you know, looking towards guys like Kayak, that rookie player in the early stages for Fnatic. Now everyone coming online in this lower bracket.
And then, of course, on the other side, though, you have Sentinels who, look, they had some great games here in Toronto, but that PaperX game, man, that split 13-3, Kukuka, an absolute thrashing. Yeah. And even though Sunset went down to the wire, it was still PaperX's game. They walk away with that 2-0. And you know, Sentinels had to be mad about that.
Absolutely, especially the way that this Sunset ended with, was it John QT not being able to get that final kill, that sneaky defuse literally in his face while across the smoke. But yeah, go on.
Sorry, I just saw that Jin kill again, and I could not stop myself from
reacting,
bursting out, because it was just crazy what PaperX was doing. This map 1 was an absolute slobber knocker. They destroyed them in this game, and Sentinels, they looked shocked, right? The players weren't trading for each other. No one was hitting their shots. They were completely out of that, and it's heartbreaking for them to come really close on Sunset to making that comeback happen, to getting back into that game. But for them, fortunately, it doesn't come through. Now this lower bracket and a really tough opponent.
But for Fnatic, now that we were seeing those maps, they've always loved split. So for now, for today, it is a question mark if they're going to leave it open, showing what they showed yesterday in the phase that we saw when they played against Paper X.
Yeah, it's very true. But of course, you know, when you think about split and who's going to be the players that will step up in those situations, got to always lean on the pride of New Jersey there, because you got Zekken, who could very well be the difference maker for this team, Mimi, as we saw him really perform in that Paper X game despite the loss.
Absolutely. Zekken has been really good in all of this tournament thus far for Sentinels, but in this game, he was one of the biggest reasons they nearly came back on Sunset. Had some really impactful rounds, especially on that defensive side. Still had the confidence up. And you reflect on this team's year and you look at their failure in Bangkok. Zekken was the one right after they got eliminated from that tournament, sitting down and having the hard conversations with the team, criticizing himself, the other players, the team, and really helping them to focus in on finding improvements for stage 1. They found those improvements, made it to the final against G2, made it close, and are now here again. He's more than just a young aimer, Bea.
And speaking about conversations, back when we were in Madrid, the conversation about the MVP was still not a thing. We were still not handing out the bracelets, but that bracelet would have been for second. So he has now a chance to enter the conversation if he survives today to become the MVP of Toronto.
Ain't that the truth? Well, earlier Yinsu had an opportunity to catch up with the captain of the squad. Here's John Cutie.
Every day is a good day when we get to hear from the one and only John QT. Now, John, in these tournaments, as you know, it is very important to be able to recover after a tough loss. I wanted to ask you, what is your role when it comes to the emotional and the mental comebacks of Sentinels?
Just making sure the team always believes that we can win, and bad days happen, which happened yesterday. And yeah, obviously not our first rodeo. We've been here before in Madrid and Champs. And kind of funny, it was against Fnatic 2 in Champs, and we had the better of them. So yeah, just making sure everyone is focused, motivated, and ready to make a run. Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
And you heard John mention that there. This guy took his team to a trophy in Madrid, and that was his first international appearance, and this guy managed to hoist the trophy over his head, Mimi. You know he's got what it takes to lead this team to the promised land.
That was his rookie year after failing to ascend with M80. Got the big opportunity to play for Sen, to lead this team, and he led them out of the rut that was Sentinels 2023. That was probably the worst year for this organization, and now in his sophomore year as a leader, trying to beat Fnatic again and go on to try for another trophy.
And he also mentioned as well, Kukuka, which we covered in the beginning, that champs match as well. So John QT is very familiar with the pressure of these situations and quite familiar with the fact that he's got to play against Fnatic in the same situation.
Yeah, to me, it's the turnover time. If you want to have a good match against either Sentinels or Fnatic, you would pressure that time, but you're not going to have it in this instance. Everything that you had prepared had to be ready already.
You absolutely do, but there's a great IGL on the other side. Boaster kept his team in that game after the brutal loss on map 2. They both proved to be strong mental leaders in this tournament thus far, but for Fnatic, there's the extra chip on the shoulder with that rematch from Champs.
Both of these teams could very well be contesting for a trophy when it's all said and done. But what makes this matchup even better is that it is a classic Americas versus EMEA clash. You love to see it. It's of course going to be a challenge no matter how you slice it, because on the one side you have a very game and prepared Fnatic that knows they have what it takes to go to the top, but on the other you have Zekken and the boys who could very well lead the charge. Folks, let's bring out your two teams and welcome Sentinels and Fnatic. It's the last chance for EMEA versus the pride of the Americas. And it couldn't come down to two better teams in this situation, Kakuka. You have Fnatic, a squad that has time and time again proved to be one of the best that the region has to offer, whereas Sentinels, they've been here before. They've lifted a trophy over their head, just like Fnatic have, so neither of these teams are shy from the spotlight.
And Fnatic have had such a resurgence since that kickoff. They are proved to feel renewed coming into this tournament. And as we take a look at the Omen map select, Sunset is going to be the first map. Sentinels wants to run it again. And of course, they've decided to ban that split after what happened yesterday against Paper X, Mimi.
It is interesting to see Fnatic picking into Ascent. When you watch them in EMEA, they're almost always picking Haven, Icebox, or Split. Those are the big three, but a lot of those maps are a crossover with the strengths for Sentinels, whereas their Ascent a little less tested. And Fnatic, of course, this is the map where Alpha brought out the chamber and dominated Pacific's #1.
And I think that one of the reasons why they probably went for that Ascent is because I do not think they showed even 20% of what they have ready in that map, because we saw very repetitive rounds and an RRQ. Yeah, and an RRQ that had no response to dealing with the Vice, dealing with the chamber. So I think that that is what gave them confidence for today. And also, we were speaking about the time. No, the team's not having time. Preparing against something like that is very specific, and we need to look at the coaching staff for that.
Yeah, and really Coach Kaplan as well as Coach Milan have their work cut out for them. Let's also dial the time back to Champs, because let's not forget, Sunset was the battleground where these guys first played when they faced off against each other, Mimi, at Champions. It was a 13-11 scoreline in favor of the Sentinels, but that just goes to show you that this one really can fall either way.
It certainly can, and for the Sentinels here, I mean, they've always had a bit of a home ground on Sunset. Fnatic still trying to prove that map, show us what they have ready to go. If they can beat Sen there, then go into an Ascent, that is such a strong showing for them going into a lower round 3 against G2 after the break.
Yeah, definitely the map that Sentinels have prepared the most, and probably why we see all of those pictures down there and all of those reads, is because Sentinels has chosen this Sunset every single time that they have the opportunity to do so. We've spoken about Second, how he's set up, how he runs across the map, and the man on your screen right now, Kayak, well, not Poster, is going to face up one of the biggest challenges of his careers today.
Oh man, you can feel the energy in the air as well, Mimi. The fans are on their feet. Everyone's ready for this one because they know the stakes. Both of these teams thought that they would be contesting for a trophy right now when they faced off against each other. But here they are fighting, scrapping for a top 4 placement. And the pressure is on in a way that I don't think I've felt before at a VCT global event for some reason. You feel it. It just, like the people, the anticipation's through the roof here.
It's there, but these are also two teams that feed off that energy. You've seen Zelsis, you've seen Boaster, probably this tournament's 2 best emotional leaders playing to this crowd here in Toronto, standing up, feeling that energy and channeling it to win, to make it to this point.
Round after round, we've been seeing, or sorry, fan after fan I spoke to, actually, it's split down the middle. You ask them, who do you want? Fnatic, you want Sentinels. It's wild, Kakuka.
It's very difficult to choose.
How can you?
If you're a Valorant fan, you want both of the teams to make it through, but of course that cannot happen. There can only be one survivor today. Can Sentinels bounce back from that loss yesterday, or is it going to be just like Gen.G and they're going to be defeated? I think that especially this first map, this Sunset, is going to have a lot of tells in the first 6 rounds. I think that the team who deals better with the nerves of the situation that they're in will succeed.
All right, well, Agent select now. See what we get. Zekin, of course, is going to be rocking that neon there, and see what we end up getting for both teams as they look to lock this one in, Mimi.
Fnatic really does not play Sunset. Since that game we talked about, where they lost to Sentinels back in Champions Seoul, the only time they played it was their loss to Gen.G. This is very much uncomfortable territory for them, but with the map changes, being a team that permabans Pearl, they're going to have a good Sunset.
Yeah, coming into the tournament, having a permaban, being a team like Fnatic, but still having that downside of there's a place that we do not want to go in this Sunset that they've never liked. Now they're both combined together, right? You cannot ban both of them, and they had to be ready to face off Sunset. Again, the loss against Gen.G, there were many painful things happening. First of all, they won both pistols, and they were unable unable to convert any of the other anti-ecos afterwards. So that allowed their opponent to get in their hairs, to get the confidence, and get snowballing way before them.
This is it, folks. Last match before we lock in our top 4. The pressure couldn't be higher. The audience, everyone in here is losing their minds as they get ready for this game. You see everything all locked in and ready to go. And you gotta wonder, who wants it more? Toronto, who do you think wants it more? Do you think Sentinels want it more? Do you think Fnatic want it more? Oh boy, the crowd is ready for this one, folks. Let's do this. It's EMEA's last stand, so it's only fitting that we send it over to Pansy and Hypoc on the mic.
And look, I'm not above sending them home with a smile on my face. Mike, this is a tale of 2 Titans in Toronto. A matter of survival now. We start on Sunset. Where's your mind going?
Yeah, I don't want to say it's a little bit of a surprise, because obviously I think Sentinels, no shocker there to lean into.
Yes, absolutely.
See, this is really going to set the tone for this series. Again, everything on the line here. Elimination basically looming for both of these teams, and some concerning losses previously, the more so being that Gen G loss for Fnatic.
Oh, it is heavy weighted, right? There's a lot to be looked at here between the two. Anything about the composition standing out to you? Is it literally going to come down to who wants it more? I mean, GB was saying it, and I agree. This is one of those grudge matches where you've got to turn up on the day.
Any given Sunday, it's the form that's going to decide this one. No surprise, maybe some tweaks along the way, but we should have an absolute banger to open the series. Things for Fnatic set up outside A right now, and actually a heavier stack for Sentinels. Narrate actually caught sights of. Fnatic will proceed forwards.
Yep, and already Zelsis with an opportunity. Doesn't get too much pressure, and avoiding that paranoia allows him a little bit more breathing room. Kayak would love to squeeze that away from him. Good trade from Bang though. And again, that spike, hesitant so far, but it's actually skipped a little further ahead. So they're trying to carve a path forward, Fnatic, looking for some more options, and Second's not allowing that already. Denial in front of them, obvious, and broad as daylight. Sentinels off to the start they wanted.
Fnatic almost playing into that pinch there, a little desperate to try and recover. Just too much damage done on the way in. Seemingly find the opener they needed, but it's Bang to really turn this back. Chronicle falling as well.
One enemy remaining.
We were just talking as well, Kayak, this is probably the biggest challenge he's faced so far. In terms of the head-to-head today, Zekken, one of the best. You cannot doubt that. Certainly all eyes towards him.
Yeah, and Zekken's proven it time and time again, right? Tournament after tournament, he's always been exceptional. For Kayak, it's a impressive run. Speak of a man, and he'll show you why. Quick 2. Kayak and Boast are going to feel that. And Zen don't want to allow Fnatic to get off even the starting blocks.
Slow down round 2 off the rip here. It's Alpha with a Sheriff though. He's the one that's probably going to look for a pick. Right, almost entertaining the idea. Actually the trade-off, Alpha down to 20 already. So going to keep that Sheriff in check for the time being.
Right here.
Yeah, taking.
Goes, yeah, little off angle from Bang.
Down mid.
I've got to say for me as well, Bang is such an unsung hero of the Sentinels team. I mean, there's a lot of highlight players, right? There's a lot of personality to that Sentinels side, but Bang is always such a safe pair of hands. Such a solid player. And Alpha, it's a nice shot. Gonna need a whole lot more of those though. And it looks like Narrate would like to close his count down, and he does. Safety found for Sentinels in the first 2. Rather unfazed thus far.
It's pretty comfortable as well, carrying across 4 of the weapons here at recovery. Well, that's going to deter Fnatic initially. Slow things down for their buy round. Certainly the upper hand for sure.
I have the last player stand.
With Bosa looking like actually might settle for just a Guardian here. Don't expect him to be at the forefront of this buy round, but certainly get an indicator here for pace, a widespread default from Fnatic.
I like this.
Just putting out the feelers, yeah, Zekken on a deep angle here.
Yeah, it's a question mark of how long he holds it. Deciding against staying up for too long, but An initial show of force. You can see a little bit of a deeper exploration over towards that A side as well, putting up that one-way smoke, controlling this space. Zek, still with this line. No light shields on the other side, so it won't have that same validity, but it can certainly do some good chip. Kayak going to be feeling the brunt of that down to 10, and that's an early big bit of damage.
Now Fnatic looking to put things in motion. The other extremity here, Bang will be called upon. Actually just shouldering the ankle there, knife out. Lucky to get away with no damage, actually. But already bodies in the right place for Sentinels, and 45 seconds left on the clock. I think now Fnatic going to try and put something in motion towards B to once again pull that rotation.
But you got to look towards the main map. Look how deep they're sitting on this. A couple of players maybe just keeping an eye on if you kind of want to put Bang into the equation. But for Sentinels, they're not giving Fnatic opening chances. They're not allowing them these picks. Even Zekken, who did have that deeper line initially towards B, slipped back towards Pillar. Again, playing these deeper angles, and Kayak. Oh, banging shot though, barely alive, and he lands it. It's that second removed. Zelsis then going to try and find some timing. 14 seconds of Fnatic looking for the plant. Alpha gets it done. Zelsis maintaining the space, but the rotations are coming in.
Be careful here. Actually could get overwhelmed towards CT, but actually the stun comes through. Kayak, he's going to find another one.
That's 10 HP. He's found two. Finally caught in the heels by Bang. But you're looking for Boaster now to pick up the slack. Already slipped ahead is Bang. Again, step after step. 2 kills for him. 3v3 in the post plant.
Now looking for Fnatic to try and find some sort of answer. Can't get locked out of sight here. Zelsis actually doubles down.
An Alpha, an unknown position, but now given away. But Zelsis! It's a 3K and it's dreamy from him. You know he's standing up. You know he's reminding them of who they are on this server. That retake, really special stuff here. Kayak though, heroics with 10 HP, but instantly Sentinels fighting it back in off the back of Bang.
Enemy remaining.
Noticing as well, the HP just makes Fnatic a little cautious to continue pressuring towards CT.
Ooh, frustration on Boaster.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a fumble here on the bonus, but all credit due to Sentinels to convert.
I'm out of here.
Minimal investment here, a Guardian, a couple of Sheriffs, some Stingers. It's only the Neural Theft available for Fnatic. It's not much to pull into round 4 here.
No, and this it feels rather similar, doesn't it, to almost that second round. Second over towards...
Very tempered early rounds here from Fnatic. We want to get a feel for some of the setups here, but not necessarily any variation so far from Sentinels, so...
Okay, small... Oh!
So
God
snappy.
Damn, that was quick. And Zelsis not feeling particularly pressured. He can just cycle those one-ways still. He knows that market pressure is now a little bit less deadly, but okay, these shots are hitting a wild. Boaster, almost didn't finish his dinner, but second, quick as lightning, dives in, removes. It's easy for Sentinels. Not a sentence I expected to be saying yet, but they don't look phased at all.
Coasting through these early rounds, Lauren. Fnatic probably need to get a grip on things pretty early on.
Timeout,
I was going to say,
something.
wouldn't be surprised to see an early timeout here. And haven't really forced any sort of adjustment from Sentinels just yet. Zekken happy to stand his ground.
Let's go.
Yeah, we'll see a timeout here. Early pump of the brakes from Fnatic.
They look cold, Mike. It feels like they're, you know, not getting much say in the way these rounds go. We've seen how deep Sentinels are sitting, making them really play to try and get into these sites, trying to take that market control that's not working. I mean, Zekken's been controlling that like a champion, right? Every time, hard to clear. Then you can throw in Zelsis to the mix, whoever you want, bang, playing it back in from kind of top middle. He's been excellent, 7-1 already. Yeah, Kayak's had a couple moments, but none of it's felt like it's a threat to the round yet.
No, like I said, until they can force an adjustment, put basic Sentinels in a position to employ Zekken elsewhere, then maybe it's a positive for Fnatic to try and exploit such a thing, but towards the minimap here, it's pretty much carbon copy once more for Sentinels. See Fnatic leading towards a set piece early on here. Said early slow default. Not really achieving much. Like I said, these are the fact finders. If you lose them, you come away with something to work upon, but walked into the similar setups on repeat so far.
Yeah, need to find a solution quick. If we want a bit of a game here, really. Yeah, a couple ults nearby. Kayak's not too far off. Neither is Crashies. So Kayak off to a quick beginning, but the stall instantly comes out. Prowler to follow, so they know that they've still got that nice line over from elbow. Kayak has done well on his entries, but it's a tough endeavor, and Bang's been so cold with holding this as well, just shouldering it before in those earlier rounds.
Might even be a re-clearance here. See the Prowler layered with the flash from John. Bang just taking a peek with the TP.
And the one thing I love about how Sentinels approach playing Fnatic, there's no fear about it. They play like they're the favorites, which you could argue they are in this scenario. There isn't that hesitation or worry. They are as calibered, as prolific as each other in that regard. And already a good read here. Look at the rotation coming in. You're going to start seeing John QT head over to the right side, catching towards top middle, joined by Narrate. They've got a good beat on what Fnatic want to do, but this slow, steady pace isn't catching anyone off guard yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, almost tailor-made to force Zekken a little deeper here with that paranoia.
Still have to give away the game if they want to close down towards him, though.
Yeah.
And there it is. Oh, that's good from Kayak.
Big win.
Yeah, and that was basically all building towards it. Now at 25 seconds, overwhelmed. Zelsis goes down. They fought for that top middle control, and they've won it out. That was a very procedural round almost from Fnatic. These final three players, it's tough to come back into this.
Especially with such deep control from Alpha. So obviously boasted to complement that as well. Still a way back in here if they can win a couple of these gunfights, but the spy cam will reveal Sentinels in mid. So got to pick up the pace now if they still want to make a go at this. They're probably just going to look for exits on the other side. Doesn't feel good to walk into market there.
No, we could obviously see how many were waiting if they did decide to go for it. But for once, it does feel like that kind of isolation of Zekken worked out, right, Mike? He had to sit deep CT, and then you had pressure top middle.
But it still doesn't feel great that Zekken can then sit on a deeper angle on that, but I said that's why it's such a big win from Kayak. A window of opportunity after the paranoia is posted, unless you can scale up effectively and lock something like Zekken out of the site. Certainly doesn't feel like it's a guarantee. Fnatic on the board regardless, though. So Zero Theft really seals the deal on this round.
So cute,
nice, boys. Really good round.
Yeah, I mean, even now, that doesn't look overly happily about it.
No, I mean, we saw frustration early, and that's not something you're used to seeing with Boaster. He's very, very calm normally, if not always leaning towards a positive, but let's see how this looks. A little bit of an answer back for Sen's 4 rounds now. Kayak with ult, Crashies with it online too. Contact off the Prowler, and Bang getting curious. Flash in, swing! It's stunning from Bang. Answer found by Kron, though, takes away Narrate, who's meant to be that support system. But John QT caught on the back, away from that. He leant forward, it looked like to try and support what Bang was doing, but as it stands, they've given over the man advantage now.
No commitment just yet as well. Boaster trying to pick up maybe somebody in rotation. Only really Zelsis on the chopping block for that. See, Alpha still has a cam here, but he's not spotted. Zelsis has got ahead of it.
Oh my god. Welcome to live events. See if you can figure it out. Around we go, completely unawares. And Zelsis is going to clear this. Zekken, he's got the operator. He's been quick so far, but he's got a lot of pressure now coming his way. Decides against it. Holds that deeper line again. Good choice. And a great shot! Crashes goes down. Spike now spotted. Holding his space towards CT. Support's coming in, and Zelsis on the flank. Yeah, they got sight, but this post plant won't be comfortable for Fnatic. So do they fight forward?
Still a trip, actually, which will reveal Zelsis' position. Zek gonna swap over to the rifle.
This is pressure now on two sides, Mike. That trip being broken, they now know.
Bang's found one.
What? How did Bang get that? Maybe a buff for smoke? I don't know. But Alpha with an uncut. Oh! You get away with robbery, apparently. Chronicle makes it up to going to Fnatic's way, but bloody hell, that felt close.
I mean, the shift walk out as well into Zekken's sideline. Still some question marks on this side of the map, for sure, but
and this
luckily,
is classic Tron, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Happy to stand his ground here.
Yeah,
It's over the top of the smoke. It looked like it might have just come straight through.
Yeah.
Remaining.
Chronicle delivering here. Maybe a swing round for Fnatic. So retrieval of the operator as well. Alpha actually going to pick it up himself. With how slow these early rounds have been, actually potential for maybe in a middle round to pick up a Zellsis creeping elsewhere and find a pick off the back of it.
And again, for someone like Chronicle, those 4 were his first 4. But you need that, right? You need your backbone, that spine to the roster.
Much deeper ahead of this poison orb now.
I love this diligence from
yes.
Fnatic. They're feeling that there's variety to this and there would be adaptation.
Sentinels have shown that they want to re-clear this and fight for this space actively, so no surprises to see Fnatic sitting back.
Look at these positions from Sen, though. Are they going to go for a re-clear in middle or a challenge on this? Look how actively they're playing. Oh, this is super deadly. And that's 2 players spotted. Stun going to come in. Crashies might be screwed here. Forced out of the corner. He's still fine. He plays his life. This is so tense.
Even the aftershock just doesn't force onto a deep enough line. Even with Zekken peeling away from that. Again, 40 seconds on the clock. We walk into potentially a site. Just 2 members of Sentinels, but John QT, not sure the cooldown there on the fault line will be able to apply some pressure here.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, we've got Narrate, Bang. You've still got a lot of util on Narrate. Same with Bang as well with Paranoia. Now the pressure. Narrate can't stand it. Too much util. Just the dart to turn his eyes. Bang now leans in. It's good for one, but not good enough for the follow. John QT on rotate through. CT does it for now. Plant needed. No! No, that's a spike gun! Oh, it's an absolute fumble and a half!
I mean, Kayak was down to just 10 HP. You see he's desperate to get out of the way of it.
Oh, you can see it's gutting for him too.
Absolute heartbreak, because it's not recoverable at that point.
No, that's spike gone. That was it. Oh, God.
Enemy remaining.
And if you're Sen, you're grinning, right? You're like, oh, nice one, appreciate that. No plant to worry about, perfect. But, God, for Fnatic, that is going to be devastating.
Certainly a tilter. 5-2 now the scoreline. Operator back in hand for Zekken as well.
I like this, though. He's gone deeper towards
So aggro, yeah. I mean, they've been given a little bit of freedom on the side of Sentinels towards this side of the map. Zels is walking mid previously, getting ahead of that camera.
That's enough for him.
Definitely, yeah.
Don't think that jump spot saw it either. Careful now, that's a tag. Didn't get the kill, but now Zellsis readies himself. He knows that pressure could be going through market, but top middle is a place to be worried about. Kron slips the net, but only for so long. Second, quick with it, Narrate in support. It's stunning. But still, look at the HP. Kayak down on 20. Boaster, 30. They are low in this.
Walking wounded. 50 HP between them. Bang, nearly caught the backside of them.
Oh, this re-clear is so well timed, and the old mic.
Might be able to get a plant away, but certainly not going to be comfortable regardless where Fnatic, but Zekken can close the gap so damn quickly.
And again, you've still got that Paranoia primed with Bang. There he goes, and that's going to catch! Just a shot through the smoke, and Zellsis going to catch Boaster. Now Kayak has to do, oh, Christ! I was going to say miracles, and he almost did it.
Good for the first, but Sentinels standing tall here. Nearly fell off my chair.
Look, if you'd hit another, I think I'd have done the same. But as it stands, I'm going to be honest, by all accounts, this has been Sentinels not looking too uncomfortable. It feels like they've got a good concept and a good read on what Fnatic are trying to achieve. They're handling the mid-pressure well. It feels like there's not enough layers to really pressure Sentinels. Second has been finding the spacing great to be able to fall back.
Go, boys. Come on.
Sitting towards CT, that market presence, okay. Zellsis learning on the fly, slipping a little deeper, giving up. I haven't felt like Fnatic looked that deadly yet.
No, there's been a lack of pressure, really, on the side of Fnatic. Like I said, seemingly a lot of freedom for Sentinels on the B side of the map, and towards mid as well. First real switch up here is Zellsis over towards A.
This worries me. Just thought he was hands off keyboard for a second in the camera, so I was like, oh god, it's all good.
Do not speak it into existence. So a lesser purchase here. 2 rifles on the side of Fnatic.
Trips on the side though, they don't know about this Zellsis. Again, maybe a good counter to Kayak's ult, maybe just be aware of what they'd want to be doing, but Bang needs to live. He's about to be overrun, he can't handle that. There's just too much going straight up towards that top mid side. Now a chance for Zellsis. That's a spam, can't get the connect he didn't want, and has to back away.
Oh, he's so lucky to get out of that. Able to break the sight lines here, even though he's tagged by the drone. Plant comes through. Probably the most comfortable post-plant we've seen here from Fnatic.
Does Narrate go for the ult? Ooh,
certainly
deep.
now with the pit.
Yeah, really deep pit from Kron as well. That's just gonna, I mean, that really cuts off CT. You can't even be considering it at that point. But then it funnels you forward. Already look at the two players, Boaster and Kayak on site.
I mean, no
Eyes on that. That's wraps.
No shock to see Sentinels giving this one up. Do not fancy their chances. Obviously holding to the operator. And Fun's really looking pretty comfortable regardless at a 6-2 scoreline. I mean, ultimates to bring into the next, only really the TP for Boaster. Not much else to work around here. He's actually almost having both initiator ultimates on the side of Sentinels.
And here it is, the one kill that pretty much secures the entire round. Like doing that, and then you throw in the pit on top from Kron. That's pretty much checkmate. He's already going back into it. Yes, I guess you could argue they did have Narrate's ult if they fancied it, but still, it was
roll of the dice, really,
it just felt like too much of a risk to go for it. So for Fnatic, a bit of stability found, but this slow and steady pace, certainly not setting my world on fire, but it has got them 3. Now, to continue forward would be fantastic. What's the adjustment here? What's the way they want to keep playing this? Because eventually Sen will figure out the tempo. And that was off the back of that ult from Kayak.
So previously, only 4 rounds found by Fnatic versus Gen G. So maybe that's why they're a little hesitant here. Try and draw some of these rounds out. Yeah, I mean, it's
look at this.
Certainly not what you want to rely on. This doesn't really scream confidence to you.
No, it doesn't.
Like I said, this sunset really sets the tone.
Standing ahead.
And Bang has been on the money. He's the only one dedicated towards site, and Narrate's actually managed to make it back over somewhat in time. Still behind the smoke, but another one placed down from Bang. Consideration to play it forward. Great connection on the ult as well. And Bang's position does get considered, but you still can't kill him. Takes away Alpha, and no trade there for Kron. Blinded and hungry, Bang goes in. Takes down Kron, and it is just methodical. Narrate, Bang, perfect hold.
And the concern being this is the first time Fnatic have stacked up and looked for a set piece towards either side, to be honest with you. And it gets absolutely dismantled by Sentinels. Bang again, just always good for 2, it seems, in situations like this.
Again, Bang probably won't ever be in your highlight reels, right? 2 safe kills there, but the value he is bringing is second to none. He's top of the board currently, but as said, safety kills. Even the coaching staff looking a little frustrated at the tempo. Kaplan there just, hey, it's all going well. They're 7-3. Nothing's really phased them yet. It hasn't pushed them out of their comfort zone. And it feels rinse and repeat now.
Scrambled purchase once more from Fnatic. Just going to make round 12 pretty awkward for them.
Well, three players dedicated towards B this time. I don't know if it's a read into this. Cool, that is good info on that.
And another adjustment here on Zellsis' utility at least. And actually, finally, isolating Bang. It's been a problem.
But I like that Narrate's noted the players coming through top middle. He's pretty much going to be gift the try and do what you can. We can't help you yet. They've sliced right up the guts here, Fnatic. Almost doing a little bit of a fake out. Alpha!
On the fadeaway.
Okay, fair enough. Zekken, you got a 1v5. No, you don't! Alpha, you absolute nutcase. Catching him easy.
And just like that, a flawless response from Fnatic. Able to find success towards top mid. And the spike and them, almost a great read from Sentinels to try and, I guess, mitigate the risk on the back of this wall. This time around, the isolation of Bang is perfect. It looked even more ridiculous the second time after that kill from Alpha.
And you're going to need to see that, Alpha. If Ascent's in the map pool, you're going to need to see him firing, right? But 7-4, okay. It's not a complete shutout here. Fnatic have found enough rounds to build forward. Now, again, similar scenes to that last round here.
Well, Fnatic feel as if they have found something to work upon.
I mean, they're drawing the rotation towards top middle, right? You can't leave it open. Narrate has to react. John QT has to be present. This time, Narrate very present. Down to 20, but he's done his job in this. They want to try and get some pressure through Market and Alpha. Disrespecting the util felt like a desperation play almost.
Sure. Now
And then look how deep they are, Mike.
I was going to say, Boaster tasked now with making something of nothing, to be honest with you. Just as
not like that.
Zelsis, who would find the wall bang. Now down to Chronicle and Crashies. A 2v5 to try and convert here into a 7-5 half. A tall order.
It certainly is, and I have to credit the discipline from Sentinels, because the tempo and pacing from Fnatic, which has been discussed, is very slow. It is very cautious, but Kron
30
got
seconds
them
left.
4 before. Need more this time around. Does have Crashies there. One
C
shot
wants
dark.
to make something happen here.
You got to get at least a kill, right? That's the long and short of it. You have to at least get a kill to make this possible and ideally be able to back away. They may not expect him so close by, but the Horn will do the job. Nice work on one for the trade. Instantaneous. Sentinels playing the numbers game very well. Crashies can't do enough. Sentinels looking very in control, Mike. This has not been a problem.
No, I think Fnatic adopt a game plan here to try and slow things down and make Sentinels sweat a little bit. But like I said, coasting through a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, gonna need to see a little bit more fire under Fnatic for my flavor in this. I don't love this tempo from them. I want to see them come out swinging. The Sen look all too comfortable.
I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Bottles knocking models, popping bottles knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles knocking models. Popping bottles knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it.
Well, the pacing's certainly a little bit of a different tempo from that G2 Gen G game just
sure,
now.
yeah.
But 4 rounds is manageable with a pistol. But Mike, how do we see this one going down so far? Because I don't know how I feel about this yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not sold on Fnatic's approach once again here. We saw versus Gen G, I think, what, 4, maybe 5 rounds in that first half, decided by the clock or looking towards saving rifles, and it's just not convincing enough for me. Heartbreaking to see the first time they stack up and go for a pacey set piece. It's, like I said, Sentinels barely broke a sweat.
Now you can see the Coinbase Econ report there on the screens. It's really a bit of a one-sided affair, but the vast majority of Sen on the money. I mean, John QT able to get there in time, everyone else doing their job. I just need to see more here. Now, Sentinels 8-4 is a respectable scoreline. I think they'll be happy enough with that, right? Like, you walk away with that. You've done the job that was required. Now, their attacking side left me wanting a little bit as well, but I don't think I'm going to have the same quandary as I do with Fnatic's attack.
No, I mean, because that second half versus Gen G was kind of blink and you miss it.
Yep.
It was over very quickly, which is, again, you always aim towards a 6-6 for sure, but just, I mean, it didn't even really feel like an 8-4 half, to be honest with you. Fnatic to come away with as many as they did. Can they build upon that now?
And yeah, instantly different pace here coming out. Second fast towards elbow, clearing on through. Paranoia late, actually. So you can already see that Kayak's had a look, but he sees nothing. Very late presence coming out from Bang Berserker. Straight on the side, Boaster. Good denial, takes a, whoa! Takes a second! Get out of there! How's he found two? Kayak comes back around, but we're in a 3v2 now. The pressure mounting, you can see it. Just getting into the scrap from Ignorate! Sends us packing in the pistol.
Another situation where you think Fnatic have got the early win to get around under their belt. And Sentinels just strip it away. Boaster, two fantastic kills that stun on the first, actually, to find Zekken with a right click, but then doubling down under so much pressure. But Narrate really stretching his legs.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, that was gorgeous. That was gorgeous from Narrate. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That was something quite special there. And a mid-walk from Fnatic want to take the fight to Sentinels. You're on the defending side now, guys. You could have chilled out. But Narrate going to pick up where he left off. Carrying on this sort of fatality, lethality, but also on a classic. I'm sorry, maybe just a, what? Grunt? You just, what is going on, Mike? Are we in deathmatch?
Fnatic seemingly now looking to play a little more aggressively, taking the fight to Sentinels as you would have wished in the first half. Boaster put a classic in his hands and he's shining right now.
Right? You're not going to do...
Besting Zekken twice now.
That's ridiculous. Hello. Hello, speed up. Delsis clears him. No more naughtiness for that.
There.
To Crashies, who's lingering around middle, maybe able to see if he can get maybe something to
say,
fight
yeah,
in
can
with.
he recover anything?
They've still got the main weaponry. You're looking at it, right? The two Bulldogs are still there. It's one Stinger that's gone down. And Delsis, yeah, right place, right time, and Crashies knife out. Ain't gonna do it. 10 discovered for Sen. And I like Fnatic trying something here. You might as well in a round like this.
Absolutely, yeah. So it really comes down to this buy round now. You've got to see them get on the board here.
Yeah.
Too late. The 11 and a broken purchase once more.
Okay. Nice, boys. Come on, let's go.
Stripping away any comfort that Fnatic have even attempted to find. I haven't found it, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I've got to say as well, the part being in my mind, this hasn't just been the Zekken show, right? It's everyone else stepping up here. Your Narrate having a great show, Bang being on the money, Zelsis as well, everyone else doing their jobs. They haven't really needed Zekken to be the all singing, all dancing. But now on the attack, obviously with the Neon, this is where we could see him kick it up a gear.
And on the attack, to have a round 3 initiator ultimate is huge for Sentinels.
How do they fancy popping that? Got time. All the pressure on Fnatic in this regard, right? They have to stay on their toes here. Can't afford to drop the ball. That pistol round would have been everything. If they'd been able to drop Narrate there, that could have changed the outcome potentially, but he's still slipping through middle.
It's a very, very secure setup here for Fnatic, though.
Yeah, all that info off of the back
Alpha's
of
got to be careful.
Yeah, great paranoia, but still alive is Sen. Narrate going to take down Alpha, and they have to back away. There goes that ult we were talking about. Value, yes, and Sen looking for the site, but bang! Back to back! Boaster on Kron, devastated.
Crashes down to 11 HP. Fnatic have to give this up now.
There's no way back in. The flank irrelevant.
Planted.
This is unreal. Sen looks so comfortable here.
Fnatic look a little lost, to be honest with you.
They do. And have we seen timeouts yet?
Seen just the one from Fnatic very early on.
Love to see another.
But they set up here, it was both Chronicle and Alpha, but Alpha's posted up close and personal with his utility. Again, maybe a lack of information, but Crashes has already kind of figured out they're drifted back into mid because that, well, not contact found, but damage trade-off.
Yes.
It's really bizarre to see that. Unfortunate set of events. Kayak now, maybe actually, on the chopping block here.
A little bit dangerous for him.
Oh, actually, a cheeky smoke as well. So 5 alive.
Yep.
2 rifles maintained here for Fnatic, but a long road back in, and that, I mean, the only saving grace being that they've held onto 2 of those rifles because the money, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Alpha, I mean, again, in that situation, if you're there, you have to commit towards the kill. You back up, you're dead regardless. But with the reveal through the near side, just can't find Zekken. Painting a silhouette around him.
All right, it's kind of crunch time, right? It feels like we've gone here with a bit of a whimper from Fnatic. It hasn't been the show we wanted yet. Sentinels just striding through the map. Zekken into the space, gonna work off the back of the paranoia, gonna be punished. Kayak, nice, set into motion there. Zekken goes down and maybe still a chance to get some control in this one. Oh, that's lovely. Kayak just a shot through the smoke. He'll take that every day of the week.
Now backing away, conceding this space.
There.
Early win out here, can just play towards trades on site if Sentinels commit, but see how Crashy's exploring. Zellsis has potentially some ideas at threading the needle here in this Fnatic setup. Crashy's still guarding it.
He hasn't had a great series yet, or at least map yet here. So again, Zellsis has been on the money. That's a shoulder, and that's a stun. Didn't quite connect, but the shot does. Zellsis carving a path, and now both are trying to play it forward, but Zellsis again! He is setting this round alight! Sentinels making Fnatic look silly!
And the early win out from Fnatic, but Sentinels able to course correct here. Now find themselves a body to the good in the post.
Zellsis just nutmegging them straight up middle. Not a chance. And now they've got to try and fight it back in, right? But you've got Chronicle and Alpha. Not really easy to bring this utility in. Double stacked up on the site. Gonna try and get themselves away, but you're gonna still play in Zellsis. Alpha making a go of it, but Zellsis does so well. Down to the 1v1, but time is running low. John QT calm under pressure. Kron, same sort of thing.
He's got the half.
Going.
Yeah.
Kron!
No!
Kron, you absolute madman!
Trying to bait out the steps here, but Chronicle doesn't back down. Brazen with the defuse.
To do that at that scoreline.
Yeah.
That would have been 12. That's bold, but I've got to roll it back to this moment from Zellsis.
Yeah, I mean, the timing is just played to perfection here from Sentinels. You see as well, actually the reveal and the fault line coming back online to set this lurk in motion. And that's how they're able to flip this advantage back in their favor. But bold moves from Chronicle. Fnatic cling to life here on Sunset. Actually, again, we're seeing further aggression, or at least probes sent out by Fnatic. No reward just yet.
Going again, we do have the Owl drone. Having a glance, should just make it past the wall. Will note the player on the right side, and Kayak gonna catch the rate, so good damage here. Oh, just caught!
Just below the door.
Oh, that's a nightmare, isn't it? Trying to back away towards market.
Only really got Chronicle's utility now to rely on. And this wall committed towards mid, so Sentinels plenty of options. Actually drawn Alpha away as well, so going to leave that utility control of Ace. And actually, will be invested.
Look towards top middle. Zekken might just pump off this as well. Kron's going to be the one to try and deal with them if they come market, but no, it is straight top middle. He's taking space. Alpha, reactive, trying to slip away. Spot the pixel, gets the body drop. Drop the QT down, he knows there's more. Alpha, big double kill, but then there's still so much more to be done. 20 seconds, where's that spike going? Bang's got his ult if he wants it. God. Oh my goodness.
Oh my word.
There's no way they read this though, right? 13 seconds. The plant.
Zellsis, yeah, a little lazy peek in here, but actually on the wall.
Good God, this is just centimeters away from being deadly. 5 seconds has to commit on the plant here, and Kayak closing in. Chronicle's fallen. It's on Kayak and Crashies in the 2v2 here. Bang and Zellsis. Zellsis takes the head off of Crashies, leaving just Kayak, the young gun. Good for it on one. Looking for a second. He's got it! Kayak! You can doubt him all you want, but he has been exceptional for this team.
And another hero round from Zellsis as well. This Kayak with the Red Bull clutch. 6 on the board now for Fnatic.
Poison's gone.
In the finest of margins, and Crashy's a little disconnected. Obviously the anchor over towards A side with all of Alpha's utility. But the bounce on that stun, outrageous from Kayak.
Nice try, boys. Nice try, boys.
That was a lovely little Red Bull clutch from him. And again, the conversation around Kayak is, it's a learning lesson with him, really, as we go along. What is his capabilities? At this point, I think a lot of us saw on the socials he wasn't feeling his best. But coming in here, putting on a great show at 15 to 12. And it is that kind of old adage of, you know, everyone can be great when they aren't tired, when they aren't feeling underway. But this guy's turned out here today and looked good for it. But we look at how these rounds have gone, Mike. We've had, what, Kron with a full defuse. You've just had a clutch coming out from Kayak.
They're not ones that kind of fill you with confidence.
And on the other side, it is a timeout for Sen, so just don't want to let this slip away too far. They still have timeouts to work with, so why not burn one here? See how far they can take this. And Fnatic have a lot of ults to be working towards.
I was just saying as well, another hero around from Zelsis who's quietly actually crept to the top of the board ahead of Bang.
And
Narrate as well, who's had a couple, what, is that 2 or 3 Ks we've seen from him?
I'm really impressed with how Zelsis is reading the map. It's all kind of timing and nice, kind of like punishing on rotate.
Yeah, the lurk up top mid was fantastically executed.
Again, you don't normally kind of be having those conversations about Zelsis in that light, but I'm so happy to be seeing he's really found a way to
Snuff them out.
Get through that Fnatic defense. Now we go back in. Bang trying to draw the eyes and all the attention, see if they can cost that rotate, right? Bring that third body over.
Crash is just playing rotation game. Actually, it's early commitment back towards B with Kayak now picking up the slack in mid. He's going to have friends up there.
He's got 3 up here. Probably the play you want to avoid. But they think they've got something. And Crash's catches, encourages the counter swing. Nice little 1-2 punch at the top and middle. Well read by Fnatic in that one. Good timing as well. Punish Zelsis on the lurk. Fnatic, sorry, did you suddenly just get given the Sentinels book? How did you just read everything they were about to do?
Almost crazy to see Fnatic respond with a round like this. And actually, Chronicle creeping all the way into Storm, but John QT sharp to it.
Where the hell did that round just come out of, Mike?
I mean, it's such a fantastic read. The setup was beautiful.
I'm honestly a little stunned at it, but as it stands, John QT just trying to play this out.
30 seconds left.
If you're looking at it, who needs ult? I guess Crashies could do with
As
this
I say,
one.
regardless, I mean, unless he's left to survive here, QT should get his ultimate if he dies or finds a kill. Money a little weird for Sentinels. I mean, John QT sat at 4,500 and Zelsis actually at 33, so maybe able to pass some weaponry across the board, but that'll be 7 for Fnatic, clawing their way back into Sunset.
Slow and steady, but it's starting to get there. But again, it was lovely from Crashies, but it's the fact they already had 2 other players set up ready for it. Then the read on
Enemy remaining.
It all just kind of fell into pieces, right? The dominoes started to fall. And talking of snowball, Fnatic almost have all 5 ults ready.
Oh yeah, they're in a fantastic position here. One away for Crashies as well.
There's no way this game gets close, right?
I mean, this half certainly suiting Fnatic way more. So it's that aggression or willingness to kind of stand and fight that we didn't really see in the first half. So Sentinels just happy to receive time and time again, and Fnatic stumbling on the first hurdles on their attacking half. Here we've seen some fantastic reads, beautiful setups.
Got the spike.
Ooh, looking at Kayak's line here. They do go around that. Really heads up work, actually. Nice. And burning a bit of the util too. This is ticking the boxes here, protocol list-wise. And again, Sen finding it hard to get a grip on where Fnatic are.
Sentinel's just desperate for a fight somewhere.
The discipline's not going to be giving that up from Fnatic. They've been playing this slow and steady pace.
Second happy to entertain the idea regardless. And now 45 seconds on, waiting for some of those cooldowns to come back online, and Alpha
Camera
cam set up. Will potentially read this backside of the fake. Now still TP here for Bang.
Still got all the trips as well, and look
Yeah,
at
so
where they are.
he can sit here, but with the utility, as you noted, you're going to know there's been no progress towards site.
This is great. Boast is in the right place for this too, 25 seconds. They're going to have to make a run for this one. Zekin's found Kayak.
Boast is not stunned.
Oh my god, Boaster gets away with it. Still standing. Got his paranoia, got the TP, gets out of there. Next player coming in. Narrate gets caught. Alpha controlling the back line. 10 seconds. Boaster buying time. Second springs forward. Zels is trying to make this happen. 7 seconds though. They are running out of time. Zels has to plant and they are closing in. Fnatic starving out Sentinels.
Cage 3.
I was talking about the clock for Fnatic, but worked to perfection here. And it's only due to having that third body over towards B site. I mean, Boast has done so well here. Look at the Rolling Thunder just passing him by. But this TP back as well, it forces Sentinels to hesitate. They have to hard clear. I mean, Zekin makes handy work of it, but like I said, it's the clock then that suits Fnatic. Nobody has to swing onto these angles. They can wait for Zelsis to make a move.
5 volts. This is actually the 6th. That was going to be Sentinels. Zekin going to go for it. Just the stinger in the back pocket. But now you can see already Boaster up for the challenge. Zelsis going to catch Kayak towards the middle. And they're going to go for a higher tempo piece towards B. But there's still 3 bodies here, Mike. Do they cancel on this? Now on the ult, surely.
Zelsis knows he's got a bit of a gap to play with here.
Oh, he's been great at these.
Still a trip behind him. It's Fnatic again now, actively trying to hunt him out. So they know he hasn't crossed.
Oh, Zelsis. He might. Oh my god. How is Crash? He's alive. I thought he was on a platter, but the pacing here isn't quite high tempo enough. They've got a complete free sight. Alpha's still here. Oh! The Wonder Kid as ever! Slaps Narrate away from it. And now down to 3. That plant doesn't feel comfortable yet. Got to wait out the ult from Crashies. They still got more to burn if they need it. 40 seconds, a second attempt at the plant.
Come through now. The 3v4 now for Sentinels. Zelsis trying to get active, find something. The TP has another jump shot!
Again! Someone just back-to-back clipped that, I don't care! Zelsis! Oh, what the hell is this from Alpha? Zelsis has to be a hero, though! He has to put on the cape, put on the costume, and find 2! He's doing the dance, he's desperate for it, and they fly in! Fnatic still alive after that man on your screen just went nuclear!
Ridiculous from Alpha. I mean, the first one crucial just to slow down the hit here.
Bang.
What? Show me the second. It's exactly the same. Just disgusting.
That's unreal.
And then finds the spam as well through the wall.
Yeah, he's here. He's here. He's here. You better watch out for him.
And Fnatic now.
5 rounds, Mike.
Knocking on the door.
5 rounds in a row. Sentinels don't like that one.
Fnatic have actually still got a timeout as well. I said that timeout came in the 3rd or 4th round. I can't remember the first half.
Super
but
early.
Boaster certainly keeping things in control, I guess, in game. Now it comes down to a bit of a face-off here. Finances starting to dwindle now for Sentinels. Still actually ultimates to play with as well for Fnatic. Do have Narrate's ultimate, but Neural Theft, Kayak, Chronicle actually does have the pit.
And I feel crazy having this conversation, but I didn't expect to see a world where Fnatic win this map. And then that changes how the veto looks, right? That's a conversation for afterwards, but...
Well, especially after the first half. I was
Correct.
sold then in my prediction, but...
Yep. Wait, who did you predict for this game?
For the series?
Yeah.
Well, for the... Okay. We'll go there.
Well, no, I'll admit it.
Fnatic. You wanted Sen, I know you did.
Wait, you went for Fnatic in
Yeah,
this?
yeah.
Oh my god. It's crazy.
I've still got Kayak down. It's like I stayed CS and...
Fair play, fair play. Okay, Operator is in, and this is one of those swing factors. If you aren't familiar with Fnatic, when Kayak's previously had some bad games, that Operator used to get him out of that ditch.
the catalyst for him.
But he's certainly not been in any ditch so far. He's been having a mad performance, so another layer added to this.
Maybe this is a read into the pace or the tempo shift after this timeout. Could be rewarded here, as actually does look like a contact play from Sentinels.
Oh god, if they're going contact on this, it is so brutal. Kayak's going to be a one and done. Yeah,
still gets it.
All good. Zekin he's had a hard game here, I'm going to be honest, and that's rare to say because I feel like Zekken's one of the most consistent, high achievers. But he's struggling with that, and another deep line adopted. They've got to commit utility to force him away. You can't be going for these contact pieces now. Ooh, a little cuppy.
Well, I mean, the smoke's going to make it difficult to get.
Do it. Go on, do the thing. Do the thing. Walk the smoke. I dare you. Oh, he's being sensible, Mike.
You hate to see
Spike
it.
planted.
Fun enjoys around the world devastated.
Still his ultimate though.
Right here.
Can make something happen potentially here in the post plant. Very slow, cautious in approach here, but Kayak confident. His teammate's got his back here.
They got to start building now, though. The time is ticking, right? There's the trade out. The paranoia not going to be able to be worked upon there, sent through. Fnatic got to get moving. Sen with an opportunity now. Layered utility well, but Chronicle catching two, sleeping. Back goes down complete. Why is no one looking at Chronicle? Banana right back in the headlights. He's going to know where they are, but Crashy's sticking on the defuse here. Swing! Oh, and he doesn't miss! Defuse! Oh, it just misses out!
It would have needed an ace from Narrate. But Crashies has to make a move here. The Red Bull clutch going in Sentinel's favor to find 12.
I know exactly.
God, it was Kron does it on one side, Narrate does it on the other, just too late. Just even Narrate unsure, hand shaking for a second, but then he's up. Knows what he's done. He's got Sen to 12, breaking that momentum. Sentinels back, looking ready for this, but they've got to keep going now. God, the money's so fragile still.
Yeah, I mean, look, yeah. After that string around,
oh my God!
Pick up through Maxi, Quiet, shut down!
Oh,
it's
Narrate again! It's beautiful! Poetic for Narrate to be the one doing this. Finding comfort out in America. Alpha does catch Celsius. Crashy's now got bodies in front of him, abounding. Zek gonna take away the sight. Plant now next. You're down to 2. Kron and Alpha, big names. Same to be said on the other side. 4 players waiting. Sentinels 2 kills away from map 1 under the belt. Kron waiting. Alpha, contact made, Narrate down. Next layer has to come in. They join together, playing in unison now. 1 right, 2 left. Kron has a little look, finds the one close, waits for the swing. Now we're gonna need a magic moment from Alpha. 6 bullets and the time's not on his side, but Zekken, 12 HP.
He's misread this.
Oh my God, Zekken is absolutely ice. God damn cold! Beautifully done from Zekken. Didn't fall for it for a second. At 13-9, Sen claim map 1.
Fnatic looking like they were able to pull off a miracle here, but the last moment, the 11th hour, Narrate comes alive, Lauren.
With some stupid fights. I'm gonna go with who's gonna go first. I think Zelsis. Zelsis gonna get a big one. I want him sat down the whole game. 0 reason to stand up. 1, a 2, a 1, 2. Stupefy. Right, next one. John Kitio, he's not in the middle. That's not an IGL spot, so I'll stupefy him back to the middle. Stupefy! Bang! About to bang him out with a stupefy. Stupefy!
Have you done
Narrate
Zekken?
or Zelsis?
Have you done Zekken already?
No, Zekken I haven't done on Narrate.
We need to
give him a double one. Give him a double, Jake.
I'm gonna
the
hit
big
Narrate
one.
We can
with a
wind up the
stupefy.
Zekken.
Combo the
Wait, yeah, we
Stupefy!
Alright, we do the big one on Zekken.
Everyone, ready?
Charge it up.
3, 2, 1, stupefy! Yeah, that.
Oh.
He's stupefied.
He is very stupefied.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey,
Let me show you how the box does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
spike defused.
Did I just lose my keys? Or did I lose my mind? Or did I lose my mind? Or did I just lose my keys? Or did I lose my mind? Or did I lose my mind? Or did I just my mind? Just my mind. 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 Just
Sentinels. I'm now joined by their coach, Kaplan. Now, after what happened on Sunset yesterday, Fnatic were coming back into this series as well. In the last 2 and 3 rounds, who would you credit the most to keep your team in it?
I think it's tied between Zelsis and John. Zelsis really called us out for needing to tighten up and clean up, and then John got pretty specific there about what has to be done to make sure we close out those last couple rounds.
Thank you very much, Kaplan. Good luck.
Thank you.
We were expecting fireworks, and boy, oh boy, at the tail end of that game did we get just that, as Sentinels pick up the victory on Sunset despite the best efforts of Fnatic to try and bring things back. It was all for naught as Narrate and the boys in Sentinels managed to clutch up. And as a matter of fact, that takes us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because you gotta give it to Narrate for that incredible play, Kakuka, that we saw him pull off there.
It's an incredible play from him, but also a huge misplay for the side of Fnatic. They think that in this 5v2 situation, everything is already won for them, but with that position and everybody just rushing onto side to get that defuse, Narrate finds the perfect spacing to isolate all of those fights to get very favorable fights for himself, and Crashes is not able to defuse the spike for less than a second.
And what a moment this is for Narrate. His first Tier 1 opportunity was in EMEA, playing with Karmine Core. He was familiar playing against this Fnatic team then. Now back in North America at the Tier 1 level, showing up to a global event after their disappointment that was Bangkok, and putting up a map like this, winning a 1v4 clutch to close it out, and now be a map up and close to staying alive.
And also, in my opinion, that was not the most impressive thing that Narrate did this map. In various occasions, we saw him getting multi-kills. His utility is always the opener through everything, especially when they're from their attack and Alpha is being so present on mid, just being an absolute pain in the ass. Narrate proved that he won. EMEA lost in this case.
Yeah, I mean, Narrate did so many things right there, but Mimi, I mean, the other thing that we were seeing too, and this is something that we've known Sentinels to be quite good at, those retakes, the way that they play around and utilize their utility to great effect.
And if you just look at the retake win percentage, it doesn't look incredible for Sen, but I think what they did very well on their defensive side was having a game plan into this double controller composition. They played really passive at the start of their rounds, being willing to play retake A almost all the time, and instead putting more forces into mid to fight, shut down the lurkers, and then play either 5v4 or even number retakes. And in all those situations, Sentinels' utility, their coordination just looked on point, and it was rounds like the one you're seeing that snowballed this first half for Sen.
We had actually heard from Coach Kaplan what the expectation was for the team, and they were saying that there was a lot of conversations in the squad, Sentinels, that, hey, we got to tighten things up, we got to make things work here. What do you think that conversation is like for Fnatic?
The conversation right now is, let's forget about the rounds that we almost win. Let's focus on what's literally ahead of us, is thinking about Ascent, thinking about everything else that they still have to show us for this map.
All right, well, let's actually get some words from Coach Milan and get ready for map number 2. We have Yinsu standing by.
I'm standing by with Coach Milan before we head to map 2. Now, throughout the history of Fnatic, it is a rare sight to see you guys pick Ascent. What made this map your most confident going into this matchup?
I mean, it looked good against RRQ. It's a map that Sentinels hasn't favored a lot, and I thought we would throw them a little bit of a curveball and see how it plans out, you know?
Well, I hope it goes in your favor. Thank you very much and good luck.
And I think everyone in Toronto feels the same way, because we want to see a map 3 here, Mimi. But for now, we have to focus on Ascent. What should we be expecting?
What we should be expecting is the same thing for Fnatic. That new chamber comp they debuted, Alpha Bea, you were talking a lot about it. He was incredible towards the second half of Sunset, and it was the same to be said last time he played this map.
Yeah, absolutely. The question is, what is Sentinels going to change to, if ever, right? Is Narrate going to stay in that Teco? We saw G2 earlier just going back to something that was comfortable for them and putting the Teco back in. I don't know if the plan is going to be the same for Sentinels, but someone else that I'm looking at and someone that Coach Kaplan was speaking about was Celsius. Him on that Vice. I think that if someone has a page of Fnatic's book, or possibly have and understand the usage of the Vice in this map, is Sentinels.
This has never been an amazing map for Sen, at least for this core of the team. But when you look back at last year, when they were playing at Champions, they were running a double controller comp, the Cypher Deadlock, that became pretty popular in North America during that time. And I'm interested if they want to take any notes out of that one. I've loved the double Senti looks that a lot of different teams, including Fnatic, have shown on the map. So if they have something new, I would expect it to be some variant of the double Sentinel.
And you want to talk about the run that this team has had, Sentinels, on Ascent. It hasn't been pretty, right? 2-1, not all that bad. They haven't played it here, so we're going to see what we end up getting as the agent select is going to go. And look at Alfia already locking in that chamber there, Kukuka.
He's not even hovering. He's not even letting us, you know, Theorycraft. Maybe he goes for something else. But very important as well, you know that the chances of you picking this map and you starting on the attack are like, let's say 95%, okay? Some people, especially if it's a pick. If it's the last one, maybe it changes. But we saw what Fnatic were able to do in their attack. A lot of that aggression on mid, all of those straight denials that this composition offers.
Sentinels got kind of obliterated by Paper X in their post plants when they played against them in the uppers. They were getting caught off guard by players in off angles when they were retaking. That's going to be the same thing with Alpha, but turned up to a new degree. Every time Fnatic get the spike down, watch for where he's putting his TP gate, how he's positioning forward. And now for Sentinels, we have to talk about them because they are locking the Teo, they are locking the Vise, and this is looking to be the same comp as long as they don't lock it away, and they've done it. Zekin goes for the waylay, the first player to pull that out here in Masters Toronto.
What?
Well, if his first waylay, that is for sure. I don't think that he has played the agent in an official match, has he?
Not that I can recall.
I don't think so.
But also narrates on the Tejo as well.
Is this Jogamo? Is this you?
G2 played this a ton in Americas with that Waylay in the mix. The slow is great. You can dive into market, all these different things. GB, this is a hell of a curveball.
All right, folks. Well, it's now time to find out if Sentinels sink or swim. Are we going to get that map 3? Let's send it back over to your casters, Pansy and Hypoc.
Yeah, thank you. All eyes turning towards Zekken here. Mike, I thought that maybe Alpha up on that chamber, maybe even Kron on the Vice.
Not the headline tonight.
Nah, Zekken on the Waylay. What are we seeing with this?
I mean, it actually almost suits to play into this, right? You can almost dive onto Alpha a little, I said a little more coordinated, but there's a lot of pressure now to try and, at the end there's not many counterplays, right, to a chamber getting up close and personal, able to dip his toes and get out, but could be a trump card, the Uno reverse from Sentinels, and that's where Milan even touching on, bringing out a curveball, but hey, how do you react now?
Yeah, I think they've just one-upped you in that matter, but we dive into this, don't we? We get to truly see the test of these two creative sides. Fnatic on the attack, and of course Sen then on the defending side. And let's see how this looks. We've got a lot to learn. Already a 3-play stack on this B site.
Bit of pressure here, a probe sent out in terms of the util from Crashies. Second motion is played towards short. It's Alpha to lead the charge. Find John QT, but actually no damage done there.
No, and that's a couple of those bullets spent. Already the rotation's coming in, Narrate's gonna be here. Kayak on the corner, nice shot from Kayak, quick to try and hunt that down. Does get denied the springboard forward, but Narrate's screwed. Yeah, Kron was hungry for that. And they're fighting for that space behind Tree, taking over towards Heaven, making the site really uncomfortable. There's two players trying to tuck in towards Hell. And if they get the spacing right here, Fnatic, it should be pretty light work. This was really well crafted, Mike.
The miss on the first, but Alpha connecting with the headshot. Zekken now need an ace to find this pistol.
Have I told you about the story of Zekken's 1v5? I've not told you that one.
You have not.
He was on a Waylay, which is crazy,
Was
right?
it?
Yeah.
Round 1 of the second map.
It must have been probably a different game because I don't see it happening now. Kron's playing the no fun allowed game.
The fun police.
Yeah, they've turned up. Sirens are on. Yeah, Zekken's having a go, but it's... Even in the losses, the man's still scary as hell. Good God, that man. Nasty with it, but around nevertheless for Fnatic here to get the first in this second map.
Certainly a confidence booster through everything they had at that comeback on map 1, but said Sentinels. Well, out a curveball here in map 2, and maybe some early learnings here to find on the side of Fnatic. Excited to see, really. I mean, it will be the face-off. Maybe not in the first half here between Alpha and Zekken. Maybe not so much Kayak in that regard.
All right, one Sheriff for Zekken. And obviously on the other side, you're going to see them try and go farming here. But a big investment, Kron, Kayak, prized possessions they don't want to be losing, and a 5-play stack. So they better avoid one side of this map if they know what's good for them. But let's see if they can just test out the waters. This puts a lot of pressure on, I'd say, Crashies to kind of do this good scouting to make sure they don't fall into these sort of traps in place. And it looks like they're aiming towards middle to begin with.
The space to play into, for sure. Still cautious. Don't give away any early advantage here in round 2.
Ooh, okay. Narrate goes down, nice. Enough correction in the end from Alpha from that second. This is good for him. Again, you want to see confidence being built. The other 4 for Sen. Not really all that enthused by this round, are they?
No. Especially when you look back towards the minimap now. The big gap. Ground to cover.
Good call from Fnatic, though. They'll be happy enough with that.
Still so cautious of a snake in the water here. We'll find a clean plant, though. Able to get themselves out of sight as well. Yeah, really scratching their heads now.
Guys are not here. Zekken is getting closer. Door's shut, though. Nope. Door's open. And Fnatic would like to find the opponents. It does seem a little bit of hide and seek so far, but Kayak going to take down Zekken, who did have that Sheriff. So the main sort of Danger weapon gone. Speaking of weapons, there is one now dropped.
Launching thorns.
Have to see if they can recover this or keep it out of their hands, but Zelsis, this is a lot. That's 3 players here. They're going to make Fnatic work for this, though.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Still trying to keep them in market here. Well, that's both kills come through.
Okay, Vandal back in. Everything recovered. So yeah, Vandal, Phantom, and the Guardian still in rotation.
Yeah, difficult to really police the weapons in that situation. Almost want to force Fnatic a little deeper, maybe to fall to the spike, but the plant position. A little bit of safety here. Damage done though. Really going to cause problems for the purchase here. And obviously the offset to that being Alpha.
Revealing area.
So the ability to buy up effectively a Guardian in the back pocket.
That works.
Right side of the map for Zekken this time. Does have Zelsis here too. Alpha propped up towards B main very early. Again, this tempo from Fnatic is slow. We've been kind of talking about this. Very, very slow and steady.
Yeah, and certainly some question marks here of what Zekken's going to be doing. Does enable a lot of defensive aggression. And Alpha beheaded. In similar setup though to what we saw earlier on. It's not Alpha to lead the charge here, but rather sell the fake elsewhere.
I quite like the deeper positioning from Narrate. We've seen that Fnatic do like to prioritize that deeper tree control as well. If he can police this, it'd be impressive, but it's difficult. Fnatic once again taking that territory. Kayak tries to get a little technical with it, but Narrate comfortable on the pressure. So far, so good. Actually overextends and is rewarded.
2 with a Bulldog, by the way. Massive value found. Will force now Chronicle and Boast to consider just holding on to this weaponry.
Not many opportunities for a play here with that spike going through tree, as said. If it all goes wrong, you're kind of stuck there.
So they do have the benefit. It's only Alpha that's broken. He's got himself as close to a real weapon as you could hope for with that amount of credits left in the bank. The Sentinels here on the board on Ascent. As wide as only really Kayak and Alpha making progress here. Crashes as well, actually. Yeah, and the rate goes huge here with Bulldog. With there from Kayak's position, snappy onto Crashes as well, who had a rough first map. We'll see him certainly establish himself early on here on Ascent.
Yeah, and a little bit scary as well if Narrate starts going early. You saw how that last map ended. I mean, he was on a high note and a half.
Oh, he's buzzing up on his feet.
Oh, and a little bit of a deeper exploration coming out from Zekken there. So this feels like this fight's going to be happening a lot, right? Between Alpha and Zekken fighting for that sort of early space on maybe B main or over towards A. This time Zelsis there with him. And they are waiting. This time Alpha, a bit of damage done. Zelsis wants to clear this util, but couldn't quite crest the corner.
We really want to see them remove the...
That's 3 players.
Here, yeah.
They should have noted on this side of the map.
The rate's been fairly quick to rotate over towards A. He's making moves now. But this time around, the difference being Fnatic sit behind this. Spike still over towards the B side. And Zekken still commanding the space into B main.
Zekken's been outdone this time. Back and forth between these two so far in these rounds. Zelsis still has some stall on this site. He can buy a bit of time. We saw that earlier rotation coming out from Narrate. Now he wants to get back. Can Zelsis buy some precious seconds? Can he keep Fnatic away from the door? Already chomping at the bit to get closer, looking for that cross through towards site. Slips in the smoke, takes away Alpha, looks for some more damage, but he can't do much more. Kind of pinned in at this point, had to give up Cat.
The flash is perfect. Zelsis couldn't catch him. He actually caught the backside of it as well.
Yeah, but overextension towards CT. I thought maybe he'd try and buy a bit of time, see if someone could swing off him. But Chronicle goes down and leaves it in this 3v3. Now how does Sen then break back through towards the site itself? Look at the utility they have. 1 flash for John QT. That's it pretty much, and 1 smoke for Bang. Difficult to breach this side of the map. And that's it. That's pretty much it. Two towards Cat, high flash swing. Away we go, Crashy's blind. What is that? Bang still firing on all cylinders though. He knows where Kayak is, but it ain't enough to kill him. Kayak survives and Fnatic make it out like bandits.
How is Crashy's alive there to find a kill? Maybe just a catch on the flash themselves, but Alpha crispy on the entry. Yeah, weird exchange here between Celsius and Chronicle. Bang almost lining up a 4K here.
One god, Bang. So close on that. I was like, bro, why are you aiming that towards me? Damn, okay, timeout early for Sen though. They're touching base up on what, round 5? They've hit the brakes here. Maybe not liking it, maybe just kind of trying to get a grip on this. Again, you're playing up against a comp that you probably aren't super familiar with. You're seeing a chamber again, seeing this sort of thing. And again, if you're looking at the coaching staff, Kaplan's there going to be trying to keep in touch with them quick.
And you could argue it's maybe some of the rounds that are most frustrating to lose because there's not necessarily any flair or, you know, nothing special about some of these rounds. If Alpha can just kind of find these dry engagements and win out, those are tilters. You're not really testing the sight hold or anything like that. It's somebody almost overstepping the mark on Sentinel's side. So maybe just trying to rein that in early on, but certainly for Zekken in the first half, you don't want him to just sit back and receive some of these sight XX.
And it does feel, I don't want to say like a coin flip between the two of them, but they have been going back and forth, right? Zekken's had his moments. Yeah. Obviously, though, the value of Alpha getting that first pick does open the site. You saw how isolated then Celsius was, and it was really hard to stall out. He did great, though, slipping into that smoke, catching a player. Still stalled out almost enough for Bang there, but not to be. 3-1, Fnatic firmly now starting to build a lead. The operator is in, but
Let's play.
so's Tour de Force on the other side. Zekken taking a look. Knife comes in, probably going to catch one there. I'd imagine that connected. As Zekken decides to rattle off a shot, but back away. That opens up gap for Fnatic.
Almost leaning towards a pace change on both sides, though, as soon as the Tour de Force is out.
Active fight on towards Street.
Yeah. Well, actually, the spam ups of Kayak.
And it's done. Oh, Narrate! How are you diffing Kayak in that? He had to snap back to it already. You're going to see this coming in to try and clear out, and it does. Hunter's Fury does well to catch out Narrate, but they've made it hard work to play up Cat. A real different hold. They're just playing it forward a little in unison. No big opportunities for Alpha to bring in the ult either.
Trying to make something work here in range of the TP. But a pause for thought here from Fnatic. Even 4v4, but John QT tagged down to 47, so slight advantage.
Alpha
30
seconds
once
left.
again, curious. Does have the spike himself as well, so going to hope that Crashes can come and reinforce this, but it's Zekken.
Down mid.
And look at the
on top
time.
once more.
The word melons is coming to mind. 10 seconds. Fnatic, yeah, they're getting closer, but Bang's still here. If he can deny the plant, that's everything. And Bang's currently getting curious. Dealt with by Kron. A messy shot from him. Celsius can't get there in time just yet. And look how disconnected Kron is. This is so difficult for Celsius to clear out. Crashy's dart. Shock dart's back in play as well. The second that Celsius gets closer to sight, if he gets contact, that checkmate of Kron's position surely comes in. And it's there. Lovely positioning. I thought they were too late then, Mike, but they are letting that clock run low.
Not many options to recover that on the side of Celsius, but just a really bizarre exchange here. Towards sure, it's only really the Hunter's Fury that opens things up for Fnatic.
One enemy.
Almost 1 second shows his hand with the operator. Able to deal with it. A couple of ultimates now online for Sentinels. Still got Kayak though. Then to go back, actually a set piece out towards mid here.
Yeah, and look at the pressure coming out of B main too. It's kind of look towards middle, but I promise you there's more of us here. And there is. They're fighting together. Sen kick up the pace, and they rip apart Fnatic. Boaster and Alpha have a mountain to climb. Alpha rattles off the bullet. They now know where he is. Spike's in a dangerous position too. Alpha wants that back. Boast already trailblazing away. Alpha gets the spike, he gets away. Now where do they go? It feels like it has to be towards A, right?
All this pressure elsewhere. They're not going to walk short. Surely not.
Oh my, no. Why is this choice feels mad?
There's not going to be any
Playing Sen's
confirmation for Sen, but this is certainly bold.
Oh my god, they might, I don't, oh! They catch more than the timing. They catch second.
But do they read that as Sentinels have already rotated and now go back towards B? Zeus is still in a position to do damage.
He's thinking about it, isn't he, Alpha? And with Zeus still alive, you've still got this wall in middle. He triggers it, trying to bait it out to look back like a B, a double fake potentially, and a late
Boast has got
lurk
the spike
up
as well.
cat.
Oh my word.
That was close. That was so damn close to smoke on CT. And Sen have to react to it. They have to respond to it to some extent. But it is the play towards A now. Plant's going to be coming down. Can Boaster and Alpha navigate this?
Planted. My ultimate is ready.
Paranoia still there.
That's huge, actually. 5 seconds on the smoke as well for Boaster.
Door shut as well. Where's he off to? They don't know, we do. Smoke gonna go in. Ult's popped. Alpha's out of it, but they're gonna flood the site now. Sen looking to try and clear, trying to maybe catch Boaster in the meantime. Paranoia's still in play. There it is, posted. Alpha, you gotta come into this one. And he checks it, it's clear for now. They are hunting them down, but Alpha denying. Boaster trying to live as long as he can. Alpha, the man who will not be moved. Clutching up Fnatic, doing the damage.
Almost felt a little awkward there. The Paranoia could have connected potentially onto Alpha. Not sure of the range, but what a recovery.
Player standing.
It takes everything from Alpha. 4 kills for him.
I would apologize, Suzanne.
And this pace change really from Sentinels. Actually, the second timeout coming through.
Boaster's up. Boaster's up. You shouldn't be losing, what, 2v4s? Those are the ones that get you. Those are the ones that frustrate you.
They look beautiful initially for Sentinels. Like I said, I think that pace change really, operators left on the table. Alpha's going to have it. Let's take the fight to them.
Yep, love that.
And initially, a huge victory for them. But again, Zeus is half a second longer, and he catches Boaster with the spike.
But also have to give credit to Boaster, playing him like a fiddle.
Yeah.
Just setting off that wall towards middle, the smoke towards CT, all of these ideas that, oh, they're going back, surely they're going to try and hit this fake. There was a double fake back in towards that A piece, beautifully done, manipulating the map just perfectly. And at 5-1, there's a reason there's this double timeout called into effect. Sentinels
would love to be a fly on the wall.
Oh, wouldn't you just? Hearing that.
Again, because that's when you watch the minimap back and it's a round of seconds, millimeters almost. But a huge win for Fnatic to find their 5th. Sentinels now really a stinger and a sheriff to Zekken. Tuck themselves back into a deeper hold for sure.
Oh, they've been abusing Cat over and over again.
Yeah, they have, yeah.
And I quite like the occasion, you know, Narrate's been trying to play a little close towards tree, but then we had that Kron and Crashies round that just battered them. Sen finding it hard. They've been so close a couple of times, but it's just not quite been there. Steadying. You can see that Fnatic, again, that protocol is right. Early clear of the wall, early clear of the thorns.
It's all ahead of 60 seconds left, yeah.
Going through that checklist very well. Making those rotations now difficult, and Alpha gets let off the leash. Has a glance towards middle. It's still building towards A.
Say ult here for Kayak as well, so the drone will come through if it doesn't confirm. Maybe a UC, but actually, Spam almost catching on John QT.
Oh, safety found in the smoke there. Almost a second of thought for it, and Alpha's gone right up the guts here.
Fnatic playing the entire map
There's
on
a
this attacking side.
There's still 3 players on this B site. So they've actually got the read right here, but you look at the weaponry, that's the hard part here. Sen getting the tempo right, getting the read right, but with 25 seconds it can go wrong. Fnatic could have left this too late, but let's find out. 24 seconds, they got to make a play here. Stall coming in and Crash is taking those brave first couple of steps. Good work from Zekken, good stall. It's 17 seconds now. They got to get towards the back of the side poster. Makes a meal of it, but lands it in the end. Zekken again, 10 seconds left. Zekken is still on fire here. Bang! Lands a shot and Kayak is sweating bullets. This one's over. Heroics from Zekken doing the damage to Fnatic.
And gets the 4. I mean, Fnatic victims of their own success here. Like I said, playing the entire map, but then playing right into Sentinels' hands. Or the hands of that man right there.
It's a scary player to get going, to get confident, to get feeling out this game. Look at these
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
And then you look at all that, and Bang's still there, just waiting.
That rock solid player.
Play time, boys. Play time.
The MasterCard Thrifty coming through. Beautiful highlight there for Zekken. But can they keep these reads up, right? They got to keep a grip on Fnatic, who are looking slippery.
Poster down on the Stinger now. Broken by
Retrieving flash.
for Fnatic. Zekken one away from the ultimate again, but John QT and the rate have theirs to invest. Still sitting on Kayaks. Now Chronicle.
There.
Rip away the advantage here in terms of the purchase for Kayak. That's 60. He runs through! What?
Sorry, is Houdini in the server? Because that was just simply magic. How has he gotten 2 there? No right at all. Great knife timing on that one to connect, though. Gets at least denied to invest the ult. So now the plant's going to come in, but they're in a 5v3.
Sentinel's giving this up already. You can see them tucked into
Cancel,
B side.
yeah. What the hell was that from Kayak? Give me that on a replay,
I mean,
please.
The first, maybe.
Second?
Outrageous.
Show me it back. Can't take it. You got a feeling away for Sen. They can't get that momentum on their side, right? Yeah, a brilliant round from Zekken. Heroics from him. Right back, cool. Okay, Kayak's behind us and he's just gotten 2.
Well, especially now, if you're Kaplan, you got to just sit back and watch these rounds.
Yep.
It all rides on John QT in the server. Be a flawless round 8 here for Fnatic.
Wow.
Maybe that's the turning point for them in terms of momentum and establishing themselves now with a 4-round lead. Certainly got the funds to support that.
Oh, he
spots him in the smoke.
Launching missile.
That is absolute filth. That's Narrate as well, who's looked so sharp. I said coming alive in map 1.
Yeah, Kayak is an absolute gunner, apparently. Okay, we've got a couple of... So Kayak's been sat on his for a while now. We've been kind of keeping track of that. Kron's got his. He wanted it in that previous one, but actually the knife denied it, and then they had the round regardless. On the other side, though, Zekken one away. John QT's got his. Narrate's got his. Need to see something around this, though. Once again, respecting Fnatic to have all of this mid-control. Not much of a test towards this.
Yeah, Sentinels have not been dipping their toes in
no
the early
operator,
round.
no challenge on it. Don't fancy it.
You could argue maybe with Zekken now sitting on 3K.
Deeper wall.
Yeah, because I mean, Fnatic were able to pull this out very early on in the previous rounds.
Oh god, Kayak again. You got another rabbit in that hat to pull out. No, pretty simple, but the timing's right for Bang. Takes away Alpha, trying to maybe scale into this and stalled out on shore. Uh-oh, time to run. Okay, they're good.
Chronicle ahead of this now with the spike. Actually not going to be isolated.
Okay, this is nice though. This time around, do get to invest the ult here. So just those classics waiting, but I've heard something about those Sentinels classics. That makes me a little bit nervous here. And even Kayak investing util, they want to clear house! The Bang comes down, swinging! Outrageous stuff from Bang! He could be on for the ace, 8 HP in a dream. Celsius gets the job done, but beauty from Bang there.
The desperation to capitalize on Chronicle's ultimate is their downfall.
Left.
Up against the ropes. in hell. I mean, the flash is perfect.
One
And
enemy remaining.
again, you can't fault the first two swings here.
I'll have what I...
Just when you think it might be the moment Fnatic stabilize here with the lead. Sentinels fight back. 3 still separate these teams.
Oh, I like this.
Like I said, yeah, with the funds in the previous. Zekken now on the operator, sorry.
But also that maybe they're willing to, I don't want to say challenge middle, but let's see how they maybe want to approach it. Kayak wants to test early. Okay. Zekken.
Well, I was going to say,
what was the plan?
A really awkward
Maybe some discomfort on the
there.
agent. I don't know. That didn't seem like he went the way he wanted. So narrate now. What is going on in these couple of moments here? Zellsis is still on this side. So they felt pressure in market and through main. This feels very indicative of this B hit, but we've seen how slippery Fnatic can be. Hesitation on rotation, but Bang closing the gap. He should be the checkmate here. Keep Zellsis steady in holding this side, but John QT's gone down. There's still a wall behind here. TP could be taken for Bang, but even another 4K. This is ridiculous. Fnatic slow and steady has been working, smothering Sentinels. The plant up next. Bang, I mean, he was a hero before, but this, I don't think is in the wheelhouse today.
Looks like he wants to just look for an exit. Again, maybe even retrieve the operator, but both are tucked into pizza.
And again, I come back to the start because I quite like the idea, kind of playing a little bit deeper initially, waiting for that early wave of util, and then maybe taking a glance. But it felt like maybe just a bit of discomfort on the agent for Zekken. It didn't look like, obviously, that was what he wanted. Uh-oh. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dearie me. Bang, if you survive, it ain't gonna happen. Yeah.
Gun here.
Okay.
But yeah, an early TP from Kayak and the clone. I think he knows he's got him back to rights.
Yeah. I see
Beautiful play up middle. And again, it's just the timing that it takes him to pull the operator. And actually, yeah, I mean, Kayak's on the angle so quickly.
Oh, it was just an ankle shown. That was enough for the shot from Narrate then.
One enemy remaining.
Big round from Alpha, though. Paving the way towards B site for Fnatic. And a trade-off. Again, look at that timeline. Last 4. Coming back and forth here.
Lovely matchup, actually, between these two. I'm liking it. And again, it's that whole idea of being better to be remembered for ambition than to be forgotten for obedience, playing their own way, bringing out new agents, as said on this way, like, be it a hit or a miss, fair play, you know, you can call it how you see it. This is the first half on the defending side. But then you look at Fnatic, of course, rewarded so far with this chamber adjustment, Chronicle as well on that Vice.
Time to jump.
Fnatic have been in control in terms of, like I said, playing the entire map, drawing out this util very early on, but Sentinels don't seem to respond to that, don't spring into action. I say when they do try to dig their heels, and that also hasn't suited them.
No.
Other than some heroics from Zekken here and there.
This is, they're playing back Bowhouse, we're at 30 seconds yet, and they've read it so well. Where are you meant to go? Zekken trying to buy him time with the ult coming in, but still Zellsis has to lean forward. Boaster takes him down. He was actually set into motion well. Narrate does a little bit of damage from CT. 20 seconds, starting to fumble on time, and already Bang to take the quick TP and the ult invested towards the back of sight. 15 seconds for Fnatic. Come on, you got to get towards the site here. Zellsis set up for success. Bang on the trade, can't do enough. 7 seconds and the plant is wanted. Does Kayak get given that freedom? No, he does not. Narrate there, denying the plant, and Fnatic leaving it way too late.
What's the setup here? 10, 15 seconds earlier. It's teed up for Fnatic, but once more, I dare to say it, victims of their own success. They have so much space to play into, so much freedom where they're almost second-guessing themselves in some of these situations. Bang to spring the trap once more. 3 on the round from the rate. Quiet half from him. You can hear Zellsis now trying to rally the troops towards a 5th here to close out the first half.
Trying to ignite something. It's been a hard game to get that kind of momentum building. And it's something actually to keep that away from Sentinels. They are a team that never feel truly down and out, no matter the scoreline, no matter the map, no matter the matchup. The way that Fnatic are playing this slow RVS ground has been hard to build momentum from. And again, Bang getting caught off there. Just that kind of 1v1 over on A main that was slowly building.
Yeah, it was a warbang as well, so that's just the edge of the... John be on the top of the boxes, but have to wait and see.
He's not been having a highlight game. Narrate, on the other hand, has been nice from John QT. Quick way to make up for what's not been a good affair yet. Can he do any more, though? No, goes down with a lot of util as well. Cleared out by Boaster, besting the other IGL. And Kron in support, not letting them fight alone. Security found for the plant. Zelsis, just a formality in the pathing back for Fnatic. Making it up to 8, keeping Sen on just these 4 rounds. Mike, this one looks one-sided. We have to wait until that second half to see if Sen have more for us. They've got to come out swinging.
One enemy.
I'll have
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next.
You won't want to miss it.
All right, so the bar has been set. 8 rounds for Fnatic, and they looked in control, Mike.
Absolutely did. These are the few rounds where let things get away from themselves. Maybe cutting things a bit too fine. For sure, now asking a similar question of Sentinels. We do have the Coinbase Econ report here, obviously struggling on the side of Sentinels, but really stretching their legs. You expect Alpha obviously to be a little higher up, but yeah, not necessarily painting too clear a picture.
No. However, my eyes are on Zek in this half. In outfit today. Came to work, locked in.
Had the privilege of meeting earlier.
Yeah, the man behind the mask. But yeah, for me, it is now the story of what does Zekken look like on this, because it is that waylay, it's on the attacking side now. It's time to see the value and what it can bring. We've seen how good Alpha looks with this chamber. We've seen this sort of stuff. Kayak, of course, that amazing ability to be able to pick up those 2 kills on the A site, ridiculous at times. However, we go in. Sentinels. Are we going 3? Or do you have it in 2? Only 4 rounds to their name. It is a long path back.
We did see that face-off initially in the first half between Zekken and Alpha. Certainly more so here in the second. There's a set piece going to come through from the Sentinel. Zekken up close and personal. Doesn't find any contact. Actually, Chronicle finds him.
Yeah, Kron having that corner uncontested was wild. It felt like they checked off every other part of the map. It was a very well-crafted approach, but still, does a bit of damage. And look at Narrate. 34 HP and tucks in towards help. Looks like Short is the way forward here. Slow and steady for Fnatic once again, waiting, and Sentinels tired of it. Try and get involved again, punished. Zels is the only one to make out with a positive trade here, and he's fallen. Alpha doing what he needs. Even Crashy's now on his feet. Boaster in prime I-Series form, giving it large.
There's a line there that I won't repeat. Maybe another day. Say Chronicle just, yeah, no pressure whatsoever. Move the tip of the spear here and into a 4v4 ahead of the plant coming through, but Alpha.
That was tasty.
Connecting on the headshot here to seal the deal.
Nice shots, bro.
9th under their belt. See if Sentinels can get anything going here to maybe flip round 2, but only classics.
I mean, this is starting to look like that Icebox third map is becoming a reality between these two. First map didn't feel as explosive as expected, but this is certainly a test. Be careful here. They are close by. Those classics can do work, but again, shot in the dark and Alpha is rewarded. Zekin disrespecting it, takes a glance in, and then dips out.
Peel away now, John QT, the only casualty. Zelsis HP bar as well, down to 32.
John's been having a bit of a nightmare as well. Rough game for him.
Able to really have a say in a lot of these rounds. See a fairly thankless role on the KO, but certainly expect a little more from him.
Shadows traveling.
Timing on that smoke, actually. See the paranoia.
Yeah, I was going to say, inside the smoke, so.
There we go. Tron. Oh, he's so well controlled, but Zen digging in their heels this time. Hold on. Anything they can recover, any plant to be had would be perfect. So Narrate going to go for the plant, and Zekin put on guard duty. Aldron going to find the first, and they look to flood. Zekin going to be trying to make this one happen here. Narrate by his side, going to spot the players do the dance. Oh, and it's so simple. Fnatic not really giving any room for Sen to get up to anything.
Keep 2 rifles from this. We'll find the 10th. Ult charge-wise, going to prioritize Crashies on the Hunter's Fury. Maybe. Maybe just go through the housekeeping.
And just polishing this one comfortably. 3 still alive. As I need a bit more fire with Sentinels, Mike. There's just a bit of a whimper here.
Now's the time to make a stand. Long road back into the second half with Fnatic kicking things off with 2. Even actually riding this out now with a Bucky and a Sheriff.
Oof.
Boaster back on one of his trademarks of old.
Yep. A vintage look coming back in.
Again, Fnatic rounds to play with almost, so expect them to ride the economy out. Maybe looking to actually get an operator on the board nice and early.
This is scary though. Jump spot top middle. And now Paranoia comes in. And Alpha's really got such confidence. Smoke was still in play and he knows it now. Oh! The snap towards Zelsis was filthy. Still gonna get his man. I thought it was Zekin on the chopping block, but he gets to live.
Zekin recalled to avoid being pinged by the dart there. You see it was almost a surprise to see somebody swing out from position. A 1-for-1 trade now. Damage done to Alpha and Crashies. Argue a slight advantage.
It's an opportunity, isn't it? It feels like they've been lacking those.
Sentinels will group as 4, proceeding towards Boaster, who now has the Bulldog instead.
The time is going to be, I'm not going to say late, but it's going to be short.
I mean, it's tight if they don't make a move.
Look at this
Chronicles
down mid.
already.
Nothing behind them. Yeah, this is going to get deadly because this flank is going to be fast as well. They need to get through site. They still need to clear back Boathouse, and they're not investing utility. Want to keep this quiet. Boaster, can you buy the time? Zekin does well. Takes away players from CT. Now Boaster forced to fight, but the flank comes in. 2 players. Front straight down, Cat. Nice damage, but not a nice job. 6 seconds! Alpha can't do it. Sentinels down to the wire, but clinging on.
A ton of damage done. Fnatic frugal in the purchase here, so it feels like the best of a bad situation. Second, the one to make this a little harder.
1 enemy remaining.
It's Narrate with another 3-piece.
Beautiful.
I said, the purchase in the previous now to find an operator in the hands of Alpha. See if we can put this to work. He's been present time and time again here in B main and hasn't really had anybody to greet him. Big ping at Zeki, got to be careful. Oh, but he finds Kayak.
How's it gone that way? Do they speed up off this, or how do they want to play it? There's a little bit of a question mark around that, maybe push out on B potentially because the wall got cleared, so they gather up towards Cat. It looks like they really want to continue towards A, but Quant's been solid too. Second, taking space away towards Tree. Boaster coming on by. Does have that paranoia if Quant needs it, and I think he does now. Yeah, wait, they didn't even check for it. Narrate still doing damage. Bang on, good layering here. Nice scaling up towards the site, and the spike should be in now.
She's still got plenty of util. One of the Hunter's Fury, so...
Zelsis. You couldn't get better positioning in that. The timing, it's time to run for Alpha. That is too valuable of a possession. You want that operator for late game.
And a big round actually to keep 4 alive.
Huge.
The Sentinels to build back in. Second was actually trying to remove that advantage. Don't want to see another one given away here.
Well, they are close. They got to this quick. Do you get to keep this one? No one else through CT side. You can see where they are, but I think they're going to pause now. I think we'll be kind of leaving it where it is. But again, starting to see a little bit more life in Sentinels, Mike. There's a build here. The fact that Zekken got that kill on Kayak still feels ridiculous.
Spam back as well. This is obviously Kayak got the Phantom as well, so no traces to even aid that from Zekken.
Spike down.
Right here,
One enemy remaining.
Have to commit towards this site as well. I don't want to say disrespecting the utility, but certainly knowing when they have to dial up the pressure.
All right, well, this is now looking like a big round as well in my mind. As much as the purchase is low for Fnatic,
sure,
I need Sen to look clean on this.
And it's actually the next that's going to be crucial in terms of stringing together this comeback. Have tour de force and potentially still an operator.
But Alpha is here. Alpha scares the life out of me in these scenarios when he does. How did that not land? Zekken!
Hitting the brakes.
Oh, the second time of asking, Alpha goes back in for it. And Alpha decides, screw it, a pop with the ult, holds his ground, stands as long as he could, but he goes down. Sentinels now flooding towards the site. Still have mid control, but still 2 to clear on the site itself. The rate's got up, they've got options here. The buy now looking a little less lethal at this point. So they slow the tempo, Mike. They want to get a grip on this.
I got a Bucky and a Stinger to work with. Sheriffs to complement it, but...
This ahead. Stand your ground.
Utility perfectly placed here. And a chance for Sentinel to sweep through sight, but the crossfire doesn't amounts to nothing.
Perfectly cleared, perfectly cleared. And Kayak just cut out of the round. John QT needs the help maybe in the end, but he gets it.
This is absolutely huge though, because it draws out the tour de force.
Yes.
2 massive tools to offset potentially a lesser purchase, which is on the brink here for Fnatic.
Oh!
I mean, again though, there's nobody swinging into bottom mid here.
Yeah.
From Sentinels. Zekken's up close, but
one enemy.
no clearance to these close angles.
Can you imagine if that went the other way? That one shot, look how close that was. Even Alpha's like, how? But still, just... If that had gone the other way, who knows? But it's given a build back here for Sentinels. 7 to 10 now. Fnatic wanting this timeout and needing it now.
For sure, and I think Milan just looking to rein the boys in a little bit. Probably getting a little nervous now. You'd argue the hard work's already done, considering the pistol and the second went to Fnatic here in the second half. Like I said, we're on a knife edge now in terms of the economy. Got the Hunter's Fury, Chronicle with his as well. Kayak 2 away. Certainly for Sentinels now in a pretty comfortable position with basically 4 players at 4K and above. Zekken with his ultimate as well. Certainly Be awkward here if Fnatic will concede and have to ride a lower purchase.
Tense round now. You're looking at Kron, you're looking at Crashies as well. Those ults are here. Zekken's got his. What's the early approach? Sentinels eyeing up B. Big commitment. Zekken takes a walk first. Has a look. No one up close. Knife not going to find much. This time the fighting Kayak quickly handles Zekken. That looked all too easy. And Sentinels sent back.
Launching thorns.
Right down to 15 HP, but Sentinels not really to find a response or a trade there, with Zekken just trying to make use of some aggression through B main. Back to the drawing board now for Sentinels. Question marks across the map for them. Have a trip as well, and Alpha with a very deep position, actually tucked into hell. Imagine the TP to get him up out of danger as well.
Cover going out.
Smoke will go up and try to bait out some of this utility. Will he deal with the trap, but there's layers to this from Fnatic.
30 seconds left.
Now actually the clock. We'll apply further pressure now, and actually confirmation here of presence in B main.
Okay, bang. And look at the time though, we're down to 10 seconds. Kron just turreting about, and they've got to try and power forward. Kayak's still alive. Yeah, he's down to 15, but his presence alone is a problem. Sen looked lost without a plan in that.
Losing Zekken early on. I said this was a huge opportunity for Sentinels to really apply pressure. Let this pass them by. Beautiful opener from Kayak.
Absolutely.
I said able to dip away, deny that trade. I said Sentinels just kind of hoping that somebody from Fnatic would play into their hands.
Good job, boys. Nice round, boys.
There's desperation towards B. Fnatic grinning really on the back of that.
Don't miss me too much.
And this time around, the adjustments through middle, right? There was similar drone before, but now, look at Kayak's position though. Playing deeper in towards B main, but pace change coming out. Pressure towards Market. Crashes up to the test though, takes away John. Kron on the follow-up, and Sen falling short when it looked to just matter most. Bang, right back into it though. 2 big kills and it's still game on. Flooding through B main. Trying to get this plant in motion. John's gone down here in the end. No one able to retrieve him in this situation. 3v3 post-plant now.
Very early flank coming through now. Crashies does have the Hunter Fury as well. TP, that's your way back out.
Oh my god.
I was going to say, was he going to try and backstab Spawn there?
Both just got Zelsis on the back pedal though. Look at that position right up on top. They had no idea. The paranoia not going to affect him either. He can send this right back to him. Bang now blind. He was the hero who got them the 2 that made this look doable. Narrate still standing, the king of the 3Ks, 4Ks hell, but he's fallen. And Fnatic break down the door. Looking for the defuse, they've got this one. And Sentinels looking quiet here now.
Map point now for Fnatic. Purchase going to be a little shaky on the side of Sentinels. Crash is just timing this to perfection. It's Chronicle to complement that as well. So, yeah, both throw to the top. Crucial kill.
Totally unaware of that possibility. 12-7.
Nice! Come on, Ned! Where you running, bro? Where you running?
Here we are. Icebox looking more and more likely. Sentinels hitting a brick wall that they can't seem to get above, around, or through. Zekken not given much play in middle this time. Kron and Crashies have been good at this. Until then, corner takes a glance, but doesn't fancy it.
This is now looking to re-explore towards this utility that late round caused problems for his poster. He's found one blind.
Oh, the timing is outrageous on this too. Ult goes in, they're still trying to power forward, but Crashy's going to take down John QT again. But that's Shorty waiting! Perfectly placed! And now Sentinels scrambling. Zellsis and Bang have to come together to save the day. Well, Fnatic are taking us the distance. The third map looking so likely. Bang's been great, but Fnatic have been better. We're going to Icebox.
The bounce back from Fnatic. You can never count them out. We go to the cornerstone of their playbook for the decider.
Undercover, they don't know. Undercover, they don't know.
Only end this way, and what a way to close out before we get our top four. A 6-mapper day. You love to see it, people. Some great Valorant is being played here in Toronto, and we are ready for Icebox. Golden Boy here alongside Kukuka and Mimi as we look to break everything down here, and boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about. First up, though, let's talk about Alpha here, because my guy decides to bust out the chamber again, do the thing that we saw him do before, but this time, I mean, guy just absolutely magical on that agent.
And after what we saw yesterday, we thought that maybe we were not going to see the continuance of that maybe he was not going to be allowed to stand up again from that chair. But time and time again, especially in rounds like this one, in this 4v2 scenario, how he played around the ultimates that were thrown against him with his abilities as well as Chamber, giving a perfect result for the side of Alpha. I said at the beginning of the day, if you are a Sen fan, you do not want this Alpha to show up.
Nope, not at all.
The style of attack side that Fnatic was calling fit Alpha so perfectly, and it allowed him to have so many moments where he took over these rounds, ends with nearly a 2.0 KD, and in those slow rounds, they're letting him walk into mid, they're letting him walk into main, they're giving him utility to do that in these mid rounds, and Alpha, in those big moments, was constantly stepping up, delivering these opening kills. No one on Sen was positive in the first kill to first death department. Zekin was down 4, and the majority of that was Alpha just going crazy at the start of these rounds.
It makes you want to have the chamber meta back, just so you can have everybody.
Wouldn't go that far.
Yes, that happens.
I don't know, Toronto, do we want the chamber meta back at all?
My people! No, they say yes. They say yes. In my head, they say yes.
Oh, okay. We hear what we want to hear. Okay, that makes a lot of sense now. But though, that wasn't the only thing that we were seeing in the server pop off, because we also got to see our duelists head-to-head. We also got a little bit of Waylay as well, Mimi. And although it did not lead to that Sentinels victory, it was refreshing to see that agent be used in this situation. But maybe, was it a little overcooked in your opinion?
I don't know. I really think the biggest problem for Sentinels was their defense. And in that way, I would have maybe liked to see them go into more of a double Sentinel comp, which is really strong to hold it down on that side of the map. But I wouldn't necessarily say the Waylay was at fault for the loss in this one. I think the biggest reason Fnatic won was how incredible they were calling their attack side, how good Alpha was playing, and also how these other players were stepping up. Kayak, Fnatic's rookie, is one such example. Bea, he is playing great even in these high pressure matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't matter that it's Alpha out there getting the kills. Kayak has so much impact in every single one of those rounds, because all of that does not work if you do not have a Euro that is not scared to go in and have the rounds that he has. And especially looking ahead, looking at our last map, the question is, what is Kayak going to be playing? Are we going to see the Sage? Because we have seen Sentinels play and actually lose on Icebox already on this tournament. So we have to think about what Fnatic's going to do.
We absolutely do. Just looking at one stat here, 14-6 in first kills for Fnatic on that one. That speaks volumes.
They won all of their post plans. That's very important.
It looked incredible in all of those moments. This is a weird series though, because both these teams, I think, managed to pick a map that exposed a big weakness in their opponent's map pool. Sen has never been a great Ascent team. They weren't today. Fnatic has never been a great Sunset team. They were not today. But now we go to Icebox, a map that has been a home ground for Fnatic in the past, but that Sentinels has also been great at as well to tie up this series.
Do you feel like this is the best map to kind of get that neutral who wants it more in this situation?
I think this favors Fnatic, because in my head, if I was Sentinels coming into today, I would pray that Fnatic is not feeling comfortable enough to go for the Ascent pick, and I would have, Bandit first, Bandit second, and maybe go on a different route.
It goes to show just how good Fnatic made in terms of decisions in this map, Vito, to pick Ascent, to force Sentinels into this position where they had to leave one of Fnatic's best maps to end this series. Icebox, in my opinion, is the best chance for the last chance from Europe to send Sen home.
We've seen surprises from Fnatic on Ascent. I do not know what we can expect for Icebox.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, right? Are we going to see anything unique? Are we going to see anything interesting here, right? That's the question that is going to be on everyone's mind as we get ready for this matchup. Agent Select should be coming up in just a little bit here. And guys, I'm really, it's anyone's ball game here. I genuinely feel that way. I know you guys say it feels good for Fnatic, but the reality of the situation is when you're in this moment, when you feel the energy of the crowd, just like the way Zelsis is getting the crowd hyped right then and there, you simply can't beat that. You simply can't beat that. It could very well be the sixth man in this one, Mimi.
Absolutely could be, but you see Zelsis doing that. Boaster's been doing the same thing on this stage. You've heard the clips of his speeches to the team, bringing up the energy, just having fun out there. He's doing the same with each and every one of those fans behind him.
We're getting ready for the Agent Select here in a moment, folks, but we want to hear from you. Who do you think is going to walk away with the win? Is it going to be Fnatic? Ooh. Is it going to be the Sentinels? Oh. Hey, yo, Fnatic fans, where you at? Is it going to be Fnatic? There you go, but surely the Sentinels fans aren't going to be let down. Let me hear you, Sent fans. Woo. I feel the energy in here, Mimi.
It's two of the biggest fan bases in Valorant. Two teams
I'd go as far as say two of the biggest fan bases in esports. Because I've been following Fnatic for years, since freaking Battlefield days. So let me tell you, this is a team that's prolific in our sport. But here we go. Agent Select coming in. Let's see what we end up getting here, team.
No surprises on the side of Sentinels, right? This is what they were playing the other day. Second, playing on that Omen, no duelist on that side. My question really is what Fnatic is going to do. We see some hovers here, and even though we did see the Sage, it was not in Chronicle's arms. I don't know if they're going to lock this Agents, Mimi.
Yeah, it could be a little change up. I do hope to see Fnatic stay with some variant of the Sage comp, as Kayak does lock in the Jet there. So the one duelist in the server will be the newest player to Tier 1 Valorant.
A lot of pressure on that young man, but he has a a big opportunity here to send a fan-favorite squad home, and we're waiting for the final 2 lock-ins. We'll see what happens.
Last hope of Europe here for Fnatic. Sentinels, if they win today, they get their 3rd match this year against G2. Lost to them both times in both America's finals.
We need the man on your screen, well, not this one, of course, this one for the side of Fnatic, but Narrate has been having such a good series for Sentinels. With him on the get-go on this attack, he could be the difference maker. And with seconds to go, Chronicle is going to be the one locking in the Sage. Okay.
So it's a slight change, but still, it's going to play pretty much the same
No
as what
flashes.
we've seen from Fnatic in the past. You're right about that switch up, but I think this comp is still strong. Solo Silva is fine on this map. Enable Kayak to go crazy on that jet and have a slight wrinkle in your plan for Sen.
All right, Toronto, let's get some hype going. I want your hands together. Let's do this. Let's clap, clap. Come on, let's go. Let's go! Map 3 starting right now. Fnatic, Sentinels, Hypok Pansy, over to you.
Yeah, we got you for this one, don't worry. It comes down to the 3rd, as it should, Mike. NA against EU, one of those first ever times we got to see high-tier Valorant between Sen and Fnatic all those years back. Now we're here. Only one can survive. Only one gets to carry on. Who's got this?
I mean, it's just so fitting with it. The weight of an entire region riding on Fnatic's shoulders here.
Yeah.
We go to Icebox. Sentinels back in right on the Gecko. And again, the adjustment here coming out of the Tejo meta to now have Chronicle on the Sage. Again, not necessarily a concern, but certainly here the switch up. Really a comp to catch Sentinels off guard. It's a return really to old school Icebox in that regard. Yeah, all eyes towards Kayak to hopefully put something in motion here for Fnatic on the decider.
I'm glad the Des mentioned it as well. Narrate, the man on the screen, he has been influential to Sentinel's success. And respect given so far by Boaster. Doesn't want to stick around too close and give up too much. But this is an all-in, Mike. This is every player from Sen over this side.
That will come through. Oh, actually, Alpha finding one ahead of time. John QT will fall. Narrate will respond.
Okay, Alpha does have the Sheriff and so does Kayak. So these are 2 big hitters. Same to be said for Zelsis, though. 2 players towards back yellow, 2 towards B long. How are they going to cross up to this one? Narrate still got Dizzy to invest if the contact comes in. Bang, waiting to swing on yellow. Now joined again towards long on this for the other 3. Shock Dart not going to be all that much of an issue. Paranoia gets burned, and that is a lovely flash as well. Nice from Sen so far. It's only Alpha to be drawing blood. Oh my god, Alpha. He tried it. He gave it a go. But Sentinel standing strong here in map 3.
Convincing pistol round here. He said, respect shown from Boaster, allowing conceding all that space. Allowing the free plant to come through. Faith in the retake. Actually a beautiful opening here from Alpha. From down range.
And I'm going to keep my eyes on this throughout this game, at least on this half. If Sen keep getting into post plants, right, if they get that, there's so much util to lay on, you need Chron alive. You need that wall still in play, right? And he was one of the first.
He's the safety for that defuse, for sure.
Well, and I have to wait and see. For now, not really a big factor in this sort of round. You're looking at Sentinels keeping this clean here. Want to keep those Bulldogs up. That's 3 of them there. The Singer could be lost potentially, as could that Sheriff, but those Bulldogs are prized possessions, and Narrate allowing them to scale up off the back of the utility. But there's a lot of bodies now on this side of the map, Mike.
We're looking for something cheeky. Rinse and repeat here for Sentinels. Boaster already very low, actually, in the X-ray.
Boaster slipped pretty deep in this. Now Alpha's found a shot on Narrate. It's not over. Smoke's still in hand. Viper util on top, going to slow this down. And Bang getting curious. Catches Boaster, clears it out. This is good. This is really good. Sen not feeling any of that pressure, apart from Alpha, who is firing here, by the way. Apparently that Ascent map gets him confident.
Absolute monster on Icebox.
But these are the 3 valuable weapons. They can't afford to lose these.
He's going to be given a chance here. John QT still curious, but
Gun here.
I don't think he will. Yeah, won't catch sight of anybody on the retreat. Will fall to the spike, and Sentinels go 2-0 up to kick things off here on the decider. Implanting the seeds here towards B. Early on, important to show presence on this side of the map.
Something else that I'm noting is the fact that Narrate's got that ult so early on.
Yeah, very early on.
Huge for the bonus, right? If they want to try and employ that now, potentially, that could snowball this entire map, or at least this half. I wonder if they try and indicate a similar approach. This time around, you do have Kayak here, though. It's only been Boaster really soloing this so far.
He's on an Odin. Let's try and hold down the fort here at B main. Kayak catches a glimpse, but doesn't want to reveal himself just yet. Certainly unorthodox here, and you mentioned it. Here's the ultimate to hopefully pave the way for Sentinels, but very quickly handled.
Yeah, not bad at all, actually. So Fnatic get to kind of backpedal away, sit towards backside, allow for the rotations to come in. So a good stall out here between the Odin and Kayak's presence, and dealing with that ult. Yes, it could be picked up. It's done well, and it has been. Back into hand now, it looks like. Kayak still waiting, could potentially do some damage if they go for a plant here. You can see that come in, and it is down, but Alpha strides in again, this time bigger weaponry. 2 tucked on site though, and that's a surprise. Kayak falls, and Sen still holding a lot of ground here. No trades at all. It's really only been Alpha drawing blood. Where's the rest of Fnatic in this? They got to do something to clear these 2 players off site. No flashes, and bang, unwilling to be moved, and they don't know about John QT down here. Oh, it's stunning from Sentinels. A perfect play in the bonus round.
Huge conversion for them. Not sure if Narrate did manage to find an upgrade there, but regardless, they have a massive advantage coming into round 4. Only real positive so far. I mean, Kayak almost caught completely off guard by no idea of anybody tucking themselves into sight here. QT snappy on those 2 kills. As I was saying, the only real positives here, Chronicle and Alpha. Good progress towards their ultimates, but in this round, you only really pin things on a Bladestorm potentially, but it's just not there.
No, and again, you can see that the momentum fully swinging towards Sen's favor. But I like this walk coming out from Fnatic, herding Sen closer, but there's not much to deny them over on that A site. Oh, Kron. Okay, catching John QT. This does split them up a bit, makes it a little bit trickier.
Go get him, buddy.
But still, it is only pistols. Sheriffs, yes. They are heading towards that A site. And Crashies, potentially Alpha, do damage here. Alpha's position now going to be known. Cross to be made. Nice shot on the first, but Crashies gets cleared at the same time, Mike. This is looking pretty comfortable. But that back line, if they wanted the traditional post plant, won't be able to be had.
Safe plant, though. Obviously, awareness of the threat here. Rifle in the hands of Kayak, though. It's going to be mitigated by Sen's positioning. And it really banged. Whew. Weapon model actually covering it, but Kayak gets a second shot at it and converts.
Okay, Paranoia with Zekken has to be big here, but no real ability to swing off it, and Zelsis has to go clutch. A 1v2 and Kayak on the case.
Yep.
Kron, he's already invested that wall. Yeah, Zelsis knows it now. That time is not on his side. He can't do a thing about it. Fnatic with a MasterCard Thrifty, catching off Sentinels. Yeah, Zelsis still clearing up, but the round is Fnatic's.
Sentinel's early work here to try and draw an extra body across the map here. Maybe open up a site a little easier. Get everything right on the way in, but just can't stick the landing here. And the wall deciding things for Fnatic. Talking about that early progress, Alpha and Chronicle now bring theirs into round 5. And the other thing Fnatic bring is an operator for Kayak. It's 1 and 4. Be something.
Line, though.
I don't know anybody's actually going to be expecting this. The awareness there.
I do like this.
I mean, the smoke definitely shows awareness.
Feels like it, right? But how do they path up to this again? All these audio cues, man. He's got to be chomping at the bit. Oh, that's
would have been given a shot there.
It does get to a bit of a 50-50 here. He knows he's in danger, and yeah, right timing to back away, doesn't get punished. making Sentinels burn a little bit more of that utility to scale up. Has to force himself on a deeper line now.
Zelsis still trying to backstab something on A site as well, but
Ooh.
keep our eyes on the action here.
That's brave.
Toxins going up.
Actually, just dealing with the utility has drawn the rotation. Look at the minimap. Boaster hangs about in Snowman, but it's drawn a massive rotation out.
Yeah, the fact that Boaster was able to get kind of back up towards yellow and felt no pressure, really. Checking behind that wall gives them a bit more freedom. They have to almost reset. Yeah, they can try and re-approach this like a fake, but Boaster can still check behind it. He knows there's no one here. He can keep his players close towards this A site.
Placing swarm grenade.
There's that lockdown, lovely timing. Look at this, 16 seconds.
At the clock, yeah.
They've got to make a move on it. And Kayak watching, perfectly poised above for 10 seconds. There's not much to be done. Lockdown does go down and the plant is in. Sen just about salvaging this round as the 4 players close by from Fnatic now flood back in, make it 5. Great flash. John on the swing. Kayak still firing though, down to 3 for Sentinels. Oh, but John QT unwilling to move from the site, resilient till the end. Rez comes, oh, John doing it perfectly from the site itself. Now Zekin and Narrate gonna try and hold on to this. Kayak barely alive, goes down. Cross falls, that's the defuse gone. Just on crashes. 1v1. And time is ticking. Narrate just has to play to the tune of the clock. I think it's too far gone, surely. Again, similar scenes to before. Sentinels in the final seconds, holding on.
Ice cold again from Narrate to run down the clock here. Fnatic beginning to sweat a little bit. Big investment for the lockdown. The res comes through as well. Some tools they'd worked towards early on, but John QT just running rings around Fnatic here. In the wall going up, but providing no safety whatsoever.
Let's go, Marshall!
Will force an early timeout here from Fnatic once more. Forced to reconsider their approach potentially. Now back down on just pistols. This time around, Blade Storm in hand though. Something to offset that slightly. Got the Hunter's Fury as well, but Sentinels off to a flying start here on their attacking side of Icebox.
And we haven't seen John QT have this level of impact in the previous maps. He's been quiet, he's been doing a job, he leads.
Again, a thankless task to be on this role.
It certainly is. But to see him getting that fire going now is huge for them. That could be a big difference maker here. Again, got to see someone pick that up, and he absolutely has. And overall, the read's been right from Sentinels. This has caused this timeout from Fnatic. They need bigger planned solutions. That pressure early on B has been hard to get reads behind. I liked what Boaster did there to check behind it. Then almost second guessing off maybe Narrate's utility coming back in. It's been a lovely game.
They're almost anticipating that that's the plant coming through. You could see still questioning that. So crucial work from Boaster, but unfortunately coming apart at the seams in the final few seconds of that round. We'll hear of the orb. Blade Storm pop, but negated early on in the round.
There's 3 players pinged on the knife too, so big info, even in a round like this. You can see the instantaneous rotate from Kayak, maybe trying to offset the expectations after being identified early on the knife. But Sentinels still going to be taking their pathing towards this A side of the map. Alpha taking a glance down middle, seeing no one on the cross, and it is going to be this A side here. Sentinels now, you can scale up well, keep it clean. Crashies does have the Sheriff, but Chronicle's already been cleared. Easy work for them on the site. The plant next on the cards. This is, as said, concise work. Zelsis could be in a bother. There's Kayak now coming around. Contact swing, it's nice. Good synergy between the 2 players there. Bang next potentially in line. Does have the help from Zekin if required. Oh! No help needed apparently on that one for Kayak. That's all his. Where's that counterbalance to the pressure from CT? There it is! Crashies catching John QT. Now Zekin and Narrate split in this, trying to fight it forward. Narrate finds a corner to play from a Kayak, delivering death. Beautiful from Fnatic against the odds again.
That's a Blade Storm to carve out this round. The MasterCard Thrifty converted here. Fnatic find their second, strip away any of that comfort Sentinels were trying to establish. Actually humbling the economy. The bait and switch perfect between Alpha and Kayak, and continues further, finds 3 on the round.
Remaining.
Massive value in a Thrifty.
Come on! What are you doing, bro? What are you doing?
Nice! Bit more energy on stage as well.
They need
Much
that too.
needed in the decider.
Don't want to see him go quiet now. Again, Sen, hometown favorites pretty much at this point, right? Regional on their side, but actually Crash's blind connection gets the raid. That's a huge scalp to claim. And straight through him, he tries to dash. Boaster body blocking him out on towards Zekat as well. This is getting rough around the edges. Sen not having the same sort of success on the starts this time.
Make it very difficult to recover anything here. John QT down to 20 HP. A Stinger and 2 Sheriffs. Sentinels to pin their hopes to here in round 7. Don't want to do what Fnatic just did. The layering of util. The plant coming through just yet, so.
Kind of difficult now, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say that information could be key to Sentinels, but still. Kayak, eyes trained. Chronicle just on guard as well, on the front line.
I'm not going to go deep enough to dissuade Kayak, but feels very indicative still of this pathing towards the B site, right?
30 seconds
Kron
left.
getting curious. Spots out one, there's more. And yeah, he's farming them up now. Fnatic keeping 5 standing. A valuable timeout for them just had a moment ago, getting them back on the same page.
The connection here, off rip with the Hunter's Fury. I'm not sure if it was the Snakebite or actually the he had the Snakebite coming through.
Oh,
again, the raid just squishy as anything.
Enemy spotted B. Seconds left.
Away, and again, it's a risk-free approach to an anti-eco, effectively. Sure, you could argue it's a big ultimate to draw out, but for round conversions here for Fnatic to keep within touching distance here of Sentinels, who call a timeout themselves.
Again, if you're looking at Sen here, they do have 4 ults all to play. So if they have maybe something they want to run here, a set play in mind with these ults, Mike, they could certainly do it, but also they need that ethos check-in, right? Maybe a little bit of a change up here.
Potentially here, something with the lockdown, with the Hunter's Fury being used on the anti-eco, so.
Very true.
After this, there's no turning back.
Maybe look towards a set piece, obviously A, the easier one in that regard, but plenty of tools. Obviously the age-old lockdown into a pit. Now actually the operator. Curious to see how Kayak does approach some of these areas. He's back on the board, struggled early on, but certainly with the 3K on the Blade Storm, he'll be feeling himself.
Also good to get that momentum building back for themselves too. There's a drought of rounds, right? That conversion, when you're looking at the bonus, can really knock you for 6. That can take that confidence out of you straight away. And Sen would have been grinning about that one. They were up out of their chairs early. You saw it very quickly how much impact Narrate was having. John QT doing really well. Now Fnatic showing signs of life. 3-4. Timeout called from Sen, but plenty of cards to play now.
Might even be a mid-piece here, with 3 players stacked up onto this barrier. Not necessarily seen any presence shown just yet, and Zekan not necessarily struggling, but a slow start here on Icebox on the Omen. Just with the turret early on, so just forcing the adjustment. Can't sit back on that util. Will draw the eyes of both Boaster and Alpha. Kayak tucked in with the operator here.
Maybe a nicer line to work off if that Dizzy is coming in. He can at least kind of duck into a bit of cover, maybe not give away the position.
Almost with this setup anticipating the lockdown to be used. Kayak actually gets a tag on a second, second down to 3 HP.
That was almost 2. Oh, big catch there as well though. Can anyone save him? No one's nearby. Oh my good God, if someone hunts this. They're not close enough to catch him. Respect having to be given by the lockdown layered. So a reset here, but a man to the good for Fnatic. The post plant strong though. Zekan's HP is a factor. Only on 3 at this point. But they're playing on site here. They're not backing away.
We'll concede this space, obviously, with the wall being a factor in the retake. Straight off of U2, and actually no progress made for Poster. He finds second.
That's part of the front line gone. You're now looking at John QT. You're looking at Narrate to pick up that next layer of slack here. Narrate going to fall back towards base. John QT not clean enough to get it instantly without a trade. Crash is taken away. Narrate! And Celsius brought to the knees. Crashies doing so well there. And Fnatic pulling off the retake. They want the crowd up on their feet too. Poster putting it on a show, as are Fnatic now.
Sees Bang falling as well. Removes the pit from the table. As rough as well, because Zekken, I think this snakebite lands, he just has to eat it. Yeah. Down so low because that operator tag. Crashes. Beautiful cleanup from him. All tied up now, 4 apiece.
That feels good after a timeout too. That was meant to be tailor-made, right? That was the best plan coming in. Maybe called by Kaplan, maybe more of a conversation from John QT, but it was that conversation, and here's a switch up.
As soon as Sentinels show presence on mid now, Fnatic actively looking to counterbalance that.
Here.
Show their faces and plant their flag. And actually post back on a very deep angle behind this A site. Set up here from Sentinels.
Sen still have, okay, they still got the Viper's pin on Bang, they still got Zekken as well on that TP, but Crashy, big info here. And at the same time, Alpha strikes, brilliant combination, but an answer back. There it is, John QT starting to fire up too. Frontline hero, John QT. The Kayak.
Spike
You're
down.
not gonna do this, are you? A 1v3? A 1v3 Kayak, really? Oh, you can't say he didn't try, but Zelsis calm under pressure, and Zen taking a step back in this now.
Absolutely dismantling this A site hold. And Crashy's caught completely off guard by John QT scaling up so quickly underneath him. That's Alpha unable to tuck his tail and dip out of sight. A beautiful shot, follow up actually. John QT to find his third. Sen find a response here after 3 unanswered rounds. Do still have the pit. So we've got a TP from Zekken as well. Now back on the res for Chronicle, so not many ultimates in play.
John's just got his though.
Yeah, make that an extra one. Oh, command now for John QT. Fnatic have found this space once more in mid. Kayak in the same position, but this time able to play in the cut effectively.
Again, he was on that flank before. He was quick to it too, so this feels like it's likely, even though maybe Alpha trying to break the turret gives them sense of calm. There was nothing calm about that. That was quick as hell. Kayak takes away the hero of the previous. John QT down. That's also the ult removed. That's a big piece of the puzzle. They could play on site if they want to. It looks like they fancy a bit of that. Alpha's still there. Up towards Rafters. Not this time. Bang! Fast himself. Now trying to scale up cleanly. Alpha can deny the plant. And now problems for Sen. Got to put bodies behind this here.
Now, actually, Fnatic can try and reinforce the hold here. Alpha under a ton of pressure, but he's not cleared.
They just sent the paranoia and didn't clear it. That's not good enough, but still a 2v2. Spike in hand, and TP is out of there. Zekken wants safety. A secure plant is what he'll get.
Big gap, though, between him and his teammate. Zelsis now picking up the pace a little bit. Crashies and Boaster paranoid of a lurk. Sentinels able to regroup here.
Crashies has key utility. So much to play in here. Still paranoid about maybe closer players. Zekken waiting, swings it, spotted, TP's out, gets away. Boaster trying to creep forward, couldn't snap in time, and now down to Crashies in a 1v2. It's looking like Sen, back in charge.
Totally in sync there from Zelsis and Zekken. Safe plant comes through on the back of the TP. Zekken able to get the hell out of dodge. Beautiful adjustment here from Kayak, but gets Alpha maybe one more from this position. Makes it a little easier, but it's Chronicle falling there, standing to face Zekken. That opens this up. Sentinels follow through. 6 on the board for them.
Placing swarm grenade.
Shutting them down.
Rifles except for the Bladestorm here on the side of Fnatic. No command and a pit here for Sentinels. There's only Boaster on guard here on B main.
They're trying to speed up, it looks like, with Fnatic, clearing out deeper towards A so they can free up the rotations, but he is in a really precarious spot, Mike.
So with the ultimate here from the rate to pave the way. Spam coming through from Bosa, but not finding anything. Actually, yeah, bang, sorry.
Yeah, he took a lot of
That's
damage.
10 HP.
And Alpha's still really close by here. Considers the swing and oh, it's huge. Denies the plant and gets a body dropped. Flank now on the way. Sen need to really secure this. Almost turtle up for a second. Pause, trying to catch a player. Kayak, careful. He doesn't want to overdo this, but Sen now scrambling forward. Spike back in hand. A punish! What is that? Quan and Boaster both in unison. Just cashing the push-up. Punishing Sen, wanting that safety. Leaving Zelsis in a 1v4. Not a hope in hell. Fnatic nearly getting back on level footing.
Last round before the switch.
Boaster happy to stand his ground here initially. Again, a ton of information actually that it's not an early flood into B main. Again, it's the timing of some of these gunfights that Fnatic choose to take. Just catch Sentinels completely off guard. I mean, some of these kills coming through. A little PS, unfortunate for Sentinels, but so that chip damage really paying off.
Big ult still here for Fnatic too. Rez online for Quan. Alpha's got his and Crashies.
Fury.
That's 3 heavy hitters. On the other side, you have Bangs there. Didn't really get the chance in that last round to bring it in after being taken so low. Obviously, Narrate used his, as did John QT. So, scaling up as expected. This is something we've grown used to now from Sen. Oh, Boaster, careful. Always caught that timing, but from afar, that is gorgeous from Crashies. Good connection, couldn't quite find another, but big info and big damage.
2 tags here, Narrate down to 45, John QT down 70. Bang on a stinger now implies. Is he going to try and get up close and personal in his pit? Pause. It's a cut sound here from Sentinels, but Fnatic not moving. There's no threat elsewhere with Kayak posted up with the operator.
Yeah, he's got that nice deep line on the other side. He feels strong enough to sit for one. Here's that lockdown. Put them under a little bit more pressure to play out towards yellow. Get a bit closer here. Force their hand. And Boaster prepared for it. Zeki trying to make a bit of a play on the back, but no. Plant's going to come down nice from Narrate. Viper's Pit layered in, but Alpha fast. He's closed the gap quick. Oh, what is that from Narrate? The hero set needed. John QT, just a shot in the back of Crashies. We noted how far away Kayak was. But what is that? What in God's name is that? But it may be for nothing. Kayak would have to be a hero, and it's not going to happen today. Zelsis keeps Sen in the lead on this half, 7-5, a competitive showing between the two. Exactly what we wanted in this map 3.
Old school.
5-7. Fnatic putting up a fight, but Sen staying in control. Now on the side switch here, do you have faith in Sen closing this now, or is there enough left in the tank?
I mean, it's a tall order. You always talk about Fnatic, never ever out, regardless of scoreline. I think here on Icebox as well, the same discussion to be made. Sentinels just edging out an advantage here in the first half. Certainly a concern. John QT standing tall and proud on top of the board here for Sentinels. Maybe asking for a little more from players like Zekken and Bang, who numerically usually deliver. Obviously flexing onto the Omen for Zekken. I wouldn't say opportunities limited, but certainly seen other duelists really shine in that role, and that is a comfort factor or not.
For the Coinbase Econ report, of course, you can see there that Crash is leading by quite the margin, it looks like. So, bang for the buck.
Certainly is. See what the approach is here from Fnatic in the second half. Whether or not Kayak be able to continue to keep Fnatic in this. See safety in this composition as well. We're looking for clean plants, able to reset away. See on the back of the wall really from Chronicle here in the pistol round.
Here we go, right into it in the second half. We're in the final map between the two. Sen now on the defending side, of course, Fnatic having to pick it up on attack. Slow and rather methodical beginning. You have to get used to that tempo. We know that Fnatic play at their own pace. The Knife going to find nothing after John QT's early contact.
And certainly in terms of pacing as well, there's not going to be any surprises in how Fnatic approach this. This composition.
Poison orb emitting.
But giving up A here, maybe toying with the idea of exploration towards mid, or some pressure coming through, but Boaster now.
Poison orb emitting.
This could be an issue.
Certainly could. I mean, happy to sit back and play towards a retake here. Deep investment of the wall, actually. Now Swarm's popped. We'll be able to get the plant here regardless.
Oh, 5v5 post-plant in pistols. God damn. Here we go. Double stacked up. Oh, sorry, triple stacked up. It's like, can't get away from my man. How dare you. Need to find some security here, though. I do want to see them stabilize for this post-plant.
There's no flank coming through either, so this is all in from Sen.
Christ, look at that paranoia. If they were a little bit closer, it could have been lethal. But Fnatic still hold the numbers, and the smoke is wondrous to work in. Narrate can't quite find him, leaving just Zelsis outgunned here and outnumbered. Fnatic getting the first.
On the board here, and Boaster on his feet. Looking like they might tie things up here to kick off the second half. Again, looks like that's going to be the approach, or just the pistol round here. The Sentinels. You can check that if you're an out Fnatic to get this clean plant, reset back into deep post-plant positions. Really bang that can cut sightlines here with the wall. But plenty of tools for Fnatic to lean back on. Just Narrate play side once more. Actually, yeah, maybe looking like a little bit of aggression towards B main, but utility down from Alpha, going to keep that in check.
Yeah, it certainly should do. He only has the Ghost. And actually, his util starts getting cleared, so he's feeling that there's someone nearby, but they're already rotating. But by now, look how close Fnatic are. And there's big guns out on display. Kron's got one, Kayak's got one, and so does Crashies. So they're the three that can't really afford to fall. And it's simplistic an approach, Mike. They're not making too much of it. Alpha going to catch Zelsis trying to hit that rotate round on the flank. And we're into 3 players remaining. For Sen, this wasn't a round you were expecting to win.
Certainly not. Well, they can do any damage, but with the smoke going up and really huddled outside heaven, don't expect them to be charging on here, maybe feeding into ultimates that make Fnatic's life even easier. Alpha's on the hunt though.
Hello. Oh,
the first. And
how's he doing that?
falling now. Actually, Crash is following through here, but
you don't lose that gun.
Certainly don't want to lose the rifle now. If Boaster was up here potentially with the Stinger, different story, but 4 survive and Alpha just bringing a ghost in here. Like I said, coming forward, finding a kill outside B main and then falling.
Yeah, ticking the box.
Extra kill. Decent progress made.
We're all even, Michael. 7-7.
Big buy round here.
Yeah, and I want to talk about pressure between these two, because normally it is a bigger conversation, right? And yes, it is still a chat maybe with Kayak in that sort of list. Maybe at best. But these are experienced legacy teams, right? I know from the original iterations, it is only Boaster still standing. But these are the big boys, right? When you're talking about these two teams, none of them are slouches by any means. They should be able to keep their heads calm, keep themselves cool under this pressure. It's now tied all even. It is game on between both of them.
I don't think knife catching on anything here. Zekken posted up, clean on the first.
Very
dip
nice.
away, but and a 45 HP does have the regen. No res here from Chronicle. So we'll have to continue plow on as 4. Zekken setting up for the paranoia. Yes, slow work once more from Fnatic.
They've been testing Sentinels' patience the entire game, it feels like. Zellsis rewarded as well. Locked in towards punishing middle. Yeah, Alpha's slipped ahead, but there's still utility here. Yeah, maybe if they got Zellsis down, it'd be a different scenario. It's not the case. So what's the game plan? So scattered throughout this, Mike.
Is Alpha rewarded here? He's actually not dealt with the turret. He's waiting for maybe somebody to show. Now have a chance over the top of Boiler, potentially. Yeah, Boaster can lurk ahead here with the Poison Orb. I mean, they can almost pinch onto B. But Zekken still finding success.
You thought you had a better shot at it, but it is still Zekken stood there. Everyone else from Sen went over towards A pretty much. And Fnatic not getting any fair fights, it feels like, for them. They have to dig so deep for these players. Smart work. Alpha nice. But again,
10 seconds.
to try and get any further would be surprising. Yeah, caught up in his own utility, really, making a mess of that. Budokan 1v4, perhaps? Not to be. Nice spacing from Sen. And the awareness here, Mike. I mean, it's not flashy Valorant at this point,
no.
but Sen know exactly how Fnatic are trying to play this.
Sure, certainly just trying to force the hand of Sentinels, force them into being decisive themselves, but Sentinels not biting on the bait. This mid piece really rough. If you don't find an engagement,
Let's go, boys, come on.
It's tough to then just charge towards B because Zekken has so much space. There's nothing to kind of pick up the slack towards B main. Operator in the hands of Alpha, yeah.
I mean, we saw what he did on Chamber.
Yeah.
But we know that Boaster can op, obviously Kayak can op. Alpha, let's see if he's got it on the Killjoy here. Again, Rez is there for Kron. Narrate up towards 410 though, willing to hold belt. The rest of the map, they're getting curious. Down B long, wanting info. Zels is still patrolling towards mid, but they're close on this A site now.
Kayak relaying information there with the sound cue, but probably unaware of Bang's position here. Actually, they'll jump over the top there, surely spotted by Narrate. They do drift away. Yeah, very sweaty Valorant here.
Oh, yeah.
Just waiting for a peek to punish, but able to actually push deep enough to get a wall up.
Any swing? No, couldn't get a swing off that. I thought maybe with the Dizzy going up, they could have maybe caught someone, but still held towards backside. The plant's gonna come down, but they're so close here. Bang, considering the punish. The Kayak got his buddies back. That's a fumble, though.
Actually, yeah, luckily, no pressure coming through there because Kayak ain't that vulnerable.
Ooh, this is getting really tense, Mike. You can see it, you can feel it. Drifting closer, Paranoia goes in, but an early swing from Bang goes down. Effective trading for Fnatic. trying to take back on the site. Sen can't stick the landing. Second falls. John QT forced to back away. Fnatic playing the better game of this. Scaling up well together, trading in well if they felt that presence. But this style, Fnatic happy to play with.
Bear in mind, Sentinels said they were expecting this, right? This is how they knew Fnatic were going to approach today. Fnatic seeming to find some success with it in the second half. This is so tense in some of these situations because you can see Sentinels almost just apprehensive of when to pull the trigger on some of this utility and get the ball rolling.
Enemy remaining.
Maybe some early round aggression to remove some of that comfort with so many bodies standing.
He's just doing the staring. That's it now. He's evolved. But it's probably the reason for this timeout. Again,
absolutely is, yeah.
This tempo and pace, like, I mean, if you look at regionally, like Americas, there are teams that play to this sort, I don't want to say to this extent, but they do play a more methodical, slower game style, but they can then scale up. They do play like a bit of a more variety to it. You look at G2, who are kind of the, you know, very, I guess, meticulous in approach, a little bit more patient. And obviously Sen are well aware of how to play against it, but here against Fnatic, they're taking it to kind of extremes, right? Very slow,
really
very steady.
This is way slower than actually traditionally we see Fnatic play even, so you can see they're really dialing into that approach.
I mean, how many 5v5 post plants have we had at this point, right? No, it's every step is very hard fought for, very cautious. I mean, Alpha was up on towards pipes with that operator deep before even contact happened. That was, you know, it took so long to get there. So Sentinels maybe needed to check in, get their heads straight on here, as it has been 3 rounds to Fnatic's name against only the 1 response from Sen so far.
It's just not there for Sentinels either. It's going to be Narrate bringing the Sheriff to the party here. It's only really Zekken with Bang sitting with anything notable in the bank behind this. Triple of the orb though. Getting the rate just 1 away. So maybe a little bit of aggression, as I said about Alpha. We'll find Zekken. Strips away that kayak, doubles down.
Oh, it's clean stuff here. That's what happens when you try and get aggressive against this sort of pacing. Kayak now caught though, denied by the Dizzy. Narrate trying to puff out the chest a bit, try and control that space. He's done very well.
And this is the sort of round that Fnatic are almost baiting Sentinels into playing.
That's the dream. Oh my god, Alpha! Bang took a step. He was like, maybe I can help out Narrate. Maybe not. And Alpha, combat operating up the line. Narrate tries to take a second target, and his kayak looks a little easier.
Still swinging though.
Yeah.
Plant hasn't come through just yet. Kron does have the res, so look to maybe get kayak back on his feet. Not necessarily needed here, as we can see on the minimap. Zelsis and Narrate probably considering the save already. A 2v4. Certainly not comfortable. Would feel like a roll of the dice. Let's try and get this started.
This has to be a mentality reset as well for Sen, because Fnatic look locked into this. And they just tested out what it looks like if we go a bit aggressive.
Yeah, like I said, this is the sort of round that Fnatic are almost begging Sentinels.
Oh, come on. Yeah, have a
dangling a carrot
hey,
almost.
You want to take some map control? You want to get an early
Stop
pick?
us from sitting outside this site.
Please. I dare you. And well, they tried. And you saw how well that went. So Sentinels need other options. They need to go deep into the playbook, get a good grip on what's going on here. But it's hard. It gets riskier and riskier as the game goes on. Fnatic now up on 9 as the slow and steady march back into the series carries on here. And look at it again. So aware, so ready, and so quick though from Kayak.
My ultimate is ready.
It's frustrating as well because these sorts of rounds it becomes harder and harder to justify that aggression with the finances, the inventory, and really the bigger picture cost of that. Now with Fnatic knocking on the door of double digits here. Need I remind you, the decider and the elimination on the line for 2 big names here in Toronto.
They're trying to get a bit up in their face again. And if I don't say it feels obvious, but it feels like they're trying to then say, okay, Fnatic, okay, come on, re-clear, do the same sort of thing. We're ready this time. They've got 3 players here now, actively looking, playing on 410. sorry, excuse me, just below, down by Maze here. John QT on that corner. Narrate.
On the filthiest angle in the map. Looking up towards Belt. Nobody there, folk.
And the silence feels so oppressive, doesn't it? Because you've still got Alpha's ult here. If they want to invest it, they can. They can leave this late and punish this push-up potentially. They don't like what they're feeling here. Something feels off.
Leave Alpha posted here and maybe consider a rotation. Or even just find contact elsewhere on the map.
But it's hard to have confidence even in the lack of contact because of how they're playing this.
Got to do something quick though, down to 30 seconds and
30 seconds left.
again, confirmation of 2 members of Fnatic still.
20 seconds.
Yeah, this is looking a little weird now. They've got to just run on to B site and plant.
Celsius, get ready! 10 seconds! And the spike is still down towards B long. And what? Fnatic, that is outrageous you're getting away with this! Second, John QT and Narrate nearly falling asleep during this round, surely. Good lord, how they meant to be this focused for so long. Zekken, still trying to find a player here. But you've still got Alpha's ult if needed. Yeah, they clear close, but that deeper line, that operator still in play. Paranoia is there, Flash still there, but they got to get going. Hell, they had to have cleared yellow by now. It feels, look at Boast's position, almost offsetting Zekken's. And yeah, it absolutely has, because John QT felt safe and secure, but Zekken now outnumbered. And again, Fnatic controlling the tempo, controlling the time. And Sentinels can't be everywhere at once.
I mean, that just looks so uncomfortable. You come back just as Chronicles making this cross in mid. It certainly doesn't feel like Fnatic are teed up to convert.
Last one down.
But then 2 kills found, and things crumble for Sentinels.
I'm getting a bit nervous now.
I'm very nervous, yeah.
Look at this half. Look at the timeline.
I mean, look at the purchases as well now, forcing back in on this. Nothing left in the bank.
And this is going to test Sentinels, their mental, over and over.
Like you said, it's almost like they're playing to force Sentinels to make these desperate decisions late round. Because they're just left guessing.
And Fnatic will be reveling in this, won't they? Loving it. Knowing that they've got that time always on their side, even though it felt so late. Now we look at what Sentinels can do to try and hold this back. Double stacked up towards that kind of top and lower side. Nice from Narrate. Takes away Kayak. Here we go.
You will not kill my
Again, that res has been in the back pocket for some time. Zekken goes back in. Brings it back to the grave. And you're right. Where was the support in this?
It's almost linking into the game plan here, this comp. You can allow somebody to take a hyper-aggressive peek, but that res has to be safe.
They're stalling out. Oh! You madman, Alpha! You should never be able to get away with it, and he does. Lockdown now on top, 35 seconds, but we've seen how late they run this. Hell, they could be going B for all we know.
30 seconds left.
Lockdown now going to secure the cross for the plant, and Alpha is feeling absolutely out of his mind in this round. Still dug in deep here. Kron watching that top side, forced away, angle better for Sen. Hard fought 4 steps here though, and Alpha getting left more and more on an island. He can't escape. Bang removes. A heartbeat found in the Sentinel side. But Crashies and Kron still standing. Smoke on the spike should draw the attention. They're playing it calm. Now the second attempt at the defuse. Composure from Kron. Oh, it's stunning. The reveal is perfect. This is outstanding from Fnatic. Zekken has to try and master, and he can't! Another stride from Fnatic!
And now, just the mental of Sentinels has to be broken in tatters from how these rounds play out.
Look
with
at that.
Alpha doing things like that.
God, they played this so well. Good God.
Alpha up at 21-12. Having a standout performance here. Bladestorm here, Pit here, Hunter's Fury. The other side.
Watching him is like poetry in motion today. Lethal about it though. Feels like he can't miss, and Sentinels silenced in this matter. They've got to dig deep here. They're gonna need someone to ignite a spark.
Utility littered ahead of Alpha there. Boasted to coming through and probably plant the seed of a B site hit. It's Fnatic now heading that direction.
God.
Alpha finds another. John QT will fall. Just 3 left standing now for Sentinels.
I mean, Alpha feels like he can do no wrong, right? The game feels perfect to him. In his mind, it's playing out as he dreamed. Zellsis desperate to find impact, but the wall's already there. So the plant's gonna come down and Alpha goes hunting. They've been conditioned over and over. Sentinels, mental must be on the ropes at this point.
Placing swarm grenade.
How do they fight back in to try and deny 12? I don't know if you can.
No, I mean, it looks like as if
Oh,
right
God.
here, he's doing the pit,
Yeah.
certainly going to force Sentinels into a position where they have to hold on to these weapons. They forced up once more.
They're on the
Second,
ropes.
nothing in the bank. John QT, 100 credits. Ultimates to play with, but Alpha's on the hunt.
He's having a worldy game as Alpha. Oh, God! No one can stop him right now. Look at that smile. Look at this man. He's still going. Even Jake's up. Even Boaster stood behind him just watching this happen. Gets caught in the end, but that is just madness we are seeing here. Kron found narrate 2 at the very end, Mike. This might be a death rattle from Sentinels of a second half. Fnatic on the verge of sending them home. And a monstrous performance from Alpha.
But 24 and 13. A map where previously some of his greatest moments. And look at that timeline.
Good God.
Just one blip along the way.
He's still on the outlaw.
Who knows as well, because the purchase is so uncomfortable for Sentinels.
And the deeper knife might be giving away that they tried to play up to this. Fantastic. Dark gonna come in. Is Kayak ready though? Players nearby. They swing. Sentinels digging deep here. Desperate to hold on the spray. Not gonna do enough. They get to live. First time they draw first blood without a quick trade.
Chronicle no res here either. So can't get Kayak back on his feet. Alpha still on the hunt. Scope in hand.
I'm terrified of him. So should Sen. For now, he carries on. The disrespect! No fear shown from Alpha this game. He's drawn 3 players just to deal with him.
Look at the respect he's commanding. In terms of
Jesus,
util, in terms of pressure. To try and shut him down. Gets a heal as well, so back into a much healthier position now.
35 seconds though. And Sen have the man advantage. It feels like we've been saying this for the first time in a while.
30 seconds
You can
left.
see the Crash is trying to draw them away from this A side.
Sentinels know now not to bite.
Yeah, they're learning their lessons here. They've had to learn it the hard way, but 20 seconds, it could still go any which way.
Placing swarm grenade.
Alpha, the one to be stepping in here. Paranoia perfect. Fantastic work from Sentinels. Second and bang when they need them
10
most,
seconds
doing
left.
enough here. I don't think Kron and Crashies can do much now. A lifeline given. Second gets away as the clock ticks. Sentinels stay alive.
Trying to just prevent potentially the upgrades here,
Nice.
but Zellsis will come through.
Big
2 with the
work.
stinger. Up to 9 now. 3 left to find and walking the tightrope. In terms of the economy here, Kayak removed early on from this proactivity. Sentinels just showing grit and resilience here.
And bravery, Mike, to go for that play.
Nice kills, boys. That's fine, that's fine. Nice kills, boys. Let's go.
To be able to kind of keep themselves feeling in this after what's been a very hard half. You can see the scoreline yourselves. We go back through at 12 to 9. Sen. It always feels like there's something with this team that they can pull it back from the brink, but Fnatic right now are deadly. Alpha at a new high almost. And the weight of the world here, if it does go towards B, is on Zellsis' shoulders. The one man on this site. Yes, John QT could catch a cross, but this is a lot.
finest of margins. They're able to slip through.
Oh my god.
Turret dealt with, but it's actually Boaster underneath Tube, so a little bit of misdirection here. Celsius, yeah, he's hook, line, and sinker, Lauren.
That might be enough. They've got the keys to the castle now. They've got the full sight. They don't even know the level of success they've just found. This could be heartbreak for Sentinels, but they're going to give it everything they have. But the final boss of Alpha has just caught bang. Kayak, the Guardian on duty, takes away second. As John QT and Narrate have to face the music, and it's playing to Alpha's song right now. Narrate digging deep, but it's not gonna be enough. Fnatic came, saw, and conquered. Sentinels left in ruins at 13-9.
Icebox once more, Lauren. Their hometown for sure, and the redemption delivered here in Toronto. Sentinels eliminated. You've got to feel good about that after a Fnatic fan. Dicey along the way, but
yeah,
a beautiful approach here on map 3, just to really almost just suffocate Sentinels.
It was. It felt like that too, right? That really oppressive attacking style they brought out was so hard for Sen to deal with. And again, you saw how great Sentinels were on their attacking side, but it just wasn't enough. And it will be where the road stops for Sentinels today. As you said, revenge for champs at lower round 2 history there. Meeting again today, Fnatic have the upper hand, and they get to keep themselves still breathing here in Toronto.
Damn! A long time since we've lapped up a stage celebration from Fnatic here. A statement made. I was going to say it again, Alpha, just absolutely phenomenal here on Icebox.
Yeah.
27 and 14, 7 first bloods. Just in total control of so many of these rounds.
Yeah, he was having an absolute stellar performance. Again, this team, strength to strength here. Kayak keeping up as well. I think everyone would have had their flowers throughout this, truly. A monstrous series all the way. And as soon as we're ready here, we will be diving down to the Verizon post-match interview. Just going to wait for that to be set up, but that's going to be a real hard stopper for Fnatic, and again for them, really put through their paces.
Again, Diamond's back as well. It's just so tight throughout this series, as we will jump down to the interview just now.
Fnatic, they've taken down Cuba and Sentinels here in Masters Toronto, and I have to pull this man aside. Alpha, you carry Fnatic in 2022, you carry Fnatic in 2023, 2024. How are you still carrying Fnatic in 2025?
I'm just built different. I don't know what to say. Just built different.
I think you might be right. The chamber is so beautiful. Are you the best chamber player in the world?
Currently, yes. But I will say, yeah, it was better.
Yeah, it was better, Alpha. Wow, humble king, humble king. Now, the most important thing here is I know how difficult it was for you to lose to Senna champs. You got your revenge. How does that feel?
I'm super happy to get revenge because they didn't deserve on champions to win against us. And we showed them why they didn't deserve.
Wow, strong words from Alpha here now. It's not just Alpha that had a good performance. Chronicle, let me find him and you guys follow me. Oh, Crashies is here, by the way. You did a great job, Crashies. Chronicle, Chronicle, Chronicle. Now, this is the furthest you've been at a global event, a Masters, since Tokyo. It's been a long time. Have you missed this feeling?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's nice to also club Sentinels after Champs 24, so it feels absolutely good.
What did Cuba do to you? You gave a proper smashing to Cuba there.
Nothing bad. We just smashed them so badly, so I decided to show it again how bad it was.
Yeah, and Kron, a lot of people have these conversations about who's the GOAT of Valorant, and they say if you win here, there will be no dispute. Would you agree?
No, I also need to win Champs after that.
Okay, he's got ambitions, he's got ambitions. I'm gonna let you do this, and I have one more treat for everyone here. Boaster, I have no questions for you, no questions. I might need the camera to move back for this. No questions for you, but we have not seen a single dance at Masters Toronto. Come on, guys, not one Boaster dance. I'm gonna give you a moment, play us out.
And there you have it. Fnatic pick up the win, and oh my word, what a game that was. The last hope of EMEA stays alive here in Toronto, Canada. And Mimi, you couldn't have asked for a more dramatic finish to that game.
Yeah, it was really incredible. I mean, Alpha coming out on the Ascent again with the Chamber, dominating there. It was a much closer map here on Icebox, but still, it's just incredible to me how in these high pressure matches, this Fnatic team can stay like so calm, boasters dancing, they're having fun, and they are just going through that second half dominantly to now make it into the top 4. And I believe that sets us up now to have one team from every international league represented in the top 4 again, which is so cool to see.
Yeah, that is so sick. You got Wolves representing VCT China, you have PaperX representing VCT Pacific, and of course G2 holding it down for the Americas, and Fnatic for EMEA. Holy moly. But of course, though, we do want to take a second and say goodbye to Gen G as well as Sentinels. 2 teams, Mimi, that people were calling to win the whole damn thing, and they're going out in top 6.
Gen G especially is shocking. 4 maps where they were up 8-4 or 9-3 at the half that they end up losing to be eliminated from this tournament. It is truly a brutal way to go for this Gen G squad, but still, overall, showed us some good stuff, had a great Swiss stage, but did not live up to expectations here. For Sen, though, top 4 or top 6 as well. I know they would have wanted more, but these guys definitely showed some good stuff, had a good Swiss stage fighting all the way through to make it here.
Oh, without a doubt. And let's not forget, right, they were able to defeat all of VCT China as well, giving them massive victories there to boot. And then on top of that, the challenging matches that they had faced off.
Gee,
but
Felix, you're right.
Here's the good news, folks. We're actually joined by Boaster here at the desk. Congratulations,
Thank
brother.
you very
Happy
much.
for
Thank
you.
you very
What
much.
a game
Congrats.
that was. How are you feeling? Emotions, energy, adrenaline must be through the roof, brother.
I was about the same time at Champs last year that we played Sentinels to get to the top 4 bit, and we lost to them, so
This was
time,
a personal one for you?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not playing my best, but the calling's been pretty well, and it doesn't matter when my boys are shooting as well as they are, so I'm just really happy for them.
You don't even need to say that, bro. Alpha's just out there just clapping fools. It's
yeah,
crazy.
I love Alpha, isn't it? It's just chill, isn't it?
It's crazy, man.
For your teammates that are playing so well, Alpha, he's been with you for a long time, joining the team in 2022, now finding this performance again. What is it like to be able to be in IGL, have a player like that on your squad? Because he's just been taking over these games.
Yeah, I mean, I love having Alpha. For me, it would just be, I said to myself, like, I just want to keep playing for as long as I can play with good teammates such as Alfia. And, you know, his contract is until next year. And I was like, I just want to play until he decides what he wants to do, and then we'll see what happens after that. But
that's fair. I
really want Alfia. And also just having Crashies, this new guy coming in.
Yeah.
Absolute lovely guy. Brings up the mood, brings up the vibes, and is shooting like a boss. Kayak, what can I say? New guy, shooting like a boss. And what Chronicle? Not new guy, but shooting like a boss.
Shooting like a boss. Yeah, man. I think that the sum of all the parts of Fnatic, as we have seen here, is the reason why you consistently find yourself in these high-pressured moments, because you guys are all able to perform in those moments, and it really is something else. I mean, we'll take a look here at the winning moment, and I know we talked about what this win meant for you, but what does it mean to play in front of this Toronto crowd? Because, boy, they were giving you everything.
I mean, I've seen people come from all over the world. A guy said to me he came from London today. I know there's a fan from Japan in the crowd too. People from China. So it's just crazy to have them all back behind us at this little mosh pit, going crazy. They're looking at me whipping on my monitor. I'm like, stop watching, stop watching.
Hey, cover it up, cover it up.
We've never had an event like that before, where the players are right behind you, or excuse me, the fans are right behind you guys. But you are playing up to it more than any other player. Never thought I'd see a Valorant player hit the L dance after winning a round. Has that been powering you up, having them right there?
Half the time I don't even know what to do when we went around, so I was like, I can't keep shaking my butt, I can't keep like doing hits.
I think Boaster could keep shaking his butt, right? I think Bo could be. Yes. A couple people here agree with you. Dude, look, it is incredible to see how far and how much you guys have pushed to get to this point, but the job's not done yet. What are your thoughts on the rest of the competition that's still left in this one? You got G2, PaperX, and of course the Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves' story is so sick, isn't it? Silfat BB coming in out of nowhere, IGLing and fragging like a boss. and we got PaperX. You know, they haven't won like a Masters or Champions yet, but they've been in many finals, and they're one game away from being in yet another.
Yep.
And then you got G2 Fnatic hashing it out in the lower bracket. Like, what is going on? What script is this?
The upside down world, man.
Talk to me about playing G2. You haven't played this team really. I don't think you ever have played G2 in their current variant, or was it once?
Once, Red Bull home ground.
Oh, in the off season. Okay.
Yeah, but we weren't even ready there. We weren't Fnatic that we are now. We're slow grinders ramping up, and it seems like we're looking pretty good. Yeah, I'm really happy with so far how we've been doing. A little things here and there, but overall, I'm really chuffed. And G2, they're looking good, but I like beating them.
Yeah, hey, you want to be? I heard what Chronicle said. Yinsu asked, are you the GOAT if you win this Masters? But he said, nah, fam, I got to win champs as well in order to be considered a GOAT. So it feels like you guys have that dead set in your mind. This is a team that's built to win trophies. Do you feel like this is it?
I mean, how crazy is this? I think we are built to win trophies, but also, Crashies, he was potentially joining a tier 2 team at the start of this year.
Crazy.
And now we signed him, and he's getting us over into the top 4. So, like, it's crazy how much a player can grow and, like, change and stuff. And I think our whole team is looking juicy, and G2 is going to be a banger.
Yeah.
You talked in your last interview, after your last win, about your own individual performance, or it might have been in the press conference, and how you wanted to improve that, and you felt like that was going to be the biggest difference maker to win a trophy with this team. How do you feel like you are on that progress today, and what are you focusing on going into the top 4?
FNS tricked me. I was on some stream yesterday, and FNS said, you're going to have a live game tomorrow. If this is my live game, then it's over. However, I will say, like, I didn't have the best performance so far, but the calling's been pretty okay. And I'd say
pretty okay, bro. You're in the top 4.
That's true.
Being a little too humble.
My teammates are too good. But the Icebox attack, I was behind that green box.
Yeah.
I was farming behind there, and I think I won us some crucial rounds. So
you did.
Pretty happy with the Icebox at least. I wasn't at the top, but that doesn't matter.
Hey, man, look, I think I speak for everyone here when we are just so stoked to see Fnatic in the top 4. The pride of EMEA, without a doubt, and you guys earned it for sure, man. So congrats, brother. Much, much love to you. But that is going to do it for our show here today. We do have 2 dark days that are going to be taking place. So the action will be back right here in Toronto on Friday, where you're going to see this guy take on G2 Esports. You're also going to see the Wolves go up against PaperX. Folks, we thank you so much for joining us, and we are so ready for what is to come. We'll see you on Friday. This time, it's not an upper bracket final. Elimination is on the line. Who is going to stand tall at the end of this one? It's G2 versus Gen G. Mimi, it's going to be good.
But did he anticipate Trent, who's tucked close and tight? He's a few more, but a spam. Raw bullets coming his way. There's a lot of teams coming for him, yet still he perseveres and reigns supreme. It's a 10-2 half. They try and jump spot this one. They're going to hear it walking, and Munchkin. It's beautiful work. Astounding stuff from the IGL. G2 are just dropping like flies.
Fantastically clean round there from Gen G. Munchkin gets into reinforce, but he takes a fight.
He's gone. These G2 players are going to try and make the most of it. Ring around the rosies. Operator in your hands. On top of it. And Ash left reeling, left wondering. Minutes of the game and those timings. Leaf dominates it. Lotus goes G2's way. And that might just change the game plan entirely. They were looking to go in a different direction. Jorgamo
what a shot.
gives them second thoughts. It's a stun onto the left side. Holding your ground out, Jonah P. Wrangles control of the rifle. And the dreams and hopes of Gen G are scattered to the wind here.
Let's go. But now they're going back into Caron.
Caron hard committed.
Feels rushed at this point from G2, doesn't it?
Gen G are making him walk for every inch of space. Caron, he's monstrous right now. He's a line of defense for this team, and as much as you want to bait those shots out, you're not getting squat. Texture to the operator to work with here. Tico flooding in, fast and loose. It's risky business. Risky business sometimes pays off, but Gen G, one left to stand, but Trent is toppled. It's theirs, and well bloody earned. G2 play stuck, and that's an off angle out into the open. Any trade inside the Paranoia swinging, but Cloudburst at the feet, that's going to be some safety. Leaf is hard committed indeed. Needs some value, needs some kills. Just the grills, the bars, and the jail. Trent is next on the chopping block. Foxy9 in through mid, and again, this game of timings, it could happen to any possible player. Leaf wins his, Ash wins out. Slipping away from Gen G. Trent doesn't go down to that one, and Gen G are the ones falling, crumbling, tap, not being forced out. G2 far too collected. Players are set in their position, a dash forwards, but texture's gone. G2, ever the hero, are looking to put the fear of God into everyone at this event.
That is a miracle comeback. It's the last chance for EMEA versus the pride of the Americas. And it couldn't come down to two better teams in this situation. You have Sentinels, Fnatic.
And Bang's position does get considered, but you still can't kill him. Takes away Alpha, and no trade there for Kron. Blinded and hungry, Bang goes in. Takes down Kron, and it is just methodical. Narrate, Bang, perfect hold. They've got a complete free sight. Alpha's still here. Oh! The wonder kid as ever! Slaps Narrate away from it.
It's a 3v4 now for Sentinels. Zelsis trying to get active to find something. TBS!
Oh,
another jump shot!
Zelsis! Oh, what the hell is this from Alpha? Fnatic, still alive! Bang goes down. Why is no one looking at Chronicle? But now Narrate back in the headlights. He's going to know where they are, but Crashy's sticking on the defuse here. Swing! Oh, and he doesn't miss! Defuse! Oh, he just misses out! Sen claim map 1.
For Sen, certainly bold.
Oh, they catch more than the timing. They catch second. It's clear for now. They are hunting them down, but Alpha denying. Boaster trying to live as long as he can. Alpha, the man will not be moved. Clutching up Fnatic. Forced to fight, but the flank comes in. Two players running straight down Cat. Nice damage, but not a nice job. 6 seconds. Alpha can't do it. Crashy's going to take down John QT again. But that's Johnny waiting! Perfectly placed! Well, Fnatic are taking us the distance. Bang's been great, but Fnatic have been better. We're going to Icebox. Second trying to make a bit of a play on the back, but no. Plant's going to come down nice from Narrate. Viper's been layered in, but Alpha... Oh, what is that from Narrate? The hero set needed.
Rez has to be safe.
Stalling out now. Oh, you madman, Alpha! You should never be able to get away with it, and he does. This is outstanding from Fnatic. Zekken has to try and master, and he can't! Another stride from Fnatic! As John QT and Narrate have to face the music, and it's playing to Alpha's song right now. Narrate digging deep, but it's not gonna be enough. Fnatic came, saw, and conquered. Sentinels left in ruins at 13-9.